New stream. Second stream.
Abdul Sayed in a state that normally goes Democratic on the Senate level. Can I get a drum roll, please, Nick?
Drum roll.
Thank you.
They don't have a drum roll sound effect?
There it is. Scenario number 1 is a Democratic sweep at 52% chance. I was surprised by this before we started cracking the numbers, but that is why we do it. It's the numbers. Don't blame me. The numbers are the numbers. Now, why is this? Why is this the most likely scenario, though it is still about a 50-50 between this and the other one?
Do you think the polls are so fucked because they're taking into account online social media? I don't know how they're doing the polling. I doubt the answer is simple. I mean, everybody wants to be able to do good polling data, right? You want to be able to make good predictions on this stuff. Here's a question. Why the fuck is why are American politics always like so like cinematically split? You ever notice that like all of our elections are like always pretty close to like 50-50, like the elections themselves sometimes, or like the split between number of blue and red senators and Dems. Tyler, Karen, thank you for the tier 5 subber. Seems a little orchestrated, you know?
Well, why don't we just take a look at some Senate polls beyond what we're seeing, right? 2022 Senate, 2026 Senate margins, beyond what we're seeing in Michigan. Well, North Carolina, you're seeing a 9-point Democratic lead. Maine, a 3-point Democratic lead. Ohio, a 3-point Democratic lead. The average in Texas is a 2-point. James Talarico slightly ahead of Ken Paxton. And in Iowa, even in Iowa, which hasn't elected a Democratic senator since, what, 2008, and Tom Harkin? Woof. I believe he's the last Democratic senator elected in Iowa. He's literally the last one since I was born. Because
wait, so are we ahead? We're ahead literally everywhere except for Michigan? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, man.
Chuck Grassley has been the senator there since, what, like 81? So you put this all together and look at the Senate map. What does that give you? What does that give you? Okay, Dems would, in fact, win the Senate with this map if, in fact, they were able to flip Ohio, if they were able to flip North Carolina, if they were able to flip Texas, if they were able to flip Iowa. If they hold on to their seats, that gets you. You can see it on your screen right here. Look at this. 52 Dems, and 48 Republicans. That's what it would get you. And what's so important here is, as we were literally breaking it down, right, we said, hey, maybe we got to go up to Michigan and that becomes red, right? Maybe that becomes red. And what would that still leave you? Well, that would still leave you Democrats with 51 Senate seats. So given the polling in the other states, even if Michigan went red, Democrats would still be able to hold on to the United States Senate or win control of the United States Senate, even if Abdul Sayed goes under Lake Michigan with his electoral prospects. Now, of course, what's overriding all of this, right? We talk about the individual races, but what is overriding all of this, I think Nick might be writing another note. I'm not sure if he is. If he is, Nick, you'll let it go when it comes.
You were correct when you suggested they were coming the hung poll. Coming the hung poll? You mean conning? Coming? Poll showing Bass leading Ramen by double digits. What's bogus company said? I don't know what this is. I don't even know what your sentence meant. The reason why the poll rigging thing was kind of a joke, or when I say joke, I mean I doubt it. It's because it was too many pollsters, and there's just no way. That would be such an insane. That would be a crazy thing to try to coordinate amongst multiple pollsters and everything. Yeah.
It's just this. What put Donald Trump in the White House? What put him in the White House? What put him in the White House was that they thought he could help, voters thought he could help them with their costs of living. But look at this. The impact of Republican policies on your cost of living. Just 24% of Americans say help. Look at this hurt number. It's 55% on the issue that got Donald Trump a second term in the White House, a second presidency. Folks, you got to be picking up your phone if you're a Republican in Congress and calling Donald Trump up and saying, help me, please, Rhonda, help me, please, because you can't win. It's very tough to win with this type of environment on the number one issue being inflation and 51%.
You know who this guy reminds me of?
Who?
I'm about to pull out a reference you're not even going to be ready for. Like the mannerisms and the demeanor. He reminds me. Have you ever seen the movie The Brave Little Toaster?
Yeah.
Reminds me of like the salesman guy on TV.
Now, honey, I mean it.
Now at Ernie's disposal.
Where's a good bargain place around here? No, that place is too expensive.
Cheap.
Never mind, hold on, it would take too long. But it does. Just for some reason, I just get that vibe from him. I get the vibe from him, okay?
Of the American public
Very
type of
obscure
environment.
reference.
I guess that guy was just supposed to be like a generic salesman guy, so.
On the number one issue being inflation, and 51% of the American public think that your party has in fact hurt your cost of living, that is very, very bad news. And you know what also allows
Very
the
bad.
Democrats to, I don't know, be sitting pretty, looking cool, sitting pretty? Well, just look through history. Just look through history, because this says it all. All right, Donald Trump at this point has a net approval rating under 20 percentage points, right? His approval rating somewhere in the 30s, his disapproval is in the high 50s, low 60s, depending on what poll you look at. And at this point in midterm cycle, I went back through the history books because, you know what? Learning is cool, my friends. Learning is cool. And there are only two other presidents who had a sub-20 net approval besides Trump at this point in midterm cycle. Richard Nixon in 1974, he was literally forced to resign just a few days before now, back in 1974. Wasn't alive then. I heard it was a groovy time. And then George W. Bush in 2006 also had a net approval rating under 20 points at this point. Did either one of those two folks, did their party hold on or win control of the House or the Senate in the great Congress that is of the United States of America? Did they win either chamber? No.
What?
No, they did not. Bush's party lost both of them. Nixon's party, in fact, did not hold on or win control either of them. And that, my friend, in fact, very much leads Donald Trump at this point, as you can see, and his Republican Party looking at a Democratic possibility of winning both the United States and the United States House and the Senate. Numbers talk. I've been told to flip it. This is I really like. And is there a second thing here? Oh, yeah. Here it is. And I just listen. And you know what else I listen to?
What?
I listen to your comments. So
Aw.
leave one after this video if you like what you saw or you have suggestions for the next one. Peace out.
Peace.
Peace. Hassan Slappa.
Has been far better. And North and if you ask me like the fuck,
Jesus.
Donald Trump has been far better on the Korea issue than Biden was. As a matter of fact, the fake coup d'etat, one could even say, happened under the watchful gaze of the Brandonian administration.
Wait, remember, somebody play the clip in your mind of Destiny saying these guys are going to be a lot more open about just like blatantly being North Korean supporters. Pretty sure I said that a month or two ago, by the way.
Donald Trump, bar none, out of all of our contemporary presidents, is probably one of the best on the Korea issue. And I don't know if it's because he just
Also, remember, you should always ask yourself, like, what would this guy do differently if he was just like an enemy of the United States? What would the different behavior be? These guys will always be happy when there is a presidential leader that is supporting America's enemies and attacking America. Like, that's always the way that it goes. Also, the idea that Trump was better in North Korea is a joke. No progress got made with any of the negotiations or talks, but Hassan's okay with that. He just likes that they were more legitimized. And then somebody linked that story in chat. There's also a massively weird fucking Navy SEALs operation that was super botched. I shouldn't laugh, I'm sorry, because I'm pretty sure just like innocent random people were killed because they landed incorrectly. Some fishermen saw them, they killed them all, and then they fucking retreated. But
just like loves Kim Jong-un or something. I don't know what the fuck it is. But low-key, this is the one area where I, haven't criticized him as much. As a matter of fact, I've defended it. When people ask me like, oh, what did you, back in the day, in Trump 1, people would always ask me, what is like one good policy of Donald Trump? I would always say Korea. Because a big...
do we know if that is a true story about the Navy SEALs in North Korea? I'm pretty sure it is. I mean, it was reported in wasn't it a New York Times story? Or what was it? It was.
What was it? Say it again.
We tried, I think, in 2017. I don't even know what the fuck the mission was. Was it a recon thing or something? We tried to send up some special forces into North Korea, and just everything about the operation just got completely and totally fucking botched. Oh, it was 2019. And then I think they killed a few civilians, and then they just went back to their submarine and went home. It was kind of fucked.
Jesus.
Part of the reason why,
Yeah.
I mean, regardless of the internal dynamics, the domestic policies.
What's Hassan's white Chinese handler's name again? He's getting the talking points from that guy, you think? I mean, maybe, but this has been a normal talking point. The talking point is always that the United States, capitalist first world nations, have lied to you about every communist, whatever enemy of the first world. So all the second world nations are constantly lied about. So any bad thing you've heard about communism, any bad thing you've heard about, like China, Tiananmen Square, there might be degrees of truth to it. Sometimes they'll go like the Holocaust revision route. Like a smart Holocaust revisionist is not going to tell you the Holocaust was fake. He's going to say, absolutely, Jews were killed. And yeah, they were even targeted. But like, it was probably on the scale of hundreds of thousands or maybe a million. And it was a war. Lots of people were dying for lots of reasons. There were tons of things. And they'll always bring up Dresden and the bombing of Dresden. The thing that these guys will do is similar. They'll say, yeah, Cultural Revolution and Tiananmen Square, there were bad things that these countries did, sure, but they had to revolutionize and industrialize an entire population of people. They did it at breakneck speed, and people never thought it could be done. And yeah, it sucked. They had to make a lot of progress moving forward, but capitalist nations are also doing propaganda, and they were suppressing them. And everything you've heard that's bad about these guys is way worse than it actually is. People in the West over-exaggerate how bad they actually are. It's always the same talking points.
A big part of the reason why, I mean, regardless of the internal dynamics, the domestic policies in South Korea, and regardless of the military action that Trump actually took.
Oh, and they hit South
in
Korea.
North Korea.
And Japan.
If you remember, I think in Trump 1, they sent like Delta Force or something, and they just like slaughtered a bunch of Korean fishermen. It was disgusting. And then information leaked about that operation. It was really fucked up. But
besides that,
outside of that, as far as like the broader... as
Besides
far as
that,
the broader conversation.
Besides that, though, if that would have been a fucking Biden or Hillary military op, oh my God, you'd never hear the fucking end of it. But okay, Chief. Okay, buddy. Besides that thing.
Allowing South Korea and North Korea to communicate with one another without American intervention, and also restricting.
Why do people bring up the bombing of Dresden? I don't know my World War II history that well, but I'm pretty sure that was probably one of the most devastating bombings in World War II in terms of like civilian loss of life. It was a huge campaign operation. They didn't fuck around back then, man. I felt like if you studied World War II at all, the way that people use the term carpet bombing today, I don't think people realize it's just planes flying and just dropping unbelievable amounts of ordnance indiscriminately over cities. It was a lot. There was a lot of stuff going on, a lot of explosions going on.
The military operations in the Korean Peninsula, that was actually...
It was the British that did Dresden? Just the British Air Force? The U.S. didn't help at all for that? No, Dresden was drawn? Okay, yeah. That would be my assumption.
Good. That was unironically a real move by the American government in the direction of a far better peaceable negotiation between DPRK and South Korea. Reducing military activity in the Korean Peninsula is always a good thing because it allows...
They want to see some kind of... Every single first world aligned country, they always see as being a puppet of the United States. So South Korea, Japan, these are U.S. puppets. And I think that the end goal for these guys, they never really get much into it, but I think like the idea is that if reunification can happen between North and South Korea, it can be one glorious country again under the wing of China, is what I think they're kind of thinking, but yeah. Carpet bombing back then melted cities, literally roads melting. Yeah, it's always kind of the interesting thing is that I think that I brought this perspective up a few times because we tend to look at things in history a bit differently because we're not living through them. But we always view the nuclear bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki to be like these uniquely horrible, terrible, insane things, or not, maybe not evil, I'm sorry, but terrible, great in the sense of like amount of catastrophe and loss of life and everything is these huge things. We were bombing the fuck out of Japan. We were bombing everything in Japan. I think the common one brought up, people say like the firebombing of Tokyo and everything, but like I think in Tokyo it was over 90 to 100,000 lives lost during that campaign. There were like every single major Chinese city had been fucking burned to the fucking ground. It was a lot of stuff, a lot of stuff going on there.
Allows South Korea and North Korea to deal with one another as peers.
What does Pierce have to do with this? Get it?
That's why, ironically enough, Biden, who ran
saying the DPRK, some kind of dog whistle, probably. I haven't heard their North Korea propaganda in a while, but I'm sure they want to focus on or emphasize that the democratic part is probably a big deal to them. David Irving is responsible for people thinking the Dresden has such a high casualty count. That didn't say it wasn't horrible, but he purposely played up the loss of life like 10 times to relativize the Holocaust. Oh, that wouldn't be surprising.
On, normalizing international rule-based order and all that shit, kind of fucked it. Both.
Also, sorry, fuck. Let me, one more thing. Sorry, can I have people do me? When I say indiscriminate, I don't necessarily mean like they were bombing, civilian neighborhoods and stuff. Sorry, what I mean is that in today's like military conflict, when we're doing stuff from the skies, our ability to pinpoint target munitions, I don't know if that existed back then. I don't know if planes had like in World War II. I don't know if planes had any guided missile systems. They must have, right? Maybe not for World War II. Were there any guided missile systems from plane to ground, from air to surface? Just bomb sites? They had sites and stuff? Okay, so all of it was just unguided rocket drops, and then lots and lots and lots of rockets being dropped. Yeah.
With Israel, but then even with South Korea. Because if you recall, when Biden was...
Isn't North Korea sending its military to help Russia invade Ukraine? Yeah, but these guys would see that as a good thing.
President, South Korea had a incel psychopathic president who facilitated a fake coup d'etat, tried to do a coup d'etat, if you remember, and then the people got really mad and then they stormed the fucking parliament and,
The people got mad and stormed the parliament? I thought it was their politicians, no?
Democracy thrived that day. That was a day where liberalism actually defended against authoritarian initiatives. It was kind of crazy.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up.
That fake coup could not have been facilitated without the Biden administration's watchful gaze. And part of the reason why I'm saying that is because the Biden administration did not communicate their criticisms of the president at the time and their initiatives. It was crazy. Trump says he's helping North Korea because South Korea refused to join his failed war against Iran. Yeah, this is a dumb reason, but the real reason, it's not a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing, guys.
It's a good thing. Okay, but that's Trump. He's going to fucking say whatever dumb fuck.
Yeah, actually, there might have been actually people protesting too. I remember that one politician dude jumping over the fucking fence like a fucking Giga Chat. I remember that.
Reason he has. But the real point behind this is probably throwing a bone to PRC, to China, and also
PRC.
allowing South Korea and North Korea to normalize relations amongst themselves, which is not a bad thing. That is a good thing.
Definitely. Donald Trump is definitely doing politics on this level, Hassan. Absolutely, for sure. Absolutely. Donald Trump is definitely considering all this. Okay.
The reason that he's bringing up is fucking stupid, and I don't even trust him on that. I don't think that's the reason why he's doing it. Because he was like this last time around as well, weirdly enough. Iran, but Japan. And they said, no thanks. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. I hope liberals don't eat debate on this, which is probably not going to happen because they get really mad about this shit. They'll say, oh, this is a betrayal of our allies. But it's not. I don't know what the current South Korean government's attitude is, but I suspect it's far better in terms of normalizing relationships, because it was like Moon was doing that, and then it's Moon and then Yoon, right? The incel was not. The incel was like super right wing and far more reactionary about the dealings with North Korea, and then this new guy is also the new guy is also woke, or in comparison to Yoon, obviously.
Wow. I think you should place more emphasis on this anti-Semitism stuff, similar to arguments for God. The most compelling case is arguably the Schöneberg variant cases. It's a bit odd that PISSCO can hear you, Avi, Lonerbox, and Hutch say Hassan is anti-Semitic and still claim he has no reason to believe that's the case. That means he's being obtuse or thinks you're all brain broken snowflakes. If you wanted to do like hardcore ops or whatever, maybe this will be like a rhetoric direction after my court case. I actually think returning back to like defrosting the
about it
demolition man of progressivism would actually be the way to do it. I don't know. I don't know if people are aware of how bad socialists and Marxists are when it comes to social issues. They really, really, really hate them. And I could see some fights opening up that really exposes the gap on that, especially since so many of these leftists, like the Marxists, and so many of the left libs are all white. They're all young white dudes, and they really hate talking about that stuff. And their takes on it are usually fucking horrible. So if some kind of big rift were to open up that way, because I do think, as paradoxical as it seems, although this is an intentional propaganda strategy, I would say, I do think that the majority of the socialist people in the United States, people who identify as socialists, are still just like progressives who think it is just about like more healthcare or whatever bullshit. But if things like DEI or affirmative action or any type of like racial equity issue comes up, the progressive people will realize very, very, very quickly that the Marxist types are not on the same side for that. Definitely not on the same side for that.
If this is who we are, we're just Rome sitting here waiting to burn. We've got nothing left. It makes me fume. If he sat there and said, we didn't have any clean water to drink, we couldn't take a shower. I mean, well, I didn't get to take a shower.
You should market yourself as a progressive. People still call the DSA progressive, even IRI during the Hong election stream. The issue is that like so many games have been played with all these words. Nobody knows what any of this stuff means anymore. So it's very difficult to identify. I just usually try to describe, I don't even know I just say I'm center left to far left, depending on your perspective. I don't even know how to describe. There's no words that work anymore. Because even when I say like leftist here.
Does liberal not work?
No, no, because in the United States, liberal just means Democrat. So like, for instance, when people say, was it a news thing we were listening to? Did somebody describe me this way? When somebody's like, oh, you're super liberal. Somebody thinks you're super liberal. When 90% of Americans say that, what they mean is that you're too far to the left. But if a Hassan type were to say that, they mean that you're like on the right. They think you're a liberal. They would say that. So it's a really weird, like the way that we use everything is just so strange, yeah.
Sat there and said, we didn't have any clean water to drink. We couldn't take a shower. I mean, well, I didn't get to take a shower for about 6 months, but still, something that has something to do with hygiene or, like getting sick. There was a scurvy outbreak and, the guys that were missing legs were only given wooden pegs instead of metal ones. Then maybe I might have some sympathy.
This guy lost both his legs, by the way, which is so wild. Like, to me...
Wait, what?
Dude, you sacrificed your legs for a pointless, costly war that was incredibly violent to the victims on the ground. And that wasn't a wake-up call for you to just really reconsider this jingoistic attitude. I will never understand that. I will never, ever, ever in a million years understand that.
Okay. Okay. Good one. Attack veterans.
Surely people should keep campaigning with him when he acts like that.
Well, to be clear, I don't think like Al-Sayed will. It's just a matter of will he disavow the things Hassan says or his campaign. I would be surprised. That would be a prediction I'd be incorrect on, is if he actually did another event with him. Maybe with like a lot of people present. Like if it was like an influencer event, maybe, but even at that, I don't know. That seems like it would be spooky.
You see Trump threatened to bomb Oman today?
No.
Oh. He said like if
Wait, hold on. I'm
Oman-
sorry. 1 second. Real quick. This guy said, "Are you retarded, Destiny? That's clearly not equal." Wait, what's clearly not equal? I'm talking about like attacking vets, I'm just saying that if you're putting yourself, if you want to do the media thing, like a big, well, I don't say like a big boy, because fuck that, because I don't want to do that shit. I think it's boring. Fuck that. But if you want to do like mainstream media stuff, like there are certain things that are just always going to sound horrible to like normie audiences. Attacking vets is probably going to be one of those things. And like if they invited me to CNN, I'm not going to be making like rape analogies like on mainstream media. I don't know how to explain that to you. It's just not. I mean, your Factorio. It's not symmetrical.
Yeah.
If Oman gets in the way, we'll bomb the shit out of them, is what Trump was quoted saying earlier.
Yeah, because I think Oman is working with Iran
Oman
to
and Iran are
figure
supposed
out
to be getting a
like how to do their
treaty
shit.
together on the strait.
Yeah.
Someone's got to hold these motherfuckers accountable. You know, someone's got to do something about it.
Someone. You're that hero, Hassan. You can do it. We're all relying on you, buddy.
You got to
He
sue
won't be
Jennings to
suing.
create any lasting change here. I don't think you'll be able to convince him otherwise. No, for sure. I understand it. And it's so funny because I have been defamed and slandered endlessly on the
Wow.
internet
Wow.
and by mainstream outlets in the past as well. But I had to put my foot down when something is so egregious.
To your earlier point, the New York Times article describes the DSA candidates as boldly liberal. Yeah.
I have to do something about it. So yeah, we have to do something. It's we have to set a precedent here because enough is enough. I do truly feel like it's gotten completely out of hand.
Wow.
With the way people do comms, with the way people talk about one another.
Comms. Oh my God, he's so official.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Thank you, Hassan,
the thing
for
is,
taking
like,
a stand for truth.
I've let it slide for so long, dude. I mean, it's just people have yelled at me over and over again for not being more litigious. I hate it. I don't like it. I'm not a fan of litigation in general, but like, what is this? Rape Tone is actually begging you to sue him and threatening to sue you if you sue Jennings.
Hold on. Just to be clear, I'm not defending Tectone, but he was never charged with like rape or anything, right? I think like non-consensual. What was it? Oh no, I guess Pinky Chew, right? That's her name, right? Mm-hmm. Claimed that he was like forcing her to give him blowjobs and stuff in a way that I guess you could characterize as rape, but I don't think he was never charged with that or anything, right? He lost the rights to his guns? Yeah, but I think that's because they had a domestic violence dispute or like a DV or restraining order thing. I think in Texas, some states have like automatic things that kick in to where you're not allowed to have possession of a firearm as part of like a restraining order, a domestic violence thing or whatever. No, it's Pink Chew. Oh, my bad. It's just a little crazy to be... I feel like if I was about to sue somebody for defaming me, I would want to be very, very, very careful with my words in terms of how I describe people. But who knows? I'm not the litigious master like Hassan will be, I guess.
Law about what?
He admitted to being schizophrenic. Was he really, though? I think he said it, but I don't know. I don't know how much I believe that. But. What's up?
Maybe I'm a little behind on the stream, but your response to him saying rape tone, to Hassan saying rape tone. How far is that back in the stream?
Like a minute. Why? What's up?
Okay, so I thought I was really behind on the stream. That's why I asked. Why did you like try to like make sure that Tectone was like convicted of rape to make sure? Hassan calls you doesn't he call you rapestiny, Epstiny, and fucking
yeah. Well, I mean, I would say that for mine too,
case
but
isn't
I'm not,
over.
well, yeah, but I'm not a human being, so literally nobody considers that. I just think it's funny to like that he throws around all these things. Well, it's just because I just heard him say rape tone too. It's just funny for him to talk about how he's been defamed so much and he's always being, unfairly targeted by media and they lie about him, and then he's like rape tone, rape tone, rape tone.
Do you think he acts like a crybaby?
Yeah, of course, but crybully is like the meta, bro. Look at Donald Trump. Holy shit. Or look at the Palestinians, or look at Israel. Everybody's a crybully.
All right, relax, bro. I don't know why I don't know why Palestinians are like the go-to for you, huh? Why is that?
I said Israel too.
Yeah, Israel too. Like, sure, they are a bit of crybullies, but what do you mean Palestinians? Palestinians are like.
I shouldn't say
it's a bit more
Palestinians. I should say
complicated.
Hamas. I should say Hamas, I guess. But
Yes,
but it's like
Hamas,
the meta. The
absolutely.
meta is like you provoke something and then some shit happens and then you say, oh my god. So you could say Hamas or whatever. I think some of the shit people got mad at me for the Hollywood thing, but I mean, I don't know. I feel like someone's kind of weird.
Bro, your fucking Hollywood take was retarded. No offense.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I can't imagine.
here-
I can't imagine
No,
filming family members going into an area where somebody says you're going to be shot if you come here, and then you go there, and then you get shot, and then you film and you release it on YouTube. That's wild to me.
So here.
Yeah?
Of course it's wild to you because you're not thinking about it the way they were thinking about it. They weren't thinking about, hey, let's get a fucking clip. They were thinking about, hey, maybe the chances of us not getting shot is higher if we have a camera filming.
Yeah,
'Cause a lot of
they think that
Palestinians-
that there's no way the IDF would shoot us on camera, right? Really?
I mean, the chances do drop drastically compared to like most of the time. There's a lot of instances where like news just gets dropped, where like Palestinian was murdered, shot, killed. Palestinian was murdered, shot, killed. Palestinian was murdered, shot, killed. But the video, like the frequency of that is way higher than the frequency of videos.
Sure.
I live here.
If
I
I'm
get
meeting
local
you,
news.
Well, hold
right?
on. If I was going to meet you halfway on this, okay, which I don't even know I would because this is my original claim. I agree that filming stuff related to like domestic stuff for sure, but like I'm pretty sure those videos that I was looking at, these were like in Gaza as like it's an active war zone and everything. Like I mean, I would just I feel like it's kind of wild. But I mean, hey, like the settlers do the same thing where they go build shit and then they, whenever Palestinians show up,
maybe you're misunderstanding.
Or go ahead.
Maybe you're misunderstanding the use of Hollywood. Like the use of Hollywood is Palestinian faking their injuries or faking or stage something that Israel did, or like say that Israel did something that they didn't do. Like it's faking something that happened, not them filming and then getting shot. That is like disconnected because they were just filming and the Palestinians did get shot by Israel. Like if they acted like they weren't getting shot and nothing happened, that is what Israelis usually call Pallywood.
Okay. I don't think I've ever seen any examples.
Actually getting killed.
Sure, I haven't seen any examples of that where people are literally just full
There
on
is.
faking shit.
There's absolutely like people acting like they've been shot and killed and whatever, and then later on they. Well, it's not Israelis, it's Palestinians. I wouldn't bring it up if that didn't happen. Mainly because I'm Palestinian mutant. I'm mutin. But it does happen.
There's to see it though.
Probably one of the worst examples of this was, I don't remember if it was for the Associated Press or if it was for some big org. It was some big org. I think it was the first Lebanon war where a photographer went to take pictures, and for some reason they doctored or they got people to pose more for these pictures. This was like, was it the first? It was in the 1980s. Fuck, does anybody want to talk about it? It was a big deal because obviously, understandably, people were pissed off.
There is okay. So there's one thing. There's two types of Hollywood mutin, whereas the type where Palestinians sometimes, this is a lot more rare, where Palestinians fake it themselves. And then there is the Hollywood that is online, people online that would spread footage from other areas and say it's from Palestinian, like from Israel killing Palestinians. For example, there's a lot of footage of fucking like mass, like wrapped up white bags of bodies in Syria. And then they would recycle that footage to say this is what is going on at the Al Shifa hospital or whatever fucking hospital in Gaza, and Israel massacred 300. Like that, there's two types here. The much rarer one is Palestinians actually faking the thing. Because here, remember, at the end of the day, Palestinians in Gaza didn't need to fucking fake anything. There's plenty of fucking destruction.
But didn't you just say that you had like that they were doing this?
Yeah, there was some instances they did this, but mostly it was in the West Bank.
One source of this, I'm curious.
Jesus, he just came in with a casual talk. Holy fuck! Turn it down, Mutin.
You don't have to show it to me right now, but you can.
I will find it. I will find it. Again, you're just making me fucking.
That's right.
Look,
well,
you're as a Palestinian.
Mutin is in debate mode right now. Okay.
No, listen. He's making a Palestinian look for Palestinians faking injuries. Think about that.
Brought it up.
True. That is true.
Well,
That's
no,
pretty
it's
gross.
because of his Pallywood take. His Pallywood take is fucking retarded, in my opinion. That's why.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I know, but use this as a defeater of it.
Okay. You'll find it. Okay.
Here, I will find it. Give me a moment.
Well, you don't have to find it right now. At some point. Okay. Do you have any other
I will
things for
find
us,
it
or
now.
can I continue
No,
my
that's it.
slop?
You can continue.
Be careful.
Yeah, get your slop.
Jesus, Moot. You're in killer mode.
I mean, you should be able to find something, right?
He's got
I just
Palestinian
don't
internet.
understand how people think these kinds of things go, where they're talking about like, oh, Discovery is gonna really show the reality. Like, what? Discovery is gonna show what you think? It's gonna show that I'm like actually a person who is.
Hassan is right here, and I'm wrong and retarded, dude. I don't know anything about any fucking actual court shit. I can tell you all the by the book shit. So retarded. If you want to do Discovery, apparently you just don't give anything at all, and then you're just like, oops, I don't have anything. LOL. And as long as it's not like the feds coming after you. I didn't know. I just didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you could just like not comply with anything. You just say like, oops, LOL. Fuck me.
Pro lynching and anti-black. What are you, fucking psychotic? I mean, I guess you have to be. Again, we're talking about no consensus reality. We are talking about no consensus reality. This is the place that we live in. This is the
DSP eats a chocolate chip cookie.
Pretty chunky wafer, right?
That's not a cookie
it's
at all.
actually chunky. Pretty chunky wafer, right? Pretty big width there. All right.
Is this how he writes off his cookies?
Based.
Pretty big width there.
It's actually chunky.
Okay.
Then why aren't you gay? Because God has cursed me. God has cursed me with heterosexuality. I am forever cursed. It is what it is. Okay?
Okay.
I've got 2 little girls at home.
What is... Wait. Is his race supposed to be like close?
Is his no? I'm pretty sure it's not. It's
okay, but he probably has to campaign because he's supposed to. Okay, I saw something on the news the other day where he said like he is absolutely not going to be running for president.
Apparently, Obama did this as well.
He said absolutely not going to be.
I don't have the exact quote, but I can find it.
Sure. Actually, it doesn't matter. He has to say that. I don't know if this is a dynamic you've picked up on or not, or if we've talked about this, but like you can't, it looks really, really, really bad to people in your district when you're talking about like wanting to run for office and stuff, and you're not like wanting to run for a higher office, because it makes it look like you don't give a fuck about the one that you're running for. So like if you get elected as governor or you get elected as a senator, and then in 2 years there's an election coming up for president, nobody wants to think that you're just trying to like ditch that office and go for the presidency, you know?
Yep. Feels like you're just like using it as like a stepping stone.
Basically, yeah. And then it feels like nobody, like the office that you're actually in, people feel like you won't give a fuck about that office, like doing what you need to be doing there.
Eva's 4 and Lila's 1, and I'm so grateful to this country for the security and the opportunity it affords them. But this isn't the world I want to leave them. Soon enough, they'll learn there's now plastic in human blood and breast milk.
That makes us stronger.
That toxic forever chemicals are in half the country's drinking water. Eva loves animal documentaries, and she'll learn that the butterflies are dying off.
Have you ever heard of that windshield bug theory thing?
Yeah, how back in the day you used to be able to drive around and you'd have 10 billion bugs on your windshield, but now you don't have any.
Do you have any personal experience with that, or?
I remember growing up, but like we were like traveling in Kentucky, and I haven't driven in Kentucky since then, but I mean, it felt kind of true, sure.
Yeah, okay, I super major 1,000,000,000% feel that, but I don't know if I'm like mind fucking myself or not. But I know that driving when I was younger, there was so many bugs. Like that was like the meme is you'd have to stop at the gas station, and then you'd have to get the fucking, I remember grandpa doing the squeegee shit all the time. And then you have to do the squeegee shit all the time, and it's hard too. They don't like come off easy. You gotta like scrub. But now I feel like that never happens. But I don't drive as much in Nebraska anymore, so I don't know if it's just, maybe it's just like the where I'm at.
Here's the link if you're curious about Obama. He says, I will not run for president. I will serve my full 6-year term.
Damn! Well.
She'll ask me why I allowed these things to happen.
Hey.
What?
You were talking about the bug thing.
Oh,
I know
yeah. Are you a bug expert?
Lawyer, but I know a lot about bugs. I don't know if you noticed, but my profile picture is a bug.
Okay.
One of the main reasons that you don't see as many bugs on your windshield anymore is because the design of windshields is a lot different. So they're not as vertical, they're a lot more sloped, and the airflow around them lets the bugs fly over rather than getting hit by them. So that's like a really big part of why you don't see as many of them on your windshield anymore.
Wait, has anybody made a video? Is that like true?
I mean, I wouldn't say that's like 100% the reason, but it's contributing, like a major contributing part to it. It could be that there's less, like, there is less bugs as far as like total.
Well, sure.
Like, since you were a child.
There's not like immediately. I'm not saying it's bullshit, but I'm just thinking, like, if you would hit a windshield as a small bug going that speed, would the fact that the windshield is sloped more, would that help, or would you still get immediately?
You're not hitting it. You're not hitting the windshield. That's the point.
You would have to be hitting the windshield, no?
Like the way that the wind flow goes, you pass over. You're not like the wind isn't striking onto the windshield. It's flowing over the car rather than striking onto the windshield and going around it. That's what I've read.
Interesting. Okay.
Got a link?
I'll think about it. Careful.
Yeah, bug you're gonna ask a bug. You're gonna ask a bug to go find a link on that.
That's right.
What's up, Darius? What do you want?
Darius. No, I want to talk Darius first. Darius.
What?
Darius. Hey, I was watching the trailer for Primetime coming up. I just wanted to say, I feel like you are kind of the Robert Pattinson of the DtG community. I think you have a similar energy.
Incredibly attractive, incredibly charismatic.
Yep, true. Okay, what do you want? I got a ton of videos and shit I got to get through. What do you want, Darius?
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll leave.
I have a ton of things to get through as well. Wait, no, Kafka. Fuck.
What do you want, Darius? Go.
Okay, can we start off with something that's really important?
Yes.
And then we'll go to the next thing. Okay, so here's what happened. Okay. So
wait, no, hold on. Let me finish this video. It's like 2 minutes, okay? And then you can talk about what you want. Hold on. Seriously.
Okay.
I've got 2 little girls at home. Eva's 4 and Lila's 1, and I'm so grateful to this country for the security and the opportunity it affords them. But this isn't the world I want to leave them. Soon enough, they'll learn there's now plastic in human blood and breast milk. That toxic forever chemicals are in half the country's drinking water. Eva loves animal documentaries, and she'll learn that the butterflies are dying off. She'll ask me why I allowed these things to happen. She'll learn about the nuclear weapons that still threaten annihilation. And when you step back and consider it, the situation is absurd. Tech titans dig bunkers and warn us the new intelligence they're training could lead to mass joblessness or human extinction, and our Congress debates ballrooms and youth sports. We've amassed enough firepower to end the world 1,000 times over, but we can't summon the will to guarantee health care and pre-K. I say all this to say that it's the crushing weakness of our politics against the unmet needs of our people and the massive stakes of our times that's shaking our faith in the future. But Atlanta, I refuse to leave my girls a world as dark and dangerous and cruel as this one threatens to become. See, when Eva... When Eva's old enough to ask me why I'd let this happen, I'm determined to answer truthfully that I didn't. I'll tell her how the same year she turned 5, Georgia stood up all together, all at once, and said, "Enough is enough."
Cute. I think that the best politician ever, okay, the one who will have my support, nobody will do this, obviously. Somebody needs to come out and say, we need to look at who the real problem is. The real problem is the voters. You guys are fucking retarded, and you need to start voting for real shit. Because the ballroom shit and all the dumb stuff that Congress is talking about or whatever the fuck else, that's directly downstream from what gets fed to the public that the public then likes to talk about all the fucking time and obsess over, okay? The voters need to figure their shit out. Okay, what do you want, Darius?
Okay. So, you remember Oklahoma 1 year ago, November, October. Start of October. I got arrested because they thought I was under drugs, under the influence, etc. Remember that?
When you were in the car?
Yeah.
Like you streamed it or whatever, this bullshit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, what about it?
Okay, so go to a year later now. I've pretty much have been offered like two things. I have two options. One is I can fucking take a guilty plea, or I could argue in court. I talked with my lawyer, and honestly, my lawyer is, I think they're intentionally not trying to say things just because they want money. So I'm coming to you guys and the public to ask for advice on what I should do. So I genuinely was not under the influence at the time. I was not under any drugs. I was not drunk. There's no substances in my body. They did a drug test, and I tested positive for THC, but like, again, I have the whole day recorded. I wasn't smoking. You can't see me smoking anywhere. You could see the situation that happened. You could see, that I wasn't, there's nothing there that would indicate that I was on drugs. But I did smoke weed like a week or two prior, and when I was in LA. Now I'm trying to figure out if I should. So the options I'm having, one is like it's probation and a guilty plea, and the probation's like just like, it's not like awful. It's not the worst probation ever, but it's just like I just don't want to take a guilty plea for a crime I didn't do, and I have like recordings of the whole thing, like of me like the whole day. Like showing I didn't take drugs, but I don't know how it would go. And like, they said it's going to be a jury trial, and I would have to I'm going to be spending more money on my lawyer, but I'd rather do that than have a DUID on my record. But so I guess what I'm asking is how bad is it to have a DUID on your record? And then also what's the odds it goes to trial and I win?
Okay. The first issue is what is the potential crime that you're facing? Also, the second issue is, hold on. Don't ever say anything ever. If this is a serious thing and you're not being fucking retarded, don't ever say anything ever about what you're talking to your lawyers about ever, okay? Because you can tell your lawyers anything, and they have a responsibility to represent you as best they can, and their relationship with you is not anything that anybody else is allowed to critically examine. Like a police officer or DA, shut the fuck up for a second, okay? Police officer, DA, whatever, can't say we think that he's doing this because his lawyer thinks that he can't win the case, right? They're not allowed to do that. Unless you publicly say something like that. Now you've waived your attorney-client privilege, and now they can bring that up. This guy is saying that, his attorney said you got no shot. I know that you're guilty, and I know you're going to lose. I know you're supposed to be blah, blah, blah. So, one, don't, if you're seriously going to court on some shit, don't ever bring up your anything that you talk, just anything at all, just because you don't know what it'll get into. So don't bring up anything that you say with your attorney public. Okay, number one. Number two, if you plead guilty to whatever they're asking you to plead to, what type of offense is this? Is it misdemeanor or felony? Is this misdemeanor stuff?
It's a misdemeanor, the DUID, and then they also are trying to get me on drug paraphernalia because they found a straw that was maybe an inch big, and they're trying to say that it had stuff in it. I know for a fact it didn't have anything in there. But they're saying that it was used for me to do drugs. But the logic would be that if I was using it for drugs, I would have tested positive for the drug they're saying I was using it for. But that wasn't there. So it would be a drug paraphernalia charge, and it would be the
Wait,
DUID.
hold on. What's the difference between what they're charging with and what they want you to plead to?
They want me to pretty much plead guilty to everything, like the drug paraphernalia, the DUID, and then I'm not going in the right lane for an emergency vehicle.
What's the deal? What's the point of? I think these are all misdemeanors. What's the point of pleading if you're pleading guilty to everything they're charging you with?
They said the plea is going to be that I would. I guess the plea that I would. I don't know. That's what I'm so confused by, because my record. I was like, why can't you just argue maybe if I'm I think the plea is what I get on probation, and that's what they give me instead of doing jail time or something, because I think that's what they're implying is that I would do jail. So if I went to court, the idea is that I could possibly go to jail for X amount of time, but it's
okay, so as part of your plea deal, they're going to be they'll ask the judge for lighter sentencing as part of a plea deal. But if you go to trial,
Yeah,
then they're
I
probably
got
going
that.
to try to ask for more. They're going to try to throw the book at you. They'll ask for more, basically. So you
Yeah.
stand to lose more at a trial if you lose than if you accept a plea deal. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Usually, I mean, like the best. So I'm not a lawyer, but the thing that I would imagine is if you have a lawyer who's experienced in the field, they've probably seen fucking thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of cases like this, and they're going to be familiar with the type of evidence that the juries see, that judges see, and then like what wins or loses cases. And like if it is the fact that you have like a positive drug test, if it is the fact that you failed any kind of field sobriety test, I don't know if they did that, or if the cops felt like there were reasons why you seemed like you were acting out of it, and then if they have something in the car that they can say is drug paraphernalia, you're fighting on like 7 different levels of, well, I smoked, but it was like a week ago, and like I didn't do anything out of that straw, and I didn't test positive for those particular drugs, and I might have been acting weird, but it's not like that. Just seems like an uphill battle to me. But I mean, that's, I don't know. It's,
with a jury, so I'm like, with a jury, I like if it was like just a judge deciding, I'd be like, okay, yeah. But with a jury trial, I'm like, there's no way that a jury sees this and they see that like, hey, I think they're saying I did this drug. They're telling, and I was with someone as well, and they were telling like the person I was with like that I'm a prolific drug user. I have no drugs on my record at all. They were just telling them a bunch of bullshit. And if they look at like the body cam and everything there, like I'll be honest, you guys heard it. I was talking a little crazy and giving like too much information, but everything they were accusing me of at that time, like none of that stuff was true at all. And it's not in the drug test, like the test results at all. So it's like, I am fighting an uphill battle, I feel, but I feel like it's, and I was talking to my lawyer about it, and they just don't like, I think, so it's like from a small town that I'm doing it in. And I was thinking, I was like, okay, maybe he'll tell me like, okay, he's dealt with this before, but I think like legitimately, like 99% of the times he gets stuff like this, it is from people that are genuinely on drugs or they are doing something. I looked up some girl that had a DUID, but she wasn't under any influences, but she, smoked weed previously, so it was still in her system because it takes like, 30 days or whatever. And she just pled guilty as well. But it's like, I don't know if it's because there's nothing they could do or it's just really expensive. Like, it's like they're talking like they want another $6,000 for me, for my lawyer. And I'm like, the average person's going to be like, fuck that. I'll just take the fucking probation. And
well, because usually when you're paying lawyers for stuff like traffic or DUI stuff, usually you're paying the lawyer because they have good relationships with the prosecutors, because they have a lot of experience and they know what wins and what doesn't, and because like to facilitate everything and to save everybody time, a good lawyer who's been involved in this for a long time can go to a DA and say, hey, like we've done this many times, I've got a first-time offender, this is the situation, like we're willing to just plea out to this, we don't have to waste time on anything. That's like $1,000, $2,000 traffic bullshit or whatever, right? But if you're talking about going to trial, you're talking about you're talking about like that's way more work and prep and everything else. Like it's going to be not a ton. We're not talking like it's some massive, huge fucking murder 2-week trial thing. But my guess is it would probably be one day. Did they give you any estimates on like how long they think it would take, or?
They didn't get. He hasn't. That's my biggest problem right now. Like I'm not really getting any sort of information in terms of like the trial thing. It seems like every time I have communications about it, we really want to just avoid it. I don't really know.
I don't understand what you mean when you say they. Fuck. Hold on. Let me 1 second.
All right, go get a new lawyer.
Yeah,
Good luck.
get another lawyer. I don't know. Yeah, otherwise meme about and have fun memes. But otherwise, yeah, okay. I'm sure.
This is serious shit, and you
Yeah,
should
you
actually
just get it.
take
You
it
should-
seriously.
Yeah, I know. I've been deliberating it because I'm trying.
I don't know why you're deliberating. Why do you keep saying that? What do you mean? No, it's a choice you make. Call, get one.
So what you told us earlier didn't sound like you were deliberating either.
Yeah, just go get one.
Well, because I
love you.
have strong feelings about how I should pick the other option, but it's just that I don't know how to weigh out the cost, and I don't know realistically what happens. But I guess I'll talk to them and see if they can tell me. But again, I've tried. I feel like I've tried. I don't have these conversations recorded with them, but it's not like I just go there. I'm like,
I'm sorry. It doesn't sound like you've tried too much because you're figuring this out like day before.
Or just
What am I figuring out?
Nothing. Hold on, because I got a lot of shit I gotta do. You should find the questions you have to ask, write them down. If you don't get good answers, then call and find another lawyer and ask them. That's what I would say. Okay.
Good luck.
I love you. Be careful. You can do it.
Oh wait. Okay. Speaking of driving, so we're all gonna be in Miami in a couple days, right?
Yep.
All right. Yeah. So what's the plan, guys? So we're all thinking about getting food or something.
For
What's the
sure.
sitch?
We will. We're gonna go to restaurants. It's gonna be great. Okay.
Oh, that's awesome. Is there a group chat or something?
Nope. Haven't made one yet.
Oh, it sounds like we should
We'll
get
get
one
on that.
made.
We'll get on that. Okay. Be careful. Bye. Love you. Bye.
All right, sounds good. All right, enjoy the stream, man. I'll see you soon.
Yep.
Bye bye.
More positive vision.
Sure the fuck out of me. What? Somebody link this.
So I talked about Prosper UK and this work that's being done to try to rebuild the centre ground of British politics. And there's been some amazing research. So Sam Friedman's written a Substack article on it where he's done research into what he calls the centre ground of British politics. And what he defines by the centre ground is the group of people who would consider floating, consider changing their vote. And what he finds basically is British politics is divided into 3 thirds. There are people who are always going to vote left, there are people who are always going to vote right, and then surprisingly there's almost a third of people who are floating voters. And he also finds that the left and the right are much more similar than you'd think compared to the...
2 seconds.
2 seconds?
Yeah, yes. What do you have?
What I have is that I sent Mootin what I was referencing earlier.
Okay.
And I wanted to ask Mootin what he thought about it.
He'll check it out, and he's going to get back to you on tomorrow morning stream for it, okay?
He did check.
I already told you what I thought about
okay.
it in DMs.
I love you. I'm moving up, okay?
That was...
Okay. Okay.
Share screen again.
Okay.
Centre. The left and the right tend to be whiter, older, in favour of retaining the triple lock, more exercised about immigration, generally more socially conservative. The centre ground turns out to be younger, more professional, more educated, often more prosperous, happy to let the triple lock pension guarantee go. Interestingly, less worried about business, less worried about AI, more positive about business, more positive about AI, less worried about immigration, positive about Europe, but also positive about Britain engaging globally, more international, less white, more ethnically mixed. And this is the group which is all to play for. This is the space that some parties should be occupying. Not a space the Lib Dems can possibly occupy. They haven't really worked out the language to speak to them. It's a space that Andy Burnham can reach into, and I think that one of the things that he's really good at is for the first time seeming normal, thoughtful, intelligent, relatable. It's a huge improvement. But I think he's going to struggle to actually come across as pro-business, entrepreneurial for this group. And this is where I think the Conservative Party has gone completely wrong. They're never getting back those reform voters. Well, at least 15% of the British public is going to remain out on the populist far right, and they're never coming back to the Tories. There is this whole group there where if you...
Okay, I don't care. This guy's just talking about centrist voters and stuff. All right. Before I get to the Vanguard
I feel like that's
stuff, this is 7 hours ago, so this will be after the Vanguard stuff. I think. What is our day? Is our days nuts in your mouth? Is that what that means?
Probably, yeah.
No, it's before. Oh. It's about Jason Arday, the guy who killed himself. Oh, I don't know who that is. What am I supposed to? I think it's bad to kill yourself? This video is from last week. Okay.
You have.
Israel is committing a genocide in
That's
Gaza.
incorrect. That is factually incorrect. Another big issue that's going to be in.
Oh, apparently this lady got in big trouble.
25, where I think the statistic is 1 in 4 voters in D25 is Jewish. You have said you want to essentially defund Israel. Israel, one of many countries that the U.S. contributes to. How are you going to explain to your Jewish voters that you would like to essentially put Israel in an existential threat?
I look at this as making sure that we actually practice democracy abroad.
I guess I know nothing matters or anything. Technically, my understanding is the only thing that could truly say that like some crime of genocide has occurred or whatever would be the ICC for individuals, or the ICJ would have to declare that Israel has failed in preventing the crime of genocide against Palestine. I don't know what the special rapporteurs or the special commissions or their opinions aren't technically determinative on this matter, not that anybody cares.
As well as at home. And when the nation state law in Israel was passed in, I believe, 2018, that created a much more tiered system of citizenship that privileges Jewish citizens above Palestinians, I don't believe it is in the United States' interest to support that. And we've also got our own laws on the books, the Leahy laws, that prohibit the military funding from the Department of Defense and Department of State from providing.
Let me just stop you for 1 second. That actually is factually incorrect. There was not a Palestinian state in 18. What I want to talk about is the here and now of the state of Israel exists in 1948, which actually was supposed to be a two-state solution and rejected by the Arab states. But
fuck all.
There was not a Palestinian state in 18. What I want to talk about is the here and now of the state of Israel exists.
I mean, technically that's true, but I think, don't they have like do they have observer status in the UN, or did they get like a thing at the UN for the Palestinians? It's a weird status.
In 1948, which actually was supposed to be a two-state solution and then rejected by the Arab states. But here and now,
this is technically true. But
a large chunk of the funding that goes to Israel is defensive funding for Iron Dome, or rather defensive, and then military funding greatly increased after the October 7th massacre. So I guess my question to you is, taking away Israel's money, which actually is a much more complicated equation because Israeli tech and the economic benefits that come back to the U.S. for job creation is all part and parcel of that, which not a lot of people talk about. But taking away a defensive mechanism for a state which has an existential threat all around it, stated by the terrorists who want to annihilate it, you're essentially taking away defense. And I think that's a very important thing for viewers in your district, because that's what they want to hear you talk about. Why?
Israel is committing a genocide in
That's
Gaza.
incorrect. That is factually incorrect.
It has been
That's
regarded
propaganda.
by the United Nations and Amnesty International and even Israeli human rights organizations, including B'Tselem. There's
The
a number
definition of genocide in the UN has said this, does not apply to what many people might think as a disproportionate
well, I don't think that the UN has made that statement either, so I don't know where she's getting her
wartime
statement
action.
from.
That's what that is in many people's minds. Genocide is a very specific thing. Action. What many people might think as a disproportionate wartime action, that's what that is in many people's minds. Genocide is a very specific thing.
She's getting the $7,000 checks. Just
Actually,
kidding.
genocide being committed against Jewish people,
Just kidding.
not by Israel. And that's just a fact.
I mean, the United Nations recently in Geneva found that the IDF had deliberately targeted women and children. There's been famine conditions imposed over the Gaza Strip by the blockading of aid entering the Strip. There's been indiscriminate bombing of hospitals, of mosques, of churches. Again,
I'm going to have to stop you, as that is factually not correct. But I hear you talking about something very important to a lot of people, and certainly who think that way. But as a congressman, and I'm being told we have to wrap, but as a congressman for District 25, I'm hoping your viewers will be able to hear you flesh that out a little more, as well as the Medicare for All and universal education. And we'll see you on the other side of Tuesday. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thanks so much for having me, Glenn. Israel is committing a genocide.
Genuine what the fuck moment. Oh my God, he was so mad. Notice how she says taking away Israel's money as if it's not our tax dollars. People were emailing. People got real
Is this
mad.
Austin? Is he an American citizen or?
I don't know. He's Hassan's #1 fucking Twitter guy, though. APAC tracker. Apparently, Progressive Victory quote tweeted this and said, "Crazy women." I don't know why they would do that, but okay. Oh, sorry. Insane women. Okay. What's our boy Hutch doing here?
Disney is almost eager to burn bridges sometimes. The recent leftist bad arc is only like a month and a half old. We'll see. We'll see where he goes with this. I really like Josiah. Josiah, to me, Josiah is like a good person, I think. Like behind the scenes, a good person. I'm just very fond of my friendship with him, even though we do get into like really significant disagreements sometimes. I'm not as close with PISSCO, but there's still like an affection there. And so I do feel defensive of my pals when I see some of the heightened rhetoric.
Distinctions between you and IRI, we were all pretty much united in our overall dispositions, both on the Wick conversation and, frankly, on the Keith Edwards conversations. But sorry, I didn't know.
Yeah, no, so like I didn't want to pile on. You know, if I have a particular animus towards a person or their views, then, but like even with Wick, like, you know, I popped down with Wick and I said, well, I'm basically just going to take the best seat. And for the most part, I didn't engage with Wick. You know, I corrected him on like the state delegation thing in the House of Representatives. But other than that, I didn't really join the dog pile. And so I took kind of a similar view or similar proposition with Keith, except the difference is, you know.
Wait, did we already watch this? When you streamed it live or something?
I don't. Oh.
Not that I think that Wick did particularly well making his point, but he certainly did a hell of a lot better than Keith did. You know, he wasn't stammering and stumbling over his words, visibly uncomfortable, visibly, you know, FC. And so I felt even more.
It does seem like it's Josiah burning the bridge with Destiny. He won't have a conversation with Destiny over this disagreement. They've been having this conversation by proxy for weeks. Well, to be fair to Josiah, Destiny's been going pretty fucking hard on Josiah. I haven't watched this video yet, but I think they're going too hard on Josiah, but the point Destiny is making is largely correct. I mean, I do agree with a lot of his points. I just think he's going from 0 to 100, you know. That's just the way that he operates. That's his speed. Like once he locks in on you, it's
like I feel like none of these people know what 100 is. Hutch should know what 100 is.
You haven't even begun to see him at 100.
I'm just like,
you were so nice to Josiah.
I feel
by
like
the way.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I don't know, dude. I don't know how to deal with this, like the proxy stuff, to where if somebody is running defense, so like Josiah was so eager to run defense for Keith, who's now called, well, he's at all the Lib Learn cast. He retweeted that one guy who said they were all sex-crazed weirdos, and obviously now he's called me a pedophile and everything. It's just insane that, like, on that side, those people can just go, like, literally at 100, full press constantly. And then there's a circle of people who won't say anything at all about it ever, and they won't.
What's the circle of people?
That, like, all the, like, these left lib people will never say anything about the circle of people who are the most aggressive, like, trying to destroy my life and career people. They'll never say anything about them. And then when I offer, what I'm saying is, like, light pushback, I guess it comes off as mean. But is it the, like, I don't know. I feel like I literally can't criticize these people. That's what I feel like. Sometimes I feel like I'm trapped in these weird, like, I'll call it an abusive relationship cycle, where these other people might not necessarily come down on me. They'll just treat me as Voldemort, participate in the spaces of my mortal enemies, drag them on to have conversations, like PISSCO dragging on Gisticle and shit to talk, or Sorpil going into Doobie's server to do AMAs and shit. Like, they'll do all this stuff. And then when I'm like, I feel like we should be able to push back on the left people more, it's like, I have to quit this community. I can't. It's too much. Like, it's so weird to me that the slightest amount of pushback is just like, it's fucking game over for me.
It can feel like an abusive relationship at times, of where, like, you try to set a boundary and then the other person's like, oh, well, I
didn't even like set a boundary. I'm not even necessarily like saying that, like, oh, well, I don't appreciate the way you guys are treating me. Saying, it's just like, I feel like we should be able to criticize these people to the far left more. And then also, and I guess maybe nobody acknowledges this, but like every single thing I said was correct. And now we've seen that it's like, I mean, you see the nonstop fucking ads that the Republicans have been running on, related to like Hassan and everything else. And he's getting fucking more airtime on Fox News than fucking Mamdani did over the past like month.
Yeah, it was all true.
Yeah. I don't know. It feels cringe as fuck.
I don't understand why Josiah, I guess, got mad at you. I can understand why PISSCO got upset at you, because you called him an anti-Semite at some point, but that was pretty far.
Yeah, that was way after. Everything has already been like, yeah. I think it's annoying too. I think, like, if Josiah was going to be personally upset, it would be over the fact that I'm basically accusing them of being like soft grifting, because I'm saying things like, I feel like you're just trying to like do what is most economically advantageous for you, basically, that's pretty mean. But like, I only started saying this after that felt like the main defense I feel that Josiah and PISSCO were giving. They're like, well, we want to be able to go on their shows and we want to be able to maintain good relationships because we want to be able to have access to their platforms. And then especially with PISSCO being like, yeah, you know, I would go on to like Fox News, even if it meant not really pushing back on the bad stuff. They just want to be able to like support them on some things. I don't know. That's just like, and then when they're saying at the end of the day, they're doing all of it just for access to the platform. I don't know how else I'm supposed to interpret that.
Yeah, I don't know. Josiah said, I blocked SB because of the personal attacks and insults towards me, PISSCO, Mockler, and others. What did you attack Josiah with personally.
It would be. It would
or
have to be that, like
insulting
I guess like the. I don't think I ever said grifter, but the
yeah,
idea that like
yeah.
you're. I guess I call him spineless, but that was after he'd already blocked me. But I mean, it is kind of like insane that these people cannot take a position against any of these far left people on literally anything ever. And then like, I'm so sorry, but like the blocking Conduit, when Conduit had accused Josiah, not accused Josiah, but I think he was rattling Josiah because Josiah was sweeping for Keith doing that retweet, and then he unretweeted it, and Josiah was like, oh, he unretweeted it, so it's fine. I'm sure he just didn't notice or whatever.
Well, I was the one who did that. Josiah didn't block me or anything. I was the one
He did
who
block
asked,
Conduit
like,
over it,
push.
though.
Yeah. Which I'm surprised why he blocked Conduit. Was Conduit's message mean?
No. Well,
'Cause I would assume
maybe
that he'd block
Conduit's
us equally. I
Conduit's
don't know.
message was like, it was something along the lines of like, I can't believe that you are forgiving this guy. I can't believe you're letting him slide on this when your channel name literally has to do with like deliberating politics or whatever, like deliberate thought or thinking things. Because his name is like pondering politics, and that was too much, and then he blocked him.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have blocked him there, but I could see why somebody feels like that's snarky and is like, fuck him. Because he probably didn't know who he is, would be my guess. And I don't mean that in a mean way.
Sure. I'm also getting very annoyed, and I think this was probably the last group of people that I'll tolerate doing this, I guess. It's very annoying to me that, like, if I'm bringing stuff up, it'll be talked about, but in the weirdest, like, Voldemort-style way, where it's like some communities are saying or some people are saying, and then they do this thing where they will drag on every single person peripheral to me to try to fight with over it, but then, like, never me. I don't know, that's really weird, no?
Well, yeah, that's one of my criticisms of PISSCO. It's like, again, you said maybe I shouldn't have been the one to do it or whatever, but you didn't fucking send me to do it, so I just did it.
Sure.
I reached out to him, I was like, hey, Steve called you an anti-Semite. I don't really think you're anti-Semitic. It'd be interesting to hear like you guys talk about this and like kind of hash it out or whatever. And then he was like, well, I just have no interest in like talking about this at all or having a conversation with him, etc. But then he went on like every other fucking show to talk about it.
Yeah, and they'll talk about it for weeks.
Yeah.
Okay, somebody says I already have actually watched this, so never mind. I'm sorry whoever I banned for it. Oh yeah, this was the tweet. So Keith retweeted, first of all, this account is fucking insane, but whatever.
Insane.
Yeah.
Yep.
In a world where liberal either means being a pill-gobbling, dead-eyed apparatchik, like Nira Tandon, one of Hassan's biggest offs, or one of these whinging freakazoid sex perverts, you should just be a leftist. You can even believe in things outside of hating Hassan Piker. And then they're retweeting I think this was a Lib Learn episode. Oh yeah, the one with Keith Edwards. And then Josiah was like, well, not cool, but he's unretweeted it. And then you said, why would he even retweet that in the first place? And then Josiah said, he told me he didn't read it. Apologized and took it down. Like, that's crazy sweeping. And then Conduit says, Josiah, you have almost 1 million YouTube subs on a channel literally named for applying critical thought to stuff like this, and you just handed your wallet to the wallet inspector. I guess it's kind of mean, but...
Yeah. I get why he would get blocked.
I guess. I guess like I would feel differently if these guys didn't sweep so much for the far lefty people. Because then it's like, okay, fine, you just don't want anything to do with any of this stuff, fine. But these guys are so eager to sweep for them, and these guys all play like 1 million times dirtier than this. I'm just really tired of being like handcuffed to the crazy standards or whatever. Whatever, I don't know. Yeah. This was... Okay. Where was our...
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'd be interested, like... I know you're not going to, but I guess I'll ask. Would you reach out to Josiah and, like, kind of just see if...
Well, he, like, hard blocked me on everything. He, like, is removed from Discord and everything, too.
Discord, too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, I mean, you can't really reach out. So.
Yeah, jeez. But sometimes I feel like when there are people doing things like this, sometimes I feel like they're looking for a stronger exit, I guess. That's what it feels like. Like if somebody comes up to me and they're like, hey...
I feel like the Keith Edwards stuff was like I need to leave because Keith is huge.
Maybe, I don't know. Fuck, what am I looking for? Hold on. Oh, this Vanguard show.
Did you see Nancy Bays got a bunch of tattoos?
That woman is fucking
Why?
insane in the worst way
That shit is
possible.
crazy.
I hate that motherfucker.
Believe the generic
Christ.
Congressional vote polls are.
I don't think you watched it. Can you ask chat when it was? Wait, who linked the thing saying Destiny you did watch it and they linked something? Oh my god.
It was Webtoon Enjoyer, I believe.
No, somebody else linked a VOD. They linked something afterwards.
There's DRT linking.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's probably.
Shut up. This is me watching you guys doing your debate, and then I'll hop on after. Oh, wait, I see it. Okay, at the beginning of this spot, I think. Okay.
Are a little closer, but God knows what to expect. All I'm saying is that +6, +7.
Oh, actually? Yeah, boy.
Mm.
Yeah. Fuck me. I just need to fucking do. Never mind. I don't care. I'm playing Factorio. I didn't watch it, and it just my chat is fucking retarded, but that's okay. All right, I don't care. Take a deep breath. Hold on. Okay. Take a deep breath. Okay, we're good. Okay. I went live that day while Hutch was streaming, and I had his stream on in the background. And that's with that video incorporated. And now there are fucking retards in chat that are linking, oh, you need to watch this! But it's not. I was just watching part of a stream that day. That's what that was. But okay, too late now. Who cares?
That is probably the generic congressional vote polls are a little closer, but God knows what to expect. All I'm saying is that +6, +7, that's real business for a plus Democrat turnout. I think it could grow from here. But you look at, the Democrats flipping tons and tons of seats if numbers stay like this, because the approval rating of Donald Trump just keeps collapsing.
Yep, 100%. 100%, Zach. Well, do you want to switch gears a little bit because we're about to have PISSCO on the show? I want to do a little bit of an intro to the drama that's been popping off in the Destiny sphere, the Destiny orbit related to PISSCO, our special guest on today's live stream. He's going to be here in about 10 minutes. Not his first time on the Vanguard. I think maybe his second or third. Actually, we always enjoy our chats with PISSCO, but unlike the Vanguard, PISSCO has maintained somewhat of a respectful relationship with Destiny and the Destiny community, along with the other folks of the Lib Learn podcast, which he's a part of. But all of that has come to an abrupt and pretty intense end recently, as Destiny has completely turned on not just PISSCO, but also Josiah of Pondering Politics. Again, two people that he's had a somewhat respectful relationship with, collaborated with, talked with quite a bit. And
you guys we've also had on the show. We have had Josiah on.
Just as so completely turned just means that I disagreed with them not covering negatively any of the crazy DSA lefty shit. That's what completely turned means, by the way.
Got blocked by them for
something we need to do in the future is we have to find a way to create lib left spaces where everybody doesn't immediately become fucking cockslurps for socialists. It has to be possible to find some people with some degree of actual political commitment, actual principled positions, actual things besides just watching the news and printing a million fucking Trump bad videos and then immediately just falling into the farthest left rabbit hole they can find. It's so tiring. It's so fucking annoying to feel like nobody has any political foundation or any principled foundation to their belief system at all. And it's just if a far lefty shows up, it's like a virus that will infect the space and they will all completely start to become beholden to it. It's so fucking annoying. Holy shit. Oh my god.
On the show multiple times.
Yep, two of our favorite
libs. We need more people of color and Eastern Europeans. True. Black people or Baltic and Eastern European people. That's what we need, okay?
Relationship with, collaborated with, talked with quite a bit. And
you guys we've also had on the show. We have had Josiah on the show multiple times.
Yep, two of our favorite libs. And I wanted to just play a little bit of this, guys, because we've talked about the Destiny crash out and just, I don't know how else to put it. It's a crash out if there ever was one. I almost feel like he's descending into a state of mental illness, much like we saw with Kanye West or Elon Musk.
Or Ethan Klein.
Or Ethan Klein. Yeah, I really do think it's on that level at this point. And by the way, this is why we don't entertain Destiny's challenges to debate us, because you guys are about to see how unproductive it actually is when you try to reason with Steven, when you try to have a conversation with Steven where you disagree with him. You're going to see how that went for PISSCO, and we're going to be hearing from him in person in just a second when he joins the stream. But there's a couple.
Well, yeah, I guess.
Couple clips. This is one that I thought would be good to start with, Zach, because it's just so unhinged. And again, people that don't pay attention to everything Destiny says, they might remember an older version of Destiny, a better version of Destiny, but this is who he currently is.
I like Destiny when he debated against people I hated, but when he debated against people I liked, then I hated him.
We're about to hear him totally freak out and crash out when he's confronted by his hypocrisy related to his stated plan to potentially vote for J.D. Vance in 2028.
My plan to vote for J.D. Vance. True.
That's slanderous.
AOC is the Democratic nominee.
that related to Crystal Ball giving an insanely raked over the coals interview to Slotkin or Matt Berenstein and these people abusing the fuck out of Mick Mora, would you ever title a video called, okay, fuck Matt, fuck Emma Vigilant?
If she said that she was open to voting for JD Vance, maybe.
You mean like Hassan and Vosh?
You mean like you?
You mean like Hassan and Vosh? Oh,
yes, like Hassan and Vosh and you.
I publicly criticized.
Me,
and you said that you were.
Wait, to entertain it in hypothetical, these guys didn't support him in the last election. Jesus Christ!
Sure, whether or not you vote for AOC.
I said over AOC, assuming a socialist takeover. They said over Gavin Newsom. Hold on.
I'm sorry. So when I asked that question,
you recognize the difference between those two statements? Yes or no?
Yeah, but just an invented thing. I never asked whether or not you vote for AOC given socialist takeover. I asked whether you would vote for AOC or JD Vance.
Stephen, sorry. This is much. No, the question to you was just as much of a no-brainer as it was to Hassan.
Just to be clear, no, it wasn't. But a lot of these people don't even know anything about politics in general. They cover the news. I don't know how to explain how far behind these guys are when it comes to like, do you even know like what a socialist believes? Like, what does capitalism mean? I honestly, I know that PISSCO can't answer the question. I don't know if Josiah can. I'm actually not sure. I don't know for any of these people. And it's just so fucking annoying to get like the most absurd hypotheticals thrown at you. And it's like, would you vote this or this for president? And it's like, what, in a vacuum? I don't even know how the fuck I'm supposed to answer that question. If you're not also, because he's like, well, no, this had to do with it didn't have to do with a socialist takeover or anything else. And it's like, I don't know what the world is for AOC to win the nomination in the Democratic Party. It implies there's a whole bunch of stuff about our politics that have changed. I don't know what JD Vance is going to look like in 2028 either. There's also going to be a lot of stuff about our politics that changes. The Gavin Newsom versus Trump thing, he's already a governor. But the idea is supposed to be, would you support a moderate Dem in general against Donald Trump? For the leftists, the answer is no. Not what is a party switch going to look like in 2 or 3 years. It's not the same. You can hate my answer or whatever, that's fine. But to pretend like they're the same or to pretend that they're the same level of obviousness is fucking retarded. It's a deeply unserious opinion to have.
Publicly criticized Hassan when he gave it.
You guys don't even know what communism is. You guys don't see the threat at all. You don't care at all. You're
yes, AOC is not a communist.
Yes.
It's not about AOC being a
communist. He didn't even know what communist was, I think, when I argued like 8 months ago or whatever on this. Oh my God.
Communist. It's about, would she permit, like Mamdani his, as a backdoor, all the commies in the party? That's the issue.
Yes.
I would prefer an economy ran by JD Vance over like the Green New Deal that literally
What? You would oh my God, that's insane. That's insane. Peter Thiel's little bitch boy, his little stooge, his pawn that has been infiltrating its weaselly way into our government, the man who was literally forced to change his religion to Catholicism to join Opus Dei. Yes, literally the same Opus Dei from the Da Vinci Code, those crazy bastards. That is JD Vance, and he has gone and he is going to let ICE run rampant, and he's going to collab with Tucker Carlson when they want to close the border and they want to ban fucking
Bro, this guy's crushing harder than I am.
Prozac, and they want to ban booze and any other kind of medication, God forbid. Fucking anything they can get their hands on to create a more fascist Christian takeover. They want to turn every single woman into an incubator for their incelibate fucking men. Are you crazy? The Green New Deal is harmless. Okay, we've already done a New Deal, and it was the best thing that's ever fucking happened to our country, and it saved us and got us out of the fucking Great Depression, along with turning our country into a full-time war machine, unfortunately. That's why we need to redraw the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely unhinged. As you guys probably know, this whole debate is kind of predicated on the fact that Destiny went hardcore scorched earth on Hassan for saying that he might not vote for Gavin Newsom if Gavin Newsom was the
Might not? Oh my God. Whoa, these guys are such bitches. Holy shit.
Democratic nominee. Now, I think Hassan has kind of edited that position and said, yeah, I'll probably vote for Gavin Newsom.
Has he?
No, they're just liars. But that's all they do is they sweep.
Sweep.
What is this? Destiny predicted everything.
Fetterman, you'd be making brain dead jokes, and you wouldn't give a because you think.
Yeah, and if I had.
What, this is the joke. Why are you against the Green New Deal in that clip? Because the original envisionment of the Green New Deal had more to do with it was either when AOC suggested or when Bernie suggested initially. There's like a 20% takeover of every corporation to like a board of workers. There was a federal jobs guarantee for every like major industry in the United States. There was a whole bunch of other shit that was thrown into it. It wasn't just climate change was like an afterthought related to the Green New Deal stuff. Most of it had to do with like the federal jobs guarantee and the 20%, the 1/5 of every company would go to the workers or whatever.
And you'd be making brain dead jokes, and you wouldn't give a because you think.
Yeah, and if I had. If I had an oven in my stomach, you could bake bread in my tummy. What the f*** do you mean? The whole point is who do you support? I support Pete Buttigieg because he's a liberal Democrat. Yeah, no shit. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but they hate Pete Buttigieg because they
He's a liberal Democrat. Yes, that's my point. Sorry, I'm sorry. Hold on.
It's fucking insane. And like, yeah, you have they're far left, more to the left, and they have strong critiques for centrists. But
they hate centrists. They hate Democrats.
But Fetterman is also the candidate. Fetterman is a Democratic candidate. Fetterman is a Democratic incumbent.
In general, I would support Fetterman.
I would. Wait. I would too. I would too. But that guy is in my metaphoric bullseye. I don't want to be global entry canceled. He's in my bullseye, and I'm going to talk about Fetterman and talk about the Lincoln Riley Act. I'm going to be talking about all his like embarrassing moments and being incredibly brutal through the primary, because that's what the primary process is about. Like, if there's some cringe candidate that I perceive as cringe, I'm going to talk.
Any of this. But you're not wanting. You don't hate Fetterman because he's a liberal and you want to replace him with a socialist. You think he's a shitty Democrat. They hate Pete Buttigieg because Pete Buttigieg represents a lot of things.
Have you asked them? I don't know. But they support Tim Walz. They think Tim Walz is based. That's not a socialist.
Tim Walz is like the borderline.
How long do I have to listen to this for? What am I listening to this for? How long?
Tim Walz. They like in AOC, even though they have the one disagreement there about the whatever funding. But guess what? AOC made that vote before. AOC did that vote years ago. And guess what? They still like her. They'll still vote for her. That's what when you were sullying out. I couldn't believe it, right? Like when we were making the empirical point that, yeah, this one thing that AOC said, it's not going to really change the lefty's disposition to them over the long run. We're making an empirical point that nothing ever happens. That was another example of us sweeping, and saying it doesn't matter. Totally misconstruing it. But the reality is these people, they'll critique their family member if they're running for election. They're purists to the core, but at the end of the day,
to be clear, they absolutely will not critique their socialist candidates. Absolutely not. No way in hell. They love their
they
socialist
just did it.
candidates.
AOC, I thought that your whole point was that she was not.
They don't consider. Doug, I know that you don't believe me when I say this. Okay, talk to whoever in your life does socialism.
Remember Plattner?
Socialists do not consider AOC a socialist. Okay, nobody that is like on theory and all these people, they will not consider AOC.
You think they consider Tim Walz socialist, and they like Tim Walz?
No.
Yeah, and they like Tim Walz.
Maybe.
The only reason they liked Walz because it was either him or Shapiro.
And they like Tim Walz.
I don't know what their position is on Walz. Listen, if you want to do what you want to do, I'd be like, obviously you do what you want to do. But it's just like it's just another episode. It's another liberal podcast. It's not like, oh, let's go talk to the guys that hate our party just as much as they hate the Republicans, and let's see how we can talk to them in a friendly manner.
With Josiah steering the ship,
okay.
He will never, ever let it be said on that and let people forget that the Democrat is preferable to the Republican. That is his like mantra. Like, do we really not have faith in Josiah to make that point clear, that clear distinction between the Democrat and Republican? You really think that, like, I trust Josiah with that. Josiah would never let me, this entire podcast is premised on the notion that we would be the kind of, now I know Convo came out, that's his truth, he wants to be a socialist, that's power to him. I believe he's still liberal. I think it's compatible on his vision of what, socialism means. I do think it's compatible. I don't think there's a contradiction. But our entire thing was, why don't we get a podcast of people who actually like the Democrats more than Republicans and actually talk them up? That was our whole mantra. And we're like expanding, trying to talk to people and see our point of view. I'm trying to get them to be more based about constitutionalism, liberalism. I'm trying to give them the rundown on law stuff. I'm trying to, but your audience is trying to fuck me over. Trying to say that like I'm like a person, that I'm cooked, and it's making it impossible. And I think that you want that to happen. That's my intuition, is that you like that. You like to see, I don't know, sticking the knife in us and watching the chaos.
I should have seen this more. Well, he used that white blood cell comment. These guys are all. My biggest issue in life with relationships, girls, with streamers, with people, is nobody ever believes what I say, and people always try to like do this weird mind reading shit. And I'm pretty honest about almost everything I do, except when I'm fucking your mom. Like, this idea that like I'm like invested in their failure. I don't even know how I'm supposed to counter that. Like you're offering something with literally no evidence except for whatever Gisticle and Doobie are whispering into your ear, and then like
my intuition. You tell me it's wrong.
Have you seen any of my coverage of any of you guys prior to this engagement?
It was positive. It was positive before my take on the
your audience. That's when it's cooked.
Yeah, it's like, and then
that happens every time.
Yeah, it's so fucking cringe. Whatever.
On global entry thing, and before what I said about the Ethan Klein lawsuit, which I want to remind the audience you agreed with me, except for that my focus on the Ethan Klein lawsuit didn't seem to matter. The fact that we finally agreed that the lawsuit was strong, that it was the filing was unhinged.
Okay, so you just said that you feel like I'm doing this out of spite, and I asked you what happened, and then you just gave me two concrete examples.
I don't know.
I maybe read this, but it's not like I went off for months and months on these particular things. These are things I disagree with. But I don't think I developed spite 2 weeks ago.
Why did you block me? Why did you block me?
Because of the. I don't know how much I jump on it, but the fact that Aaron just somehow like crept back at everything is just like, that's just wild to me. But I just, for my own brain and my own sanity, I was like, okay, whatever. Like, you know what, people can do their own, and I'll just be over here doing my own shit.
Well, final prescriptions. I mean, it's like.
Like, I mean, that's so beyond valid, but whatever. Okay.
So what is the ethical? Let's rank your semantics on socialism. Let's rank everything, and let's just say what do you think is ethical for us to do?
This is what I would want to see at the end of the day. Okay, if you think that you can cast a net that will encompass some socialists because you're pushing some aspects of liberalism so hard, I think that's fine. Okay, what I would want to see at the end of the day, ideally, is these guys going back to their chats and their chats screaming at them, being like, why the f you guys like push harder for how the Dems are? Why do you guys push harder? And I get them to admit that like the Dems are the same as the Republicans. That's what I want to see their chats. Not after they leave your chat, like only the liberals left of the podcast be like, oh, like why is this guy such a loser? Like,
my community, my community was mostly DGGers. My community, or there's so much overlap. You want to know, like, I
don't think it was Discord, that way before the initial. When you guys did the initial, I didn't watch it. I watched the VOD of that when Hutch was the one who had problems. So I guess you're saying he had problems for no good reason. I guess was the issue, or
I think that he had problems with the optics, like a lot of other people did, and I can understand why some people that he might feel that way. I don't think that it's based in some. I think it's based in kind of like how it felt, but I don't think it's based on an objective like look at what occurred. That's my take on it, and I think that I wasn't trying to gaslight him. I like Hutch a lot. Hutch is my boy. I'm not trying to betray Hutch. I would never try to throw him under the bus. Like it's just not that way. Like offline, we have a very amicable relationship. So yeah, it wasn't that at all. And my community is highly critical. Unlike you, I don't delete all the criticism of me in my own Discord and even my Reddit. Now that I have a Reddit, like
these are talking points. I know. Yeah, these are just
You
like
don't go
talking
to your
points.
Discord.
It's just like talking points from this is a
How
Kiwi
did you
Farms.
not notice from here?
This is a Kiwi Farms talking point.
I don't delete that. People talk mad shit. And so it's just not the case that like my community is becoming
What? Never mind. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, my community is not becoming ML. It's not becoming like mass communists. The kind of fears that you're raising is like not true.
Change, PISSCO.
I've changed. How have I changed?
No, you're a
Francis?
community. Relax.
Yeah, but you were talking.
Whatever.
Wait, who was that?
I think that might have been Mantis. Was that no? That was a year ago. But crazy, huh?
I don't know.
If he's the nominee and it's Newsom versus Vance. But that's Destiny's whole beef with Hassan and the Hassan left, because people that are on the Hassan left didn't condemn Hassan hard enough for making that statement. But here he is basically saying the same shit, which is that if the Democratic nominee isn't someone that I support, I might not vote for them. And he goes even farther than Hassan to say that not only will I not vote for that person, but I'm going to support the Republican. I'm going to support J.D. Vance. I would prefer J.D. Vance over the Green New Deal, over what AOC and Zohran Mamdani represent. And he's being confronted by PISSCO, Josiah, and others on this obvious hypocrisy.
I did say economically, by the way.
And he's crashing out. He doesn't know what to say because there is nothing to say. It's the most obvious hypocrisy ever. He completely exposed himself. He took the mask right off. And now he has nothing to do but yell and scream in an Adderall-fueled fucking rage at these people that, again, have treated him very respectfully, considered him an ally, considered him a collaborator, and frankly, had the kid gloves on for the last year or two.
Dude, the only thing that I will cherish is watching the Republicans dig in on these motherfuckers, dude. It's just going to be so fun watching these people squirm who cannot handle the slight. These are the softest, soyest motherfuckers on the planet, okay? These guys probably bleed Vaseline. They're so soft and smushy on the inside. These guys are such fucking losers. And then the idea that I've been like gloves off, that I've been like unhinged by criticism is it's so fucking weak, dude.
Destroys 25% or whatever of all corporations and turns them over to worker-owned fucking boards. That's insane. That the Green New Deal is an insane federal job security. There's so much insane shit in the Green New Deal. We just don't talk about it anymore because it never went anywhere. But now we just look at.
Dude, he's out here crashing out about a federal jobs guarantee, dude. Why are you this is when you start to really reveal that you've created a corporate ideology for yourself, right? Why is it a bad thing for the government to say, yeah, anybody?
Why is it a bad thing for the government to just give you every single possible thing for free? Like, who cares? The government wants to guarantee that there are high quality jobs, and the government wants to guarantee free healthcare, and the government wants to guarantee free school, and the government wants to guarantee no copays, no deductibles, no rent because the housing is too commodified. Why do you hate people? Why do you hate good stuff, Destiny? Like, okay.
Who wants to have a job can have one,
What does a
and they can have one work
guarantee like entail? That just means like no matter what, if you want a job, and
I think the idea is that the government is always offering some type of work with some minimum level of pay. So the idea is that one, if you want a job, you can find one, and then two, I think it encourages or necessitates that industry pays more for workers. Otherwise, they'll just go to the federal job thing.
Got it.
But it
just doesn't
for
really
the
work
government
at scale.
None. This is all just like sloppyism stuff. Like the government could just give us a whole bunch of free shit, and somehow it's all going to work out in the end because free shit is like really amazing and base.
Bad thing for the government to say, yeah, anybody who wants to have a job can have one, and they can have one working for the government because we have a bunch of shit to do, Destiny. We have a bunch of things we need to improve in our country. We have a bunch of things that require all different kinds of skill sets, and that's great because America is a rich tapestry of different people with different skills. Isn't that wonderful? So we have people who are going to be great at rebuilding our infrastructure. We have people who are going to be great at sitting on the phone and walking the elderly through how to make sure they have access to things like their Medicare, like their Social Security, so they don't have to sit for hours and hours and hours and hours for nobody to pick up like J.D. Vance would do if he was running.
Didn't you explicitly say, like, right now, we're assuming AOC is the normal sort of progressive that's a bit too left on some things, that you'd pick AOC over Vance for now? It was just about the hypothetical of what may happen with the commies and DtG by 2028. Yeah, but that doesn't matter because Josiah and Hutch are politically retarded and don't know what communism or Marxism or any of that shit entails. Correct. Sorry, not Hutch. Hutch does understand. The other two guys just don't know anything about politics. And then for these guys do, but they're mask on. So they take advantage of the useful idiots who don't know what's going on. And then they just say like, oh, well, we just want like healthcare for people. And then that's how it plays out over and over and over again. So you can never talk about like the broader like political ideology of these guys or the meta that they're trying to subvert everybody into because nobody has an understanding of American politics beyond like just liberalism. So like right, left, Democrat, Republican, and that's it.
In the country. If they were just cutting corners and trying to balance the budget that never needs to be balanced. Okay, do you understand here? You can fearmonger all you want about a federal jobs guarantee. That is a winning fucking platform, Destiny.
AOC is like the moderator.
Remember, these guys always think that the every far left platform is always the most winning platform. But if it's not winning, it's just because of capitalists or propaganda or whatever bullshit. It's always There's always some like external enemy. That's why the Soviet Union failed, because of the capitalist countries and because of America. And that's why socialism in any country doesn't work, because capitalists move in and destroy. There's always an excuse. There's always a reason somewhere for why it doesn't work.
Candidate that's had to move away from like the far left, but it's such a meaningless question.
Would you back a JD Vance when he said that he wouldn't certify the results of an election that he'd lose?
Yeah, on liberalism grounds, hopefully.
What? Yeah, that's disqualifying to me. But so is being a communist.
Well, wait a minute. But
so is being a communist.
They don't, see these and these fucking losers. God, oh my God, I'll get banned. Like they think it's base, they want it, and then Josiah and PISSCO don't know what it is. It's like, kill me, dude. What are our politics right now?
Again, AOC, not a communist. I'm sorry, but the only people that think AOC is a communist is like
Russian
Sean Hannity.
I was about to say Sean Hannity too. That's incredible. Fucking
yeah. The people on fucking Fox News, which apparently is where Destiny's getting his takes, getting his news and commentary these days. I mean, it's absolutely unhinged. It's absolutely unhinged, and the whole Destiny community is in shambles right now. They're totally crashing out over the fact that PISSCO's even coming on our show because they're like, these guys aren't loyal Democrats. I can't believe you're going to entertain these far left wing dirtbags who don't even support the Democratic Party.
We
When Zach
don't
and I
think
have
about
repeatedly
you.
said that we
They're retarded people to post on Twitter and shit. Yeah.
will support the Democratic nominee. Yeah, if it's Gavin Newsom, I'm going to vote for Gavin Newsom over JD Vance. I have no problem saying that. I have no problem saying that. As Jennifer Welch said, I'll crawl over broken glass to vote for basically any Democrat if they're running against JD Vance. I'm not going to necessarily love doing it. Obviously, I hope it's AOC that I get to vote for. But it's just ridiculous that Destiny's whole thing is like, you're not loyal enough to the Democrats. And he's also going after people like Emma Vigland and Crystal Ball for actually conducting tough.
Like, I'm so sorry. Dude, fuck, these guys should get fucking... I have never in my life had racist attacks against me until I started dealing with these scumfuck white people on the left. What? Destiny literally has Miami diaspora brain? What the fuck? These are like racist insults because my mom is Cuban. I've never even seen things like this before but until I started coming to these dog shit fucking communities. Holy shit. These guys are so mad that they grew up on the wrong side of the political aisle so they couldn't call everybody the N-word. It's actually insane. Holy shit.
Hardball interviews of candidates like Alyssa Slotkin and Mallory McMorrow saying that they've abused these centrist...
And I will say it, I'm sorry, because now I am triggered. Fuck PISSCO and fuck Josiah for never having the audacity to call any of these people out on any of it, okay? You are shitty people, you're spineless as fuck, and you have no real fucking friends, okay? So whoever the fuck is going to be in your political fucking orbit, and whoever's ever going to have, like, the most viewers on some fucking thing, but these things will break apart the microsecond there is any type of conflict at all. You will be dumped immediately, just like you dump the people around you. But if that's how people want to live, I'm fine with that. I've been streaming for 16 years, and I'm going to be here for another 16.
Democrats with their platforms. It's just hilarious. It's beyond parody. And in the wake of this discussion, and we're going to get
Ask my mask off for you being bi. Everybody's homophobic. Oh, yeah, and the Adderall attacks too. And I think Vyvanse not Adderall, please. Okay, yeah. All of it is permissible in this world, but it should be also. I'm not even mad at these guys, okay? These guys are retarded scumfucks, and they get away with it. And they should act like retarded scumfucks. They're like unruly children. The problem is nobody in the room who's supposed to be an adult can ever hold them accountable. Those are the people that I get more triggered at, but...
PISSCO to respond to this. In the wake of this discussion, Destiny has just completely lost the plot, taken his mask off, and has now resorted to the age-old tactic of calling people he disagrees with not just anti-Semitic, but actual Nazis, saying that PISSCO would have been a Nazi in World War II during a debate with Mantis on the Tom Foolery show. So before we get PISSCO in here, let's quickly listen to this clip, and then we're going to interview PISSCO himself.
Like, your movement is so lost. Hassan is okay, but I would appreciate it if he didn't slut-shame women, even if they are Zionists.
That's awesome. That's a good quote.
These people are crazy, dude.
The whole going at PISSCO thing, I fucking agree. PISSCO's a sweeper. He's being fucking annoying. He's being a pussy. He's weak. And I think it's fine to accuse him of being like pulling way too much weight for those cunts. And same with Josiah as well. Josiah was fucking disappointing. And I would fully go in on him. And I have been going in on them on Twitter. But I wouldn't call him an anti-Semite. I understand that you're doing this gay little functional anti-Semite thing. But why do you have to cross the line from like reasonable, he's a fuckwit, into like unreasonable, oh now he's just like hates Jews and shit. Or like he's an anti-Semite. Like it doesn't need to go into that unreasonable territory for you to make the same fucking point.
PISSCO would have been a Nazi in World War II. I don't know what you want me to say. I don't know if like the woke like time period, like the reaction to it, like broke all of your guys' minds when it came to any kind of social understanding ever. What the fuck do you think it means to be bigoted? Bigotry doesn't mean that you were born with an extra touch of evil in your heart. It means that you've created a permission structure and you have some beliefs that bias against a certain group of people that you use to facilitate mass hatred towards those people.
I agree. So I fucking agree with you, but what is the
difference between PISSCO and a standard anti-Semite?
Okay, the difference between PISSCO and a standard anti-Semite is PISSCO is a fucking autistic retard. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you give way too much weight to them.
Wow, even our chat won't let you talk like that. We're pretty dark woke, but
They don't let autistic retard go? But homophobic attacks on my race or my mom's nationality or the medical ableism shit or whatever, that's all okay? They're so fucking soy. It's probably because they both grew up with retarded people in their family, because it has to be genetic, because these guys are beyond the fucking pale in terms of being actual fucking retards. It's probably personal attacks to them, seriously. Jesus.
Pretty crazy stuff over there on the Destiny arc. It used to piss me off with Vosh too, because they're always like 3 degrees away from making everything World War II, but alas.
Absolutely. So again, that's a little taste of the Destiny orbit, the Destiny community.
Nice, good clip there. Okay.
The PISSCO's tried his best to respectfully be a part of and collaborate with when he feels is necessary. I thought he's done a good job on the Lib Learn show, pushing back on some of what Hutch has to say, for example, at times. Well, again, always maintaining a respectful relationship.
Like, look, these guys understand the game, even if they don't they understand it intuitively. Where, like, what do you call a commie goy? We need a word for that. Like, PISSCO's the good commie goy. Like, he pushes back on Hutch. That's good. On the Lib Learn show, we've got PISSCO to provide the leftist critique of anything that Hutch says. Good for him, right? It's just so fucking cringe, dude. Holy shit. Coys.
Back on some of what Hutch has to say, for example, at times. Well, again, always maintaining a respectful relationship with these liberal content creators and working with them as he sees fit. So I'm really interested to get his opinion on all of this drama, and not just the drama with Destiny, but also just the political landscape we find ourselves in, the DSA momentum, the commie takeover of the Democratic Party. I'm interested to see if he agrees that it is, in fact, a commie takeover, or whatever Destiny described it as. I'm interested to ask him to his face, would you have been a Nazi if this was World War II? So with all that said, let's get PISSCO in here.
Absolutely. Let me adjust the camera layout really quickly, PISSCO. So
sure.
that I can get you framed up properly.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you. I'm sorry. I'm just adjusting the camera and letting everybody know, because we had it framed a little bit differently for our Oliver Larkin interview.
Yeah, I'm going to bump your mic up just a little bit, PISSCO. You sound a bit quiet, so I'm going to bump that up on our end just a tad. Let us know, chat, if the audio levels sound good. But yeah, we're super excited to chat with PISSCO. Again, sorry to introduce you in that way with a bunch of people screaming and calling you a Nazi and an autistic retard and all that kind of stuff. Obviously, we don't agree with that analysis, but I just wanted to give our audience a little bit of the insight into the insane drama that's been popping off. I just can't believe how almost like abusive Destiny has, like in an almost abusive way that he's been treating you.
Abusive. Like, dude, I can't. This space is just crazy, dude.
Over a simple disagreement, saying that you're anti-Semitic, even though there's no evidence to support that. Can you just...
I wonder if this is a 2-hour thing. Do any of them even engage with any of the point? I know that PISSCO hasn't, because he can't. He's incapable of doing it. But, like, has anybody ever engaged with any of the arguments I brought up regarding this? Or because all PISSCO did was he started crying, saying that this is a personal attack, and I think he just wants my attention. And then he proceeded to debate 400 people that are in my orbit about it.
About why he's an anti-Semite or whatever?
Yeah, like what? Like, do you have any response to any of the things, or any of the justifications, or any way that I laid any of that out?
I think he's been anti-Semitic, but I don't think he is an anti-Semite.
I guess, but I mean, like, this is a distinction that we would never draw around any other form of bigotry ever. Yeah, it's just so cringe.
Explain to our audience how this all started.
Can be racist without being a racist.
Sure. But like even saying that, right? Like nobody else would ever draw that distinction, right? And they certainly don't draw this distinction for any other group, like Muslims or 100%. Arabs. So like if somebody's like, I hate Mexicans, people call you racist, even though Mexico's a nationality and there might be other South Americans you like. Or if people were to say that, or if you are too critical about Islam or hijab or fucking Hassan, sometimes people call you Islamophobic. People were saying that El Sayed said some weird comments about Haley Stevens. It was about somebody else. They're like, oh, that's because they're being Islamophobic because they hate the fact that he's an Arab man, and so they're stereotyping him by being Islamophobic and racist. It's just like so much... Yeah, it's just like and then I mean look at the fight over the word like genocide, right? Like it is so fucking important that you have to use this one term to describe what's going on in Gaza, even though PISSCO doesn't know anything about it. You have to use this one term, or else you're the worst fucking person on the planet. But then we have to draw like endless distinctions around other negative things that can be used to describe me. Like the skepticism is so selective, and it only goes one way. And it's just like I don't think it's a genuine conversation. I feel like it's all
I think that PISSCO probably would have taken it better if you said like, oh, XYZ behavior is anti-Semitic from PISSCO.
I did this initially. I disagree with you because I did this initially, and he still took just as much offense. Because I said initially, I was like, I don't, because I was thinking about it back and forth before I thought about it more offline. But I was thinking like, I don't think he's like anti-Semitic, but he's like functionally he's like anti-Semitic because in practice it's like all the same behaviors. And he got super fucking ass pained about being called that. So, like, I don't think there was any other way to phrase it. He was always going to take it the same way. Like, because these guys have to, and not even, PISSCO doesn't even know why he has to fight against the anti-Semitic label. But for the commies, the reason why they have to hold on to that anti-Semitic label is because they hate white nationalists and shit. And they want to be able to call the white nationalists neo-Nazis or anti-Semitic. And that's their way of attacking those people. But they associate those people with, like, Western world, first world stuff. They consider, by the way, like, Nazi Germany and stuff, they consider that part of, like, the Western world, first world, liberal world. And then the Soviets and the Second World on the other side of that. But they have to hold on to that term. It also lets them use the Nazi labels and everything else on people they don't like because they always talk about fascism and Nazi fascism, blah, 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 blah.
disagreement.
Yeah, I just think when you
saying
call
you're-
somebody like functionally anti-Semitic in like a debate or whatever, I think that we can have like a conversation around that versus if you call them like they are anti-Semitic. I think in every regular person will view those as the same thing, but I think PISSCO is in such a debate mode that he's just like, oh, well, it's not even worth having because I'm not anti-Semitic.
But I'm telling you, like, I literally drew that distinction initially, and he was just as mad.
Yeah, if you just drew that distinction, then I don't.
Because he was like, now he's trying to say this functionally anti-Semitic. Like he even called out that phrase as something that triggered him. So I don't think there was any way to ever. But I understand what you're saying.
Get around it. Yeah.
Destiny has, like, in an almost abusive way that he's been treating you.
I think that if there were more sophisticated conversations happening about this, I think that there would be room to have like a more sophisticated conversation about it for sure. But like Hassan doesn't consider, or I'm sorry, PISSCO doesn't consider Hassan at all to be anti-Semitic. He said he hasn't seen any evidence of that whatsoever. So like, if that's where we're at on these conversations, like there's just no world
Has he
where.
said that?
Yes. He said it.
Okay, Hassan has done anti-Semitic
doesn't matter.
things.
Nope, and because like pig dog doesn't
And he
count,
won't
even if he's shown.
grant
No, we listened to this last night. Yeah, he said explicitly, like, no, I wouldn't consider. There's no evidence of Hassan being
Oh, so
anti-Semitic.
he goes down the racist thing that like he was doing earlier, where like you can't ever truly believe that somebody's anti-Semitic unless they literally say hate Jews, right?
That's what it sounded like. Now, obviously, PISSCO wouldn't agree, but like, I remember he was saying. And it's funny because I even said this before he got more into it. Because at first he was like, you have to show me that pig dog has like an anti-Semitic meaning somewhere that it's recognized. But then he went further because after Avi was starting to say, well, maybe, it was seen as anti-Semitic for here and here. Then after that, people was like, well, that wouldn't even be enough. You would have to show me that Hassan was aware that it had that meaning when he used it. And it's just like, yeah, it's.
Well, does he not think that you can't be anti-Semitic even if you don't mean to?
Doesn't matter. Or I don't even know what he would say to that. They don't have any critical engagement on the topic. But I'm just saying that we're so far down the road on this. It's like the idea of trying to draw a distinction here is pointless. Yeah.
Yeah.
Over a simple disagreement, saying that you're anti-Semitic, even though there's no evidence to support that. Can you just explain to our audience how this all started and what your fundamental disagreement with Stephen is?
Yeah, so like I would much rather have it be about the substance.
And he keeps saying this. I want it to be about the substance instead of like the character. This is a point. Somebody mind fucked this into his head because he's not stupid enough to come up with this weird excuse on his own. This is not like a random personal attack. If anything, like PISSCO is existing in the context of what I consider to be a huge anti-Semitism problem on the entire like far left. The obsession with AIPAC, the obsession with Israel. It's a thing I've talked about for a long time. Now that I've like centered some of it around him and the way that he facilitates all this rhetoric, now for some reason he thinks it's a personal attack. But it's.
Your fundamental disagreement with Stephen is?
Yeah, so like I would much rather have it be about the substance, honestly, and like the personalities to me are much less interesting. And I think this all kind of comes out of a discussion that the whole country is having about the future of the Democratic Party, and where we're seeing sort of movement in both exciting moderate wins in Democratic primaries, but also exciting wins for more left-wing candidates, and a discussion about like where the lines are in terms of what the party represents, and should we accept certain people in part of the quote-unquote Democratic tent. And I think that there's a feeling of resentment among many liberals, and I include myself among them in some moments, that like there wasn't sufficient support for previous candidates in previous elections from, for example, individuals of the DSA who didn't endorse, and that feeling of resentment I think is causing some people to do.
So just to be clear, because I guess people just can't fathom politics. These aren't political discussions. These are like drama slop discussions. It's not a feeling of resentment. I would be resentful if I felt like I was betrayed, or if I felt like somebody was being hypocritical, or maybe something like that. I would be resentful, like, I can't believe you didn't do this. It's not resent. It is a difference in perspective. Like Hassan not supporting Kamala and all of these weirdo leftist types campaigning against Kamala did not betray us or expose us. That is their political strategy. It is intentional. It is what they want to do. And it's the understanding of that why I don't want to work with them. It's not like you didn't support my candidate, so I'm not going to support yours. It's you have a strategy of actively never supporting a candidate you consider too moderate while you demand total acquiescence, like they did with Plattner, to your candidate, like they did with Fetterman, to your candidate. That's the difference. It's not to just boil that down to like, oh, you're being resentful is childlike.
Do an irrational action, which is to, consider not endorsing DSA candidates who win their primaries for general elections against like MAGA traitors who try to overthrow our democracy. And that I think has spurred additional conversations about like the influencer space and a lot of drama involved in like personalities, ranging from Kyle Kalinske to Hassan Piker, and of course the liberal media influencers who criticize those.
And then never my name. I don't know why he's such a puss, like an actual bitch made fuck on this that nobody can say my name too. It's so fucking weird. But
figures, and so it's all out of a cauldron of that kind of like controversy, and unfortunately it has to go into like these places where we're having accusations of anti-Semitism, but I think it's rooted in something real that's happening in the country and with the Democratic Party.
Yeah, that's super interesting. And, we played that clip of Destiny basically saying that you would have been a Nazi had you been alive during World War II. It seems to be as a result of a total crash out after you, Josiah, and others pointed out the hypocrisy of Destiny after he's, routinely scolded Hassan for not potentially supporting Gavin Newsom as a potential nominee in the future in 2028. But then here's what Destiny had to say when he...
It's not scolding him. It's not scolding him. Hassan doesn't want to support the moderate because he's not part of a political party. That's an intentional strategy. The reason why I attack him on it is because fucking retards like these people, not the Vanguard guys, because they know that it's part of the strategy too, don't seem to understand that. They view it as a mistake and not explicit strategy. Like PISSCO and Josiah think that Kalinsky and Hassan made a mistake. They didn't make a mistake. They're adults. They've been political commentators for decades. They know what they're doing. It's intentional. It's part of the strategy. Holy shit.
He was confronted about potentially supporting AOC. Let's play this just so everyone is up to date on where Destiny stands.
I do think that you should have said yesterday when PISSCO moved it on you, JD Vance or AOC. I think that's a pretty easy answer.
The thing is I don't actually know that. Like, in a vacuum with no political influence, I don't know what JD Vance's political opinions are. Like, the guy was a more moderate Republican type person, but the problem is JD Vance, like AOC, seems to have no capacity to deal with his own side, right? In that he's fully bought on to co-signing whatever crazy dick sucking shit Trump needs. Mm-hmm. So I mean, like, it's not like I would trust, even if Vance was more moderate, I don't know if I would trust him to govern more moderately if there were extremist voices in his camp. I also don't know how much he is actually like a crazy fucking crypto loony fuck after getting brainwashed and mind fucked by Peter Thiel and everything. So he might be. Like, that might just be like way too far fucking gone. But I don't know for AOC, like, I just don't know with any of these people now, like, given your opportunity to like abolish all private enterprise. And if the people backing you were for it, I don't know what her answer would be there. I'm not sure. I don't know at this point. I'm not sure. But the problem is that since these people
I'm willing to take my chances with AOC.
Sure. I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, like, I probably would, but it's a coin flip. It's not like a 90-10. That's like a 55-45. Like, the problem is when nobody has the ability to say no.
A 55-45. So, I mean, what explains that? This guy seemingly is the most loyal Democrat ever. His whole...
What? Did they not hear anything I just said?
You're thinking a lot about the clip and how everything goes into it.
Yeah, it's like they couldn't hear a single fucking... I can't believe politics can deactivate people's brains so much.
Shtick is like punishing people who aren't loyal enough to the Democratic nominee, even if it's not someone that they prefer.
Like, I don't even. Is it like actual? Is it like an actual hallucinogenic effect? Like, are they hearing different words? Like, if you were to hold a gun to their head and say, "Repeat what this motherfucker just said," would they be able to do it?
But here he is basically saying, just like Hassan said about Gavin Newsom, that if it's not my candidate, hell, I might not support the Democratic nominee. And he actually takes it a step farther than Hassan ever took it, which is to say that not only will I not support that person, but I could support the Republican. Hassan never said that. Hassan would never vote for the Republican.
Like, this is like level. I don't even know. Yeah, I don't even know what the level of political discourse we're even on right here. Like, it's actually insane.
How does Destiny arrive at that point of just unmitigated, blatant hypocrisy?
I don't know.
So I think that it's absolutely crazy thing to say, for sure. And I obviously disagree with both Hassan and Destiny in those various clips. I think it's an obvious call when it comes to JD Vance versus Newsom. You go with Newsom. Look at what they're doing with all of the different schemes that they have going on, the slush fund, the corrupt prosecutions, the corrupt subpoenas, all that stuff. Like, we cannot let that go. We need to punish these people who are trying to turn our country into a piggy bank for their corrupt oligarch. We need to punish these people who are trying to turn our country into a piggy bank for their corrupt oligarch friends. And so absolutely I disagree with Hassan on that, and I disagree with Steven on it. Where is it coming from? It's coming, I think, from a real feeling of resentment. This is the feeling of resentment. And I'll give you an example that happened in, like, I know this is all like very online in social media. I said, for example, the minute that El Sayed won, who I did endorse in the primary, that we all need to rally behind El Sayed. Everyone needs to support them. And thankfully, Haley Stevens came out, embraced El Sayed. Everyone fell in line to support the candidate there. And thankfully, that also happened with the Crowley race in Wisconsin. And you saw Francisco Hong immediately get in line to support the Democratic candidate. But we will see, by we, I mean people on the liberal left, will see people in replies. For example, I'll give you an example. Mike from PA, who cynically, underneath an endorsement response or something, will say, "Vote blue no matter who, winky face."
Just curious, what day was this recorded? It was recorded when I was out of town, right?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
PISSCO could flip my entire worldview. Not really, but it would give him a ton of credit. I wonder if he will call out Kyle Kalinske, Crystal Ball, all of the leftists that were replaying the that fucking the Tom Tiffany or whatever attack ad on Crowley, because all of them amplified it. That was way more impactful than Mike from PA that I think PISSCO just personally doesn't like.
And we remember the glee with which some of these people would flout their lack of support for Kamala Harris. We remember the degree to which it was like begging. Again, I don't think it's most of the voters, right? I think most of the voters showed up for Kamala. If you look at the actual, statistics.
This talking point again, they love to bring this up, even though it's not responsive to anything that's being complained about, but they just love to bring it up because they think they're really cooking with it every single time.
I don't think that the left cost Kamala the election, but a lot of these influencers do these very cynical attacks and don't embrace the lesser of two evils when it's destruction on the other end, when it's mass corruption on the other end. And so I do think it's irrational. I do think it's a wrong statement to make, but I think it's coming from this feeling of genuine resentment with some influencers who truly are being cynical.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that you bring that up because I can relate to that in the sense that, obviously, I've only ever voted for Democrats in my entire life. I think we've talked about that 2016, 2020, 2020. I have a perfect record when it comes to that. So I consider myself to be a Democrat, just the far left flank of the party. But I also can totally understand the resentment that people felt in the aftermath of Hillary Clinton, where it was like, hey, yeah, you just told everybody that supported Bernie Sanders that we were a bunch of sexist pigs. Here I am, 18-year-old kid, really interested in politics. Bernie Sanders is talking about free college. I'm a young guy. I can't afford college, right?
Oh, my God.
Really resonated with me. So I become interested in politics.
Quick fact check. Just curious. Are these guys both from ultra fucking rich families and they grew up in the fucking Bay and they had everything given to them and everything? Because I feel like every single time a person gives his backstory, it's always the case, but...
that way, and then you see all of the things that the mainstream party is saying about you as a young man who supports Bernie Sanders, and you do start to become a little resentful. It's like, oh, you think that this was about bigotry, this was about not being able to get behind a woman candidate when I was fully prepared and did vote for Hillary Clinton in the general election, right? So I feel like there's a level of almost like a perfect foil to each of those situations where each people on one side of the political aisle can understand those feelings, and I feel like those are legitimate feelings, right? And so at this point forward, it's all about how can we mend fences and understand that these brutal primaries, they're about iron sharpening iron, right? We can't have a MAGA election denier in Wisconsin, no matter how badly I wanted Francesca Hong to win. We can't have the Senate, is going to be too close for us to play any games about Michigan or things like that. So I think that's where people who are on, you might feel more or less positively about socialism and these ideas.
I love how all these guys like to jump ahead to the generals, ignoring that they were supporting them in the primaries. PISSCO endorsed El Sayed before the primaries were over. Or during the primaries, these guys obviously slurped El Sayed before the primaries were over, but they always like to jump ahead to these general things, just to obfuscate the conversation as much as possible, because nobody does any fucking politics anymore.
And I are
it's just so cringe. Oh my God.
But I feel like the unity comes from the fact that, okay, the primaries are over. We have to get our ducks in a row because we need a blue wave to come in November for all of us.
100%. And I just want to say, I think it's so great that you guys have come out and said that, that Crowley's lesser two evils, that he should be supported in the general election. And to be clear, it's not always the case that I personally will nominate the quote unquote more moderate.
I think it's so great. Dude, kill me. It's so great that you said Crowley is the lesser of two evils. These are my libs. These are my libs, bro. Fucking end me, dude. Because they wouldn't say, PISSCO wouldn't say that about fucking Francesca Hong, the lesser of two evils. Kill me. My God.
Centrist candidate or endorsed in the primary. Guys have come out and said that, that Crowley's lesser two evils, that he should be supported in the general election. And to be clear, it's not always the case that I personally will nominate the quote unquote more moderate centrist candidate or endorsed in the primary. I endorsed Mamdani in the primary before he.
I also like that he's taken on their language too of he's the centrist candidate. Centrist is exclusively an insult used online. Although I know PISSCO got autistic arguments about this, but you would say the moderate. He was the moderate candidate, not the centrist candidate. Jesus.
Was seen as the presumptive candidate against Cuomo. I endorsed El Sayed over Stevens and over McMorrow during the primary, and so I think that there's honestly a great deal of overlap in most things regarding these these two polarities in the Democratic Party. I think that there's a lot more that unites us than separates us. The unfortunate thing, though,
I remember PISSCO being like this when he was in orbit. Do you just ground people or what is it? I mean, there's some. It just has to do with once you get pulled into an arena, you can get super fucking sucked into it. Here, I'll make a really bad prediction, and I don't want this to come true, and I don't know if it'll become self-fulfilling by making the prediction, but I feel like Hutch will probably be in that area more than in our area 6 to 18 months from now. I don't know, I'll give a broad interpretation. It's so much pressure when your entire fucking friend group is on this thing, when your entire online content creator sphere is on this thing, and there's constant pressure. And then when on our side, you just have to be so careful what you say about any of these people. Today was already the most nuclear I've ever gone, but on their side, people in this chat have accused me of being a pedophile, called me a sex pest, doing all of that, and we're just supposed to, here's Aiko rules. This chick is fucking crazy. Aiko was literally one of the people who sent, I don't know if he has a link to it, a huge thing of DMs to Hutch saying, I can't believe that you're associating with Destiny again after he came out that he was an abuser, manipulator, rape, blah, 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 blah. It was like 3 pages of shit. She was one of the people that did it. She's like a 50-year-old woman that smokes weed all day, more than Casey Tron, and lives on disability, and streams nonstop talking drama to like 12 viewers. These people are crazy.
Is when failures by particular candidates when it comes to messaging, you mentioned Hillary Clinton.
Destiny is also a fascist sympathizer. Bajorans have a word for him, a collaborator. Jesus.
Or when personalities online get us to forget about that for a little bit. And then in some of the conversations, it's really unfortunate, guys. Like, I've had conversations where people have said, maybe it is the lesser of two evils to vote for Mike Rogers. Maybe it is the lesser of two evils to vote for Tom Tiffany.
He means Wick, but he won't say it. Oh my God, dude.
In Wisconsin, forgetting about the fact that Wisconsin.
You've had those conversations with leftists?
With liberals. I'm not to name names right now, but like,
why?
I've had those conversations with liberals.
Bitch man, that's why.
I honestly don't, and I've had them with leftists before in 2024, right? And I see a kind of like parallel of that. And what I just want is a consistent through line, which is, listen, we're in an emergency situation, and you might not get your ideal case.
Just again, we were in one. We lost. Okay, that was the emergency. If you failed that one, I don't know why the fuck you would want somebody on board with you for the next
It's
one.
like the end game.
So
it's like our Infinity Wars. We fucking lost, okay?
But we don't have time travel, so.
It's a consistent through line, which is, listen, we're in an emergency situation, and you might not get your ideal candidate. And hell, you might not get it in 2028 for the presidency. But this is a clear and present danger. I'm glad that y'all are recognizing that. And also, people like Kyle and Crystal have come back and said, to their great credit, that they should.
This is the most retarded fucking position possible. This is like I was going to make a rape analogy. You can't collect virtue on both sides of an issue over and over and over again if it's your fucking job. You can't do that, okay? You can't go and trash somebody's house and have a whole bunch of fun and then show up to clean it up 3 days later and then pretend you're a good person for cleaning up the trash for the mess that you made. This is the most retarded take ever. This is like what's an abbreviated for like a gullible person like who gets scammed over and over again? It was like, whoa, he gave me half my money back at least. Like, that was really good. Like, oh, Jesus.
Have been more vocal in support of Kamala in 2024, and I really respect that. And they've said that they would drag or Kyle at least, I don't think Crystal said this, drag his balls across broken glass to vote for like even Joe Manchin. And so I'm really excited. I want to fucking win in 2026. I want to win in 2028, and that's what we should be focused on.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you're totally right about all these liberals who have been beating the vote blue no matter who drum their whole life, because it's always their candidates that they're asking us to vote for, right? All of a sudden, these people are turning around. I think it was James Carville, maybe it was.
Yeah, but you guys didn't. So now we're not. You didn't in 2024. You refused to.
Joe Scarborough, he was like, "You guys, why are you even running as Democrats? Start your own party if you don't want to, embrace the neoliberal Clinton, Biden, Obama version of the Democratic Party. If you don't like that, then start your own party." It's like, what? This whole time you've been telling us to vote blue no matter who. It's just now that candidates that don't represent your stale neoliberal ideology, now that they're getting momentum, now you want to flip the script and all of a sudden talking about how we should start a third party. What? That's completely ridiculous. And also, I'm interested in your opinion on the impact and the effect of this online media space, whatever you want to call it, YouTubers, Twitch streamers, podcasters like ourselves, podcasters like yourself, Josiah, and even Destiny, because this was another crazy clip. We don't even have to listen to it because I think we've heard enough of Destiny. But, at this point in a discussion he was having, he was saying that if Abdul El-Sayed loses the Senate race to Mike Rogers, it would be your fault and PISSCO and Josiah's fault because you were too fucking scared to have any criticism for these far left people, which to me just shows that Destiny has totally lost the plot. Like,
do these guys ever actually say anything of substance? Like, everything is just like, well, then if that's true, then that means that he's crashed out, or that must mean that he's there's like never any like he's spike driven. He's like, there's no actual like discussion. What kind of a podcast is this supposed to be? Or like, what do we talk about here? Is it just like personal beefs with people?
Dr. Abdul El-Sayed loses. If any Democrat loses, it's not your fault. It's not Josiah's fault. I mean, you have a YouTube channel with 30,000 subscribers. I think you probably
and now they don't matter anymore. Now they're little bitty online content creators.
Even more if you combine your Twitch followers, obviously. But these are like, we're all like fairly a blip on the radar, honestly, when it comes to the media at large and who's actually influencing voters. I just think it's wild to be blaming your colleagues in online left-wing media or liberal media for candidates winning or losing, when in reality, we're not even supposed to be propagandists. It's not like our job is to come out here and enlist our voters to register to vote and vote here and vote there. Like, that's not really our job.
You're not supposed to be, you don't think you should be representing the values that you have, that it's not important to have people voting for the things that you support, you don't view that like I don't even know why I'm asking that. Like obviously these guys view it that way, as having some responsibility there. Why the fuck would you not want to be influencing your audience to vote in a particular way? If like, what the fuck are we here for? If not that to some extent, no?
Supposed to be political analysts, pundits, people that talk about our opinions. We're not on the payroll of the Democratic Party. At least Zach and I aren't. So for one, it's stupid for that reason. We're allowed to have opinions. We're allowed to hash out disagreements. We're allowed to say things that might not be 100% the most helpful piece of propaganda.
Yes, I'm against I think everything should be pure propaganda. I don't think you should have any disagreements. This is very good faith criticism of my positions, by the way. These are things that I definitely 100% believe. Yes, true.
Ever for the Democratic Party, regardless of which faction of the Democratic Party you're from. So what's your response to that? And do you think that accounts like ours and conversations like this, do you think it really even matters that much ultimately when it comes to this stuff?
So I don't have a strong intuition about like the direct effect that influencers have on voting trends, right? That seems like an empirical question that like I don't have a strong notion about. Like my intuition is just having left-wing political accounts in general will activate people politically, regardless of even if you have bad faith criticisms of Democrats. If you're coming at it from the left, my prior, and again, this is not backed up by data, is it will give more eyes towards the Trump coverage, towards the corruption, and all else equal will motivate people to vote. And left-wing people tend to vote for the more left-wing candidate. I mean, that is just conjecture and it's just a story, but I don't really know the empirical data there. That's just my intuition. As for, you mentioned the Carville situation, real quick on that, there is a big sort of battle over a question of institutional competency, which is who decides what the lines are for the Democratic Party. I think we can all agree that there should be lines when it comes to the Democratic Party, but who gets to decide those lines? Is it the voters, or is it Ken Martin? Is it Chuck Schumer? And I think as a Democratic Party, regardless of whether there should be lines, that's not the question. There should be, right? I think the voter, the Democratic primary voter, should decide what those lines are. And that's who I think should be deciding like these contests and what's okay, what's not okay, not James Carville. Specifically on the Destiny point, listen, I am not inclined right now to be charitable in terms of what he's saying there about Josiah and me being like causing elections. I mean, he called me an anti-Semite. I think that's like a crazy accusation. And I think it's a totally bad faith reading and frankly a lie based on like what I was saying in these many debates that I was having.
We've talked to you a million times and I've seen a lot of your content. Don't hold that in your heart if that's something that weighs on you.
I know. But to be charitable, I think what he's trying to say is like, it's that kind of type. It's this a liberal opening the door for this lefty type and not pushing back enough. Let me give you an example, right? So we talked last time about Josh Shapiro, and whether in malice or whether in good faith, listen, the murder, quote unquote, cover up of this woman who was killed in Ellen Greenberg, right? That situation, there's a lot of bizarre facts there, but having done research now, coming back at it, there is just not even a murder there. There is not a murder there. There is not any evidence for a murder cover-up. And so you might believe that, but when I look at the facts there, right, and I see what's going on, and someone hears that, you can understand why people would take that against y'all, and people would take that against some of these influencers and be like, why aren't you pushing back hard enough? They're attacking our candidates for bullshit reasons, right? Now, I'm not saying that you're lying about the Josh Shapiro thing. We might have a disagreement there, but I do think that those kinds of incidents, and when you have, I think, genuine bad faith actors,
like me saying why I think that these guys are functionally anti-Semitic, are creating anti-Semitic hatred structures, whatever, all of that is bad faith, personal attacks, evil, terrible stuff that there's no basis in reality for. But when these guys think that when Josh Shapiro was it the Attorney General or whatever, or DA or something, that he led a bunch of murder slide for it's a bizarro, stupid fucking conspiracy shit that is not even remotely true, but a lot of the lefties push this against him. That's like, you're allowed to have a difference of opinion there? Okay.
Shapiro thing. We might have a disagreement there, but I do think that those kinds of incidents, and when you have, I think, genuine bad faith actors, like, I'm just going to come and say it, people like Mike from PA who are being incredibly cynical, it causes that like sort of rise in tension, rise in anger.
Yeah, as far as the Ellen Greenberg thing, I'm not a lawyer. I know you are, and you've probably looked into the case much more than I have. What I will tell you is that I think the Republican Party would have a field day making him look like a sympathizer to serial killers.
But we got to defend him if he's a nominee, man. I mean, like, because there's no murder there. I mean, like, I went through the...
if he's the nominee, then maybe I'll do some more research and...
Do you see how they understand the mission? Do you see how they get it? Now they're like, well, the Republicans might make this fucking crazy. Republicans might do all this horrible stuff, right? But before, when they said, I can't believe Destiny's saying is that if Al-Sayed loses, it's because that you didn't push back on him hard enough. Now they're saying that they should push back on somebody hard enough in order to audit them out, but it's because he's not on their team. So they're advocating for the exact same thing that I was criticizing the other guys of not doing, but they understand it when it's their team. That's what I mean. They all understand this stuff. Ugh.
Defensive or whatever. But right now, he's not. The primary hasn't even started, and yeah.
I hear you. He's not my preferred candidate either. I think John Ossoff, even though he's a moderate, is looking good. I like AOC. I've always been a fan of AOC. So,
like, dude, what a bitch ass position. I like Ossoff, even though he's a moderate. Oh my God, Rope, what a fucking weak thing to say, dude. What a weak. Oh my God, it's such a bitch made comment.
I'm keeping my options open, and Shapiro right now is not my preferred candidate. But yeah, like, this is the kind of thing where when there's bullshit attacks from MAGA, and this applies, by the way, too, when they're attacking lefties in a bad faith way, which they often do, the Republicans, I think that there's a feeling of like, there should be solidarity. We should bandy around against the bad faith attacks. That said, to your point, We should not just be shills. I will not be a shill for the Democratic Party all the time. I think it was corrupt, even though it's not that unpopular for Biden to pardon his son. I thought that was corrupt, and I have reasons for that. And I'm going to call it out. And I don't think that the issue is about calling out Democrats. I think you should criticize everyone who's doing bad things. I think it's about the nature of the criticism and these kind of like accusations of hypocrisy and bad faith. That's what I think the big issue is.
Yeah, and just on the Josh Shapiro thing, I mean, personally, my biggest issue with Josh Shapiro is his position on Israel and Zionism, the fact that he literally volunteered for the fucking IDF at one point in his life. That's my issue with him. I think when I personally talk about the, the Ellen Greenberg stuff, it is more because I know it'll be used.
Like, I'm sorry. This is why pizza. This is why PISSCO would be a Nazi. Okay. Well, my issue with Josh Shapiro. So yeah, we made up a whole bunch of other shit that's not true. But my real issue with him is actually Jew. He had his mansion firebombed, by the way, because Jew. And my real issue with him is Jew. And PISSCO's like, oh, okay, I hear you. What a weak loser.
Against him is a very successful tactic by the right wing. To Zach's point, I also haven't done a ton of research on it, but that's my real issue with Josh Shapiro. We can talk more about that if you want, but ultimately, I think that it's just a little bit crazy that Destiny expects people like you to straight up be a shill for the Democratic Party. That he'll
That's what I've said. Yep.
Crystal Ball for doing like a tough interview of a sitting congresswoman or sitting senator. Isn't that the job of a journalist to ask tough questions if they can't?
It's a job of a journalist is when you're not doing it to only one person. She's a partisan activist hack, and she's fucking retarded, which doesn't help.
Candidate doesn't have a good response, if they're not able to handle themselves in a tough interview, then that's their fault, not the candidate's fault. Like, I think tough interviews of politicians should be the standard, regardless if it's someone you disagree.
Yeah, do it to your interviews then. Go and look at the difference between when Matt Bernstein interviewed McMorrow and had to bring on Emma Vigeland to help, even though both of them were retards, compared to the glaze fest they did with El Sayed. Holy shit.
Agree with or not. They've had tough interviews with Ro Khanna, someone who's more on the progressive left than Alyssa Slotkin. I think that when it comes to a show like Breaking Points, they try to take that responsibility seriously and say, hey, if we're going to have someone who's in power on our show, we're going to ask them tough questions. Our job is not to be a propagandist. And I think that ultimately that's what separates a lot of channels like theirs and channels like ours from a lot of these channels that do consider themselves Democratic shills, that literally do take money from Chorus and are on a payroll of
like, oh my God. Am I allowed to watch this on YouTube? Is this guy just openly getting like fucking cucked with no fucking... Or is he going to say something in the chorus comment?
For themselves Democratic shills that literally do take money from Chorus and are on a payroll of dark money, which exists to keep them as shills for the Democratic Party, to keep them from pushing back and asking those tough questions of the representatives of the...
Like, he's got so much heat. These guys just rattled off like 20 retarded conspiracies and misstatements about Democrats on the far left. It's just like, oh my God. By the way, also, this is what I meant when I said you might go on their shows, but you'll never hold them accountable, ever. You won't, because you don't have the spine to do it. And if you did, they wouldn't invite you on anymore. It'll be the lightest, most tepid pushback ever, and then major agreements, basically, so that they can leech from you. This is why none of these guys have grown, so that people can steal audience from you. You'll never get any from them. You think people who watch the Vanguard are going to become regulars in fucking PISSCO, the left lib stream? No, of course not. They're just going to try to suck away audience members from PISSCO, because every time he goes on these shows, I don't know, these guys seem like they have a better handle on things than PISSCO, because he's never has shit to say about them when he's fucking there.
Democratic establishment, whether that's Alyssa Slotkin or...
Sorry, he has to push back on the chorus thing. He must.
Buttigieg or Mark Kelly or whatever. So I'd be interested in your response to that. Do you think that the whole chorus crowd, do you think that that is their mission, as it seems to be to me?
I think you're breaking up a little bit. Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I can hear you. Are we actually breaking up?
Hello. Uh-oh.
Hello? Oh,
is this it? Oh, I thought you were kidding because
I think we're losing you right now.
No.
How about now? Testing 1, 2, 3.
Hello, can you hear us?
We can hear you.
All right, I'm just going to talk, and I think I heard part of your question.
Okay, we're asking about chorus and...
All right, sorry, I'm in Japan. I don't know if it's causing a problem.
It's all good. Do you want to leave and come back in?
Hang on a second. I'll try to refresh. Just give me a second, all right?
Sure. No worries. At first, I thought he was doing a bit. Can you hear me now?
No. How about now? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello?
I'm going to refresh.
Okay. Yeah, we can hear him just fine. Chat, can you guys hear him? Let's check on that.
Convenient timing for PISSCO. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. We really enjoy the conversations with PISSCO. I do think he's, honest, and even though we disagree with him on a lot of the stuff, for example, Josh Shapiro, apparently, I think that he's Hello?
Hey, can you hear me now?
Wait, hold on. Wait. Did he just say even though we disagree with him on the Josh Shapiro stuff? I thought when PISSCO was there, they just said that they didn't do any research on it, so they don't have a strong opinion. Did I misunderstand? Hold on.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. We really enjoy the conversations with PISSCO. I do think he's, honest, and even though we disagree with him on a lot of the stuff, for example, Josh Shapiro, apparently, I think that he's
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah, we're good.
Okay,
All right.
sick.
Did you
Sorry
hear my
about
question,
that.
Pisco, or do you need me to?
Why don't you repeat the end of it? So you had mentioned chorus, you'd mentioned Josh Shapiro volunteering for the IDF, and then this notion of like being a shill and doing like shill interviews. And so maybe just finish that up with your question.
Yeah, so I was just saying that, you know, I think when it comes to a show like Breaking Points or when it comes to a show like ours, we're always going to be honest about our political opinions. You know, as Zach said, he's voted for Democrats every time. As I said, I'll vote for Gavin Newsom if he's the nominee. But I don't view my job at, you know, I don't view my position in Democratic online media to be a propagandist or a shill for the Democratic Party. And I do think that's what separates a show like ours, a show like Breaking Points, from a show like Destiny or one of these mini chorus-funded outlets that do seem to see themselves as propagandists for the Democratic Party, as shills for the Democratic Party. Now, you can defend that and say, well, we need more shills because the Republican Party has dark money-funded shills, so we need shills too. That's a fair position, but do you think that's a legitimate distinction to mention?
Like, you're absolutely right in the following sense. I don't think that you should just be a shill, especially if you are trying to make your name as like independent media from like a news perspective. And I know you guys were getting into it with Glenn Greenwald. I saw before the show. I don't know what he was.
He said Marjorie Taylor Greene was able to see who AOC was long before anyone else. And
I mean, that's crazy.
I said it was a humiliating take, and I didn't even tag him. And he has like 18 months worth of like fucking bullshit built.
So they had all this shit to say. And now PISSCO will come out and attack Greenwald because Greenwald was attacking AOC.
It's up about me, and he wants to like spiel about how I got a haircut and I have tattoos and whatever the fuck now because he's
that's the worst shit of it. Yeah. Like the worst shit of it is like when we're propping up Marjorie Taylor Greene, propping up people like Tucker Carlson, who are, in my views, traitors to this country. Even if occasionally you have like a good take from one of these types of people, or like even a good take sometimes from Fuentes, who I totally condemn and every respect. Other than that, it's not enough. I think you need to make a distinction between these types of people. And I just think it's totally fucked up for people to call you out for just recognizing what's obvious and clear. That is to say that like someone like AOC would be much preferable to what the Republicans have on offer. That doesn't make you a shill. What does make you a shill is kind of like unquestioningly repeating talking points and never questioning your own side. And that's crucially, though, not, I think, established just because you're part of this chorus incubator program. I want to stress that. In that sort of situation, I agree.
Is Destiny associated with the chorus?
I don't think so.
I thought that they were just saying, like, I'm like the chorus people. Did they just assume that? Jew. What? My God.
No. I don't think he's associated with that at all. I look at people's conduct, right?
Why would you even think that? What a weird thing to say.
For example, when you go and look at individuals like Benny Johnson, right? Has he ever given a critical thought towards his own side or to Trump? No, right? And some of these folks on chorus, I know they have. I know that Brian Tyler
they had to agree not to criticize.
Look at how hedged he is. I know that some of the people on chorus, I think, have been fair. Maybe. I know that some of the people on chorus have been fair. Oh my God. Holy shit.
I look at people's conduct, right? So, for example, when you go and look at individuals like Benny Johnson, right? Has he ever given a critical thought towards his own side or to Trump? No, right? And some of these folks on chorus, I know they have. I know that Brian Tyler.
They had to agree not to criticize him over Gaza. They have to agree to reach out.
That's not there. This is why people get upset.
No,
because that's not in the contract.
Okay, that's not in the contract. You're right. There was a whistleblower who was a former producer of David Pakman who shared that information. What's in the contract is that they have to reach out to their chorus advisors before they can interview a politician, before they can call out another creator. That's a part of the chorus program. That is in it, and that's in the Wired piece that Taylor Lorenz wrote. And I have a million criticisms and disagreements of some of the things that Taylor Lorenz has said. But that piece was bang up.
This is the ratchet, by the way. This is it right here. They're just uncritically airing out. All of this is bullshit. All of it is a fucking lie. I know 100% it's a fucking lie. And know 100% it's fucking bullshit because Taylor had no evidence of any of this in her fucking article. And nobody's come out to corroborate anything she's ever said about this. But I guess we just let this all fly by.
And David Pakman and others threatened to sue Condé Nast and Taylor Lorenz over it. They made no motions over that because they couldn't, because it was a rock solid piece.
Listen, people go at that article for the wrong reasons and will conflate things that they see on social media with what's in the article itself. I have my own problems with that article, and I think that a lot of people go about it the wrong way. In general, sort of in broad strokes, I think the frustration is some of these memes, these like anti-liberal memes. Listen, sometimes liberals deserve criticism. It's true, right? Biden deserves criticism. A lot of liberal Democrats deserve criticism. When you have people who are like not voting sufficiently against the Iran war, or in my view, voting to continue funding Israel after their atrocious conduct with respect to this war, or hell, even with fucking Gaza, that is a big problem. And when you have people, for example, voting to condemn Kamala Harris as the borders are, I mean, this is all fucked up and good reasons to criticize liberals. The bad reasons, though, are in these cases where it's like, okay, the IDF thing with Josh Shapiro. Yes, Josh Shapiro himself, I think, inflated that he was doing work with the IDF. When you look into it, it turns out he's not really working for the IDF. He's like working for an organization that goes on a base. And it's these kind of moments where some people in genuine, sincere, although some not sincere and genuine, can get the wrong impression from Josh Shapiro's own words, or let's say a chorus member's false account of their own contract. People can view that as bad faith. And then once they assume bad faith, now they're saying crazy shit like, fuck all these people, we prefer to have a MAGA governor. And so I don't think it's rational, right? I think we all agree with rational.
I don't know. Who's saying that? Like, can you point to anybody who's saying that?
Yeah.
I can't.
There are individuals, you just said, right, that Josh Shapiro volunteered for the IDF. Now,
well, yeah, but we aren't saying that we should have a MAGA governor. I feel like you're taking a leap there.
No, what I'm telling you is I'm trying to explain what I think is irrationality on the behalf of some of these people who are considering
fair to talk about. You see the one way, right? I can't be crazy. I can't be the only person that sees how this is a one-way relationship. That PISSCO is brought here for them to launder their dog shit far lefty opinions. They're barely letting him get anything by on correction here. Basically, it's all just shitting on the libs. PISSCO's barely pushing back on tidbits, and they're not even giving him the tidbits that he's pushing back on. It's just, this is the ratchet.
Josh Shapiro is not my cup of tea. No,
that's fair, right?
Before, you know what I mean? And
I would that's not fair. You fucking retard. They just told you that he's not his cup of tea because he lets people get fucking murdered under his watch because he's a fucking IDF super soldier. What do you mean that's fair? What a stupid fucking opinion to have. But this is why he would be a fucking Nazi in World War II, right? I don't like Jews because they got huge noses and they steal all my money. Well, I don't know if nose is a reason to hate somebody, and I don't know if they steal our money or whatever, but it's fair that you have that opinion about them. How, in what fucking world does that make sense? When all the reasons they've given you for hating this guy are reasons that you supposedly disagree with, how is it fair that they hate the guy when you disagree with every underlying reason? These are pointless. These are like, I don't even know. He's like self-soothing on this show, like trying to find some amount of agreement with them, and they're not giving anything because they don't have to, because he's here to bend the knee to them and their political program.
His instinct to portray himself as a collaborator to the
that
IDF.
Should absolutely 100%. Yes.
So I feel like that's kind of on him. You know what I'm saying?
No, it absolutely is part of his responsibility as well.
When was this Josh Shapiro IDF thing even? When was this? I'm guessing, was this way before October 7th, or was this like right? Or when? What was this?
Wow, no doubt about that, and it should be considered. And I don't have a problem with you if Josh Shapiro were on the ticket, a week before the election, and he said some crazy shit, and you guys want to call it out. That's all good. That's all fair, right?
Oh, it was when he was like 20? Okay.
I think this is much more discreet and limited than a lot of people think. I think the overlap on policy agreement is much more there, especially among the base. On some of these issues that we talk about, like the Iran war or prices or healthcare, there's a great deal of overlap in terms of the different parts of the Democratic Party. What I think is causing this problem...
They don't agree with that, by the way. They agree that that's what the voters want, but that's not what the politicians want. They would say that there's an agreement amongst the voters, but that the evil politicians, evil Kamala Harris, and these people are actually preventing that from happening.
It's a lot more online. It's a lot more influencer based. And that's where I sharply diverge with Destiny and with a lot of these individuals, and where I think that this approach is wrong-headed. I think we should have conversations like this where we air out the grievances. And
these are the exact conversations that I think are corrosive to the party, and why I don't think that, especially people like PISSCO, are not equipped to handle anything in this room, unless his goal is to just be a subversive force to move people further left. And by further left, I mean to the fucking commie Marxist shit. Because this is like every horror tale that in that video we just watched with me arguing a year ago. This is everything that I was saying would happen, and is happening.
We talk about them openly, and that's why I think it's crucial to maintain these lines of communication.
Yeah, and again, just to be fair on the Josh Shapiro thing, it's not just people on the far left that have an issue with Josh Shapiro's Zionism. He was recently interviewed by, I believe, it was either Pod Save America or The Bulwark, which are like two of the most centrist, normie dim coded shows you could possibly find on YouTube. And
conflating Pod Save and The Bulwark is just such a crazy display of political retardation. I just don't even know how to even take that statement seriously. That's just insanely. You must be so stupid to say that, but.
And they had him on. He gave some weak sauce bullshit answer when it comes to the genocide. The entire comment section was in revolt. We covered it on our show. We were scrolling through the comments. We couldn't find a single positive comment. Everyone was like, fuck this guy. We're sick of these mealy mouths.
Like, you see how PISSCO's like, oh, we're having an important conversation here, right, guys? Every time he tries to play any amount of defense at all, completely shit on. There is no reciprocity here. This is like watching Jank and Charlie at their TPUSA talk. There's zero reciprocation here.
Zionist establishment Democrats. They can't accurately identify a genocide when they see one. And that was their response. Obviously, Zach and I have our own criticisms of Josh Shapiro.
Sure.
You don't even have to talk about the IOF thing or the Ellen Greenberg stuff. I mean, yeah, we talk
IOF thing
for a living. We're always on air. We're going to bring that.
Or the murder stuff. Oh, so he even knows the name of the woman, but he hasn't read into it at all or anything. And now they have to reiterate this, so they just have a reasonable disagreement on it, even though PISSCO said before he didn't think there was any evidence of it even happening. But that's okay. They get to reiterate their point with no pushback, because he won't push back on that.
Stuff up occasionally. But it's not, you don't even have to go back in his history. You can just look at what he said 2 months ago when when he was interviewed on Pod Save America, right? Or in his Politico interview that we also took a look at. That's our issue with Josh Shapiro. So I don't want to get lost in the weeds of like, his volunteering for the IDF and whether or not it was the IOF or the IDF or whatever the fuck. Like, that's kind of irrelevant to me. What really matters is the position that he's a Zionist, is that he won't call it a genocide. And I think a lot of Democratic voters increasingly.
Who is this arm wrestling wolf? Are you looking forward to having another convo with Mr. Dillahunty? I don't think that guy will talk to me. I think we've had a good relationship in the past, but I think he's like big on the Palestine stuff, so I think he hates me now too. Anybody that like got sucked into the Israel-Palestine stuff thinks I'm pro-genocide and hates me. So
have an appetite to see their candidates actually call out Israel, seeing that Israel's dragged us into this illegal war with Iran, seeing the genocide that was greenlit and enabled with our tax money. Like, that's an issue that voters have. We give a voice to that. But ultimately, as Zach mentioned, we would never support a Republican.
Like, if you're a PISSCO viewer and you're listening to these guys, like, damn, I wonder what that Shapiro guy did, and you listen to their program to find out more. Like, this is a more accurate example of like what these guys thought about it. You mean the brutal murder that Josh Shapiro covered up because the killer's daddy wrote him a check? Like, like, this is more reflective of their actual views here. So they're even a little mask on here, but even the mask on PISSCO can't fight.
For the governor of Pennsylvania, we would never support a Republican in 2028. We would never vote for J.D. Vance over the Democratic nominee, like Destiny is apparently planning on doing himself if it's AOC.
Yeah, that's exactly what I
absolutely agree that you are totally within your rights to criticize Shapiro or any Democratic candidate, especially when you're giving voice to like what is effectively a 70 or 80-20 issue, right? Like, a lot of these opinions are more widespread among the Democratic Party, and I think even if there's divergence, that Democratic politicians should be able to answer for that and respond to it and see if they have a good response. Like, that's not the problem. And I also agree, and like, I think that you guys are genuine, that you have only voted for Democrats, and that you will endorse the nominees of the Democrats, and that's why I respect that calculus, and that's why I'm like very vigilant whenever I see a potential hint, because my goal right now is to get these MAGA barbarians out of the fucking White House. It's an illegal war. It's an unconstitutional war. It's insane corruption. It's everything bad that could be. And so I'm trying to focus on that object. And I think we can all agree on that. And these are distractions. The things regarding like influencer battles, they're distractions, but we can, I think, make them less important among our audiences by just having clarity, by having communication. And yeah, I have no issue with, for example, hard-hitting interviews. I think when people get resentful, it's like, oh, you're giving really softball interviews to Ro Khanna, but you're giving hard interviews to Alyssa Slotkin. But I just take that as a given. A lot of influencers are going to have bias, and I, as a consumer of that, I'm going to consider differently, an interview from someone who's biased one way versus another, and that's not an issue for me either. So yeah, I think there's much more that unifies us than separates us there, and I just want us all to vote against fucking MAGA.
Like, do you guys see it, right? I think I've screamed about this enough, right? The one-way effect. We're unified, right? Like, we agree with each other, right? And it's like, all of your side are evil Nazis and everything. And it's like, okay, well, maybe. I mean, I understand, but like, we do agree, though, at the end of the day, right? Like, we are kind of like unified, right? Like, we agree, right? Like, it's so one way. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, just as a follow-up, PISSCO, a little bit of a divergence, but you mentioned, you supported El Sayed in the primary. You mentioned that you supported Zoran early on. And I just wanted to kind of get a sense about, what made those progressive candidates, people that you were excited about, what made AOC a progressive candidate.
Now let's talk more about like stuff that you definitely agree with us on. Oh, yeah. Let's talk about that. Yeah.
You were excited about, because I feel like me and Gavin, we come to the Democratic Party almost as like people who were.
More tweets about Shapiro. Why are they pretending they have no idea about who he is? Because they don't need to, because PISSCO's already laundered their opinion enough. So why push any of these things with him there? We already know it's going to be a governor. Wait, Tim Walz is great. Everyone is happy if we get Walz, but if we get Mark Kelly or Buttigieg because leftist torpedo Josh Shapiro, I'm going to be furious. Strictly corporate politicians like those two never defy donors. You're looking for people with the courage to defy orders. We already know it's going to be a governor. The options are Bashir, Walz, and Shapiro, and you're doing propaganda and overdrive for the least progressive of those three. Well, people were talking about it because of the VP pick, right? But yeah, these guys hate Shapiro. But this isn't about the murder cover-up.
Like, if the third party movement had more sense and was competitive, they would have been very attractive to us. But, we're, firm believers in reforming the Democratic Party because of the structure of the country we live in, right? You know what I mean? If I lived in a country with 4 parties, I probably wouldn't be in the Democratic Party. But because of the structure of the duopoly, this is what it is. This is what we have to do. And so I'm always looking for.
Wait, this was 6 months ago.
Josh Shapiro is the one fucking guy. Because of the murder cover-up? Because of the murder cover-up? The insane murder cover-up. Read about Josh Shapiro's murder cover-up. That's insane. PISSCO, we'll have to do a part 2.
Yeah,
you're a real lawyer, so you can tell me about it. The murder cover-up is crazy, and I'm like, whoa.
Did you see Cenk
Kamala was so repulsed by him?
So their opinion is unchanged after 6 months. Like it's whatever, dude.
for this left candidate. I'm always looking for the most progressive candidate. Like I'm
the
honest
Overton
about
window
that.
pushing to the left. Yeah, no,
Exactly.
I hear that.
That's how I feel like my prerogative is. You, on the other hand, I feel like may have a slightly different prerogative. So I'd be curious to know what it is about these progressive candidates that I support because I think they're talented in the case of AOC, El Sayed, and others. But I might support a candidate like Francesca Hong despite some of the pitfalls that she would make that other people would be more likely to back away from. Even Bernie Sanders was definitely raising an eyebrow about the statements that she was making up until the end of the primary race. So I was just wondering, like, how do you make up your mind there? And were you more interested in a Crowley character than a Francesca Hong guy? And for what reason?
I was. Yeah, so like what splits the difference there, right? And so the factors that go into my mind, like the core features, in some ways, I'm kind of conservative. I want to preserve our democracy and preserve our republic. And that means, and I think the most immediate way, getting rid of these MAGA terrorists who are in charge of the country at the moment and who dominate the branches of Congress. And so that's, because that is clear and present, something that's really important is your ability to win an election, right? And so for the Crowley race specifically, my focus was on who I thought was going to be more electable in the Wisconsin governor's race, where I think there was a big divergence there. And I think some of the markets and some of the polls demonstrate that. But I'm a progressive person when it comes to policy, right? Like, I voted for Bernie Sanders in the primary in 2016 and 2020. And so in terms of progressive policy, I'm right there. When it comes to El Sayed and Mamdani, different rationales. For El Sayed, I thought that he was...
Guys, please stop bashing Diddy, the pedophile streamer. Please talk about how Trump is bad instead. Also, talk about how communism sucks. Nice.
Much more likely to vote in favor of court expansion than Haley Stevens. And let me make the...
Libs like PISSCO supporting / defending Biden's genocide is what brought us the MAGA barbarians.
Much more likely to vote in favor of court expansion than Haley Stevens. And let me make the case just real briefly about why court expansion is #1 priority, regardless of whether you're a liberal or whether you're on the left. Because these conservative justices are itching to strike down any progressive agenda, whether it's an executive action or whether it's legislation. The first chance they get, they are salivating about who is going to be able to write that opinion, striking down whatever champion legislation that you want to promote. Look what they did with the Voting Rights Act. I mean, there's so many examples of that on display. And so in response to what happened to Merrick Garland's seats and how they sort of packed the court with Mitch McConnell back in 2015, 2016 era, we should be expanding the court. And it's important for institutional reasons. It's important for the separation of powers. And I think that candidates who are more forthright in their support for that policy and other structural reforms need to be supported. So on policy grounds, I think El Sayed is much more likely to do that. Also, I prefer his policy when it comes to anti-Iran war. And so because I view Iran war as both a strategic, a constitutional, and like a moral failing, like for me, the Iran war is one of the biggest deals. That's also going to drive me a lot. For Mamdani,
and just to clarify, you don't think that he's vulnerable in the general election of Michigan in the same way Hong
so there it's more equivocal. Yeah, there it's more equivocal. I saw people were exaggerating some of the polls that had Haley
equivalent, but that's okay.
Stevens ahead. The actual margin with the aggregate was like 2-3 points. And these sort of primary polls are, as we can see, much less indicative, especially when it's the general election matchup in these sort of early times. And so because the margin, in my view, was much smaller there, that was the dominating factor. And because he would actually be in a position to do court reform, the Wisconsin governor's not going to be doing that, right? I'm adding more for that position when in the context of someone who can actually actualize
because
it,
people also did say, and this was in my opinion why Bernie lost to Joe Biden. They said, well, you might like Bernie's policies, you might like his vision, but he's going to lose to Donald Trump. Joe Biden will win to Donald Trump. In my opinion, that's actually what successfully scared a lot of voters into getting Joe Biden across the finish line in that primary. Because again, it's not that they preferred his policy vision over Bernie; it's just that they were terrified he would lose to Donald Trump. And I'm worried about that sort of meme getting regurgitated to just support the establishment.
It proves too much. Of course, you're right. It proves too much to say just electability, turn your brain off. And I never have tried to approach it that way. I also thought charisma, that'll get to Mamdani in a second, is really important. I think Hong lacked that. I think even people on the left wing acknowledge that in terms of charisma and the ability to actually make movement there. So that's priced in as well. But you're right. Like it actually wasn't clear based on the general election matchups in 2016. I thought Bernie would have won against Trump. And so I don't think it's always the case that the more left wing candidate is like less good in the matchup. A big test is going to be in Michigan. And lastly, I know I've been talking a lot on Mamdani. There, I thought Cuomo was going to be much more conciliatory to Trump. I mean, he was already signaling that way, and he has shown like there's so many skeletons in his closet. Mamdani, I could see even early on, even before it was clear that it was going to be a competitive race, that he had charisma, that he had vision, and he was the alternative to Cuomo. Therefore, not only did I endorse him, I actually voted for him. Twice.
Well, that's good to hear. And I think, again, as you mentioned, we agree on a lot more than we disagree on. I think it's really important to have these healthy conversations and hash the stuff out. And I guess my next question is just as an extension of that discussion, what direction do you think the Democratic Party should take? Obviously, it's up to the voters, but what direction do you think the Democratic Party should take in 2028 as we prepare to nominate a candidate that will ultimately go against, most likely, J.D. Vance, the next in line for the MAGA dynasty? Who do you think is the best candidate, or who, like among the candidates, who would you say is the best candidate to get that job done and who will actually inspire voters to vote for the Democrats again?
So I think there's two big categories: rhetoric and riz, and substance. And unfortunately, they're both, in my view right now, 50% of the job. 50% of the job now, ask Mamdani, is making people think you're doing the job. And that is just now an extension of the job. And so those are the two big categories. Unfortunately, if you don't have riz, or like generational talent in being able to, I don't know, do like Pete Buttigieg and like confront people in Fox, or AOC, very charismatic, or John Ossoff with this like...
Oh, nice. Another friend of the stream. Jolah is the guest tonight on Lib Learn.
Classic.
It's just fun. It's a joke. Whatever.
He's insanely good in all of these, both in the sort of committee setting, but also on the stump. And so if you don't have that, you're going to be...
Yeah, it's not hard from these guys to get what you want. Yeah.
Yep, a big negative. And so that's on the rhetoric stuff. I think that you need to have riz. And unfortunately, for some people who are more averse to like populism, right? You need to have that populist rhetoric. You just have to, right? Like we are in that moment, and that's the language that people hear politics in. And so regardless of whether or not you're quote unquote a policy wonk or you're abundance pilled or whatever, it needs to be sort of couched in something real that appeals to the people. So that's on rhetoric. On substance, I'm much more like, for me, the concentration is on structural reform. It's on court expansion. It's on giving the vote for people in DC. It's on punishing these Trump corrupt thugs, right? It's about enforcing our antitrust laws, right? That we have on the books. And so much of this is, in my view, anti-corruption efforts. That's what's bread and butter for me. So those are the efforts that me personally, I want the party to go in. But, was January 6th the thing that pushed people over the edge in 2024? Maybe not. And so I think there also needs to be an affordability agenda and like a healthcare agenda. You can see Democrats do very well on healthcare. And so they need to push that. They need to push affordability. And so I know that's very general and like sort of broad strokes, but that's kind of what I'm looking for. I'm looking for anti-corruption.
For AOC 2028. That's what I'm hearing.
I'm a big fan of AOC. So right now my top candidates would be people, and I know Chris Murphy doesn't have a lot of riz, but AOC, Chris Murphy, John Ossoff, these types of people. Those are the candidates that I'm looking to.
And the rest of those names in the polling,
in the election.
Yeah. I mean, the best I've seen, and Ossoff is my dark horse too. I've been saying like, hey, watch out for him. The Democrats love a white guy from the South that can win a swing state election.
Georgia, yeah.
I think that's going to be huge for him, but he's still polling like 4%, so he's got a long way to go if he's going to make up.
I think he does have a long way to go for sure. What I like about Ossoff is that I think he can really be unifying, because I think that a lot of people can be inspired from him from many different sides. I really respect Kamala for stepping up to the plate for Biden in 2024. I think if Biden was a nominee, and by the way, we still have some Biden dead enders who think that Biden would have, that this Bernie would have won. There are people who say Biden would have won in 2024, and I think that that's fucking crazy. But I think Kamala really did an honorable thing.
Nixon versus McGovern for Donald Trump. If
I think yes, I happen to agree with that. I think we would have lost like New Jersey and all that shit. And listen, Kamala Harris has been sounding better on some of these issues. She's not my preferred candidate because she lost.
Oh, they're gonna hate that one.
Already, and because I think that she crucially lacks a lot of the riz that I think is important. But that said, I would vote for a heartbeat, and you would too, as you did in 2024, for Kamala Harris if she were the nominee against this reptile JD Vance. Yeah,
of course, yeah,
obviously.
And listen, if even the shit I'll talk on Josh Shapiro, right? Like at least the guy believes in democracy, right? At least the guy is, So of course that goes without saying. I personally am just going to try and talk as much shit on him as I can until God forbid he drops out of the primary and doesn't win it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. I've said before, there's only one Democrat that would cause me to vote green again, and that's John Fetterman. If he was somehow the nominee.
I disagree with that, but I understand that. Yeah, so I disagree with that, but I understand. But Fetterman is just a mess. I mean, this is the kind of weakness that we get, and people don't understand, right? Like, yes, sometimes the left wing, from the perspective of liberal, is like annoying or something. But who were the people who were like fucking up Biden's agenda? Manchin, Sinema. Who are the people who are voting to like censure Kamala Harris or Al Green when he's like stepping up on the speech or whatever? That's like Tom Suozzi. That's Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez. Now I'm going to fall behind those candidates and get in line, but I don't really think that we need to have weakness as a preference in the primary. And Fetterman is weak.
Yeah, he's not going to run either. I'm just
obviously. And I think he'll get crushed in a primary. I mean, he said he's not going to run against. Oh my God! Is it McCormick? Oh my God! I'm not remembering now the senator from Pennsylvania.
I saw that.
But
he's going to be a one-term senator. He's going to be a one-term senator. There's no way he survives re-election. I doubt he even fucking runs as a Democrat in the primary. He'll probably do the Joe Manchin shit and be like, I'm an independent now or whatever.
I hope Summer Lee gets his Senate seat, but I digress.
We haven't addressed the elephant in the room. Hassan Piker.
What about him?
Glaze session.
So part of these
Glaze
conversations,
up.
and I just want to be honest with you
Hell
guys,
yeah.
where I'm getting frustrated, it has to do with his influence in the party and his influence in terms of running with these different candidates. And basically all of these people, whenever I have these conversations where they're considering running, or I don't know, voting for Republicans maybe, or sitting out elections, they raise Hasan Piker as an issue. And I wanted to ask your thoughts. What do you think of Hasan Piker's influence in the Democratic Party? What do you think of the response to Hasan Piker from, you might say more establishment figures?
I mean, I think that it's pretty obvious that we need a Hasan Piker on the left, someone like Hasan Piker who can make noise online, who appeals to the youth, who appeals to people that might not, typically be involved in politics. I don't agree with everything he's ever said. Like, Zach and I have said that we don't really agree with like leaning into Maoism or defending Mao, like stuff like that on the margins where I can say I don't agree, or I think that's a little bit cringy or larpy. But
like they call it on the margin so that they can say directionally it's the same thing, but that's the point. These aren't the margins, it's the point.
There's no one who I agree with 100%. And ultimately, I think he's used his influence in a very legitimate and serious way as a political activist, not only to help support candidates like Abdul El-Sayed, but also, to bring more attention to really important issues like the genocide in Gaza and why Israel needs to be opposed. And I think he's done a good job, again, at centering the conversation on really substantive issues. Even if I don't agree with everything he says, I think this caricature of him is this crazy, radical Nick Fuentes.
For them to criticize the Mao shit, meanwhile, their podcast is literally called... it's called The Vanguard. Like, bruh.
The left or whatever is just completely inaccurate.
Zach, your thoughts?
Yeah, listen, I tend to agree with Gavin. I think that if we're going to have a candidate that, a person on the left who is, contending and competing for the #1 Twitch viewer, then that person is serious and they have to be reckoned with. Obviously, I think that Hasan has said edgy shit that, you play that, you're like, Zach, do you agree with this? Edgy. I would say no, right? Like, I wouldn't, conduct myself that way. We've given live examples of that. We've never shied away. Some people get really pissed off when we say we disagree with Hasan. There are people that like get nuclear pissed off at us and they're like, how could you say that? Hasan is always right. And I'm like, go watch Hasan's stream if you want somebody to always parrot Hasan. You gave the example of Gavin Newsom. Like, I said I was 100% with Jennifer Welch. I'd crawl over broken fucking glass. And we talked about how like we live in Kansas City, Missouri. Like I live in a MAGA fucking state. Like I know what it's like. I'm constantly reading about local restaurants where people are victims of ICE. I'm constantly reading about the fact that, we can't rebuild or fix something. There's no budget, right? The fucking state's bankrupt. The only time we've ever built anything new was when Joe Biden's Build Back Better initiative gave us some fucking money and then people didn't even turn around and support him at all. So it's a difficult place to live, but you understand the threat of the Republican Party. Gavin and I remember the Tea Party. It was fucking huge here. So, Jennifer Welch, I think, does a great job of articulating. It's like when you've lived that close to it, she's like, I'm in Oklahoma. Like if you've grown up in Kansas, Missouri, like you understand, hey, there's stakes to this shit. Like I remember Eric Greitens. I remember when Sam Brownback was the governor of Kansas when I was a kid in elementary school. Like I know how devastating it can be for the state when Republicans win. So happy to disagree with Hasan on the margins, but I just think when you have that much celebrity and you can, take a guy like a Hartzell who, didn't necessarily have the best chance of success in Kansas City, but they were trying to support Democrats in Republican plus heavy Republican districts and give them a chance as DSA-backed candidates. He does a stream with Hasan and raises like $30,000, right? It's like that is power. These kids watch him. And so I just think far better to have them watch that than Asmongold or any of these other fucking chuds on the right, definitely.
Yeah, the Asmongold shit is crazy, and no, I appreciate that take. I think that there's a lot of sort of consternation online about some of these statements from Hasan and his positions and the Mao shit, and so yeah, no, it's interesting to have your take on that. I'm curious though, on TYT stuff. Have you guys had any interactions with TYT, or have you been covering what they've been doing in recent months?
We did right before you came on the show.
Oh,
we reacted to Jank saying that AOC was going down the Kristen Cinema path, which
it's crazy,
completely baffling.
That's the shit that pisses me off.
Inaccurate. So yeah, fuck TYT. I think that Jank has become quite literally a Tucker Carlson op. Someone that's just exists to boost the likes of Tucker Carlson while he simultaneously tears down AOC at every fucking chance, acting like Tucker is who should lead us out of the MAGA mess instead of someone like AOC who represents the DSA. So I think that's totally crazy. But what's your take on Hasan? Do you not think his influence is a good thing?
So I'm not sure about like what effect he has on the overall electorate. Like
I don't understand why these are like statements that you make when you're like afraid to own a position. It's like, well, I don't think that they have an impact. Like what are we talking about here? Hello?
Told you my prior is that just being on the left and appealing to people who maybe aren't politicized yet, getting them engaged, will all else equal increase the amount of support for Democrats, just because I think politically activated left-wing people are more likely to vote for the more left-wing party. That's my prior on that. And so if Hasan versus not Hasan were an option, right? Like I just think all else equal, I don't have any data for this, that sort of presents itself as more positive for Democrats. That said, right, like there's also the consideration of like giving needless ammunition to right-wing people. And here's where I will broaden it out to be more DSA focused. Like there's some good shit that DSA people say. Like I told you, sometimes I prefer the DSA candidate. I support it, or the DSA preferred candidate, even if they're not DSA. I supported Brad Lander over Dan Goldman, even in the New York, even though I thought Goldman was like a pretty good member, and he voted, or he was really good really in the hearings, especially on issues that I care about. I still thought Lander was better. Notwithstanding doing that. Like, why do this abolish police stuff? Why do the abolish prison stuff? Why
I don't
say
think Hassan
shit?
agrees with that. I don't think
yeah,
Hassan agrees with that.
but it's the kind of vibe of it where like needless ammunition, and that's where I'm like I get a little frustrated. But at the end of the day, you're gonna have to fight those bad faith actors, and you're gonna have to fight these like bad narratives from your own side, no matter what. And so I don't know what the overall effect of it is.
Can I ask you, PISSCO? And I think, you know, obviously, when it comes to running for office, we were talking about it too. You ask a candidate about Thanksgiving and Donald Trump's president, they need to talk about how expensive turkey is and how it's harder to put people around the table because rent is expensive, right? Like, pivot. Like, don't walk into a trap. But to Steelman Hassan for a second, right? And he did put out a statement saying, quote, we should also work to build bridges and mend bridges with other folks on our left flank, folks on our right flank in the Democratic Party. So I think he's aware of this responsibility that's kind of befallen on him. But to just Steelman him for a moment, like, I do believe that the prison system in the United States is fundamentally flawed. I think it's grotesque. I think the you know, the insane rape culture that we have, the abuse culture, the
Rikers in jail,
so brave,
all of that stuff. I know we agree on that, right? So my question for you is, if not on Hassan's stream, where is the place to talk about that? Where is the place to talk about, you know, Angela Davis, Our Prisons Obsolete? Like, that was a book that I read and it really opened my mind because my sister was pursuing a gender studies degree. Here I am, this young 18-year-old kid. I've never thought about the world that way. I know we can't snap our fingers and have, you know, rethought how we structure our punitive system and reimagine justice in a way that I think is more humanity-based. But I do think there's something to the idea of thinking it doesn't have to be this way. Why does time and time served equal justice or repentance when really everybody is just more traumatized, more likely to have a crime committed, et cetera, et cetera? So where do you suggest people have those conversations if you're concerned about it being taken out of context and weaponized by the right?
Yeah, like you're talking to someone, an idiot who still believes in like this open.
His sister was going to college for a gender studies degree, and he didn't have money to go to college. Was he just like the hated child, or what?
Marketplace of ideas bullshit? And unfortunately, yeah, I'm still stuck there. I think that you should have those conversations with Hassan. I had a fucking polite conversation with Richard Hanania. I had a polite conversation with Michael Tracy about, in my opinion, downplaying the criminality of Jeffrey Epstein.
That was unhinged. That was like 3 hours long, right?
That was crazy. Yeah. And that was a situation. And I'm very skeptical of like some of the maximalist theories of Epstein. But he was even downplaying Ghislaine Maxwell's conviction and like questioning whether or not she was involved, which I thought was insane given the trial. And so I'm willing to have these kinds of conversations with people I disagree with vehemently, even people who have said disgusting shit. And so I don't begrudge that. I'm just trying to explain like where like I do get kind of exasperated when we make maybe Fox News' job a little easier for them. But in general, that's priced into me. I basically think you can't shut people up, and I'm certainly not in favor of like banning Hassan. And frankly, I think that Destiny should be unbanned off Twitch. I think that Destiny should be remonetized on YouTube, even though he's being, in my opinion, insanely bad faith to me and calling me a fucking anti-Semite.
I'll agree with that. I'm actually, you know, pretty free speech absolutist when it comes to that stuff. Like I don't agree with banning people. I don't agree with censoring people or demonetizing them unless they do something that's like genuinely like, you know, a literal call for violence against somebody, or, you know, something that's just like actually breaking the law. Yeah, I don't agree with anyone getting banned off of YouTube or Twitch.
So it's not about the having of the conversation, I think. It's about what that conversation is. And I'm fine with that. And I would just say that, like, if you're going to represent the DSA on Fox News, if you're going to do some of these interviews in these like hard-hitting places, you got to be ready to play the game. And we should be putting our best foot forward. When I say we, I just mean... And
like, maybe they are playing the game, though, or not playing the game, but maybe those are just like their really genuine positions. But like, you can never like consider that, you know, whatever.
One of these groups. I'm not saying I'm DSA, but we should, if we're in this kind of... I'm not saying that.
People are already going to be pissed enough at PISSCO.
Wait, did you say wait?
Yeah, did you see this?
Oh, yeah. They're trying to file more stuff before our hearing in 2 days, so yeah, why not?
How are they doing that? It's
I don't
2
know.
days,
yeah,
man.
Well, they got to whatever they can do, you know.
I know. But I will say though that like we need to have the conversations, and I'm okay with having the conversations, and I'm okay even disagreeing vehemently. What I don't want to disagree about is whether we should vote in these MAGA traitors. Like, that just needs to be off the table for anyone on the political left. And the thought of we should split, this is the on Carville shit. This third party stuff is for the birds. It's never going to be effectuated. And all it would do is hurt us, because there is a significant portion of the Democratic base that both identify as Democratic Socialists or, their sympathies lie towards someone like AOC and Bernie Sanders. And so we can't excise that from us. That's part of the Democratic coalition, and I think should be in the future. And so we need to be able to live and work with these people and like get along with these people. That's kind of my view. And I've been criticized heavily for that view in the last few months, but I'm going to stick to it.
No, I hear you, bro. And we're about to wrap this up. Really appreciate you for stopping by and having this great conversation with us. I love chatting with you because you aren't afraid to disagree with us. You aren't afraid to challenge us. And, it gets boring just talking to someone who you agree with 100% of the time. So really appreciate it. And I will say just on Hassan too, I know you're kind of now like an ex-member of the Destiny left, if you want to say that, now that you've, I guess, banned him on or blocked him on Twitter and all that kind of stuff. But I do think it is outrageous for anyone who associates with Destiny to say that
Oh, thank God. I was going to say, there's no way they'd do this for an hour
Somehow
longer.
Hassan's rhetoric goes too far. Hassan has said things that, are a bad look for the Democratic Party. When I could go back and clip endless amounts of edgelord bullshit from Destiny's show over the years, like him laughing.
But I don't stand near candidates. I don't ask them to campaign with me. I'm not bragging about, like, oh, they called me out to do their campaign and we talk on the phone all the time. Like, but don't worry, I'm sure PISSCO will push back on this point.
Laughing at the fucking firefighter that got shot at the Trump rally in Butler, him laughing at victims of gun violence in various different circumstances. I mean, I think it's objectively true that Destiny has been far edgier than Hassan ever has been throughout the entirety of both of their careers.
Oh yeah, you want me to play this clip before you react? This is a good one. This is a good one.
Good pushback.
I'm like 92% sure I should be allowed to say the words like nigger or faggot within the context of an appropriate discussion. I'm like 90.
And oftentimes it's not.
Well, I'm pretty sure this has to do with getting whether or not you can get banned on Twitch for these things. What is this clip even supposed to prove? What?
In the context of an appropriate discussion, when we've heard Destiny.
Listen, context is everything. You guys are gonna hate me for saying that, but like, I understand edgelord stuff. On that, I agree. Context is everything. I'm gonna think very differently about a black person saying the N-word than a white person saying the N-word, or if it's a joke, or if it's a fucking movie. And so
I think you play that round the clock when if Destiny starts campaigning with people and that gets.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna be bad faith though.
I don't campaign with people though. That's a difference. I don't. And if I'm canvassing, we've never done this in the past. We're like, I need your candidate to come to our canvassing house and be with us and show up and everything and blah blah blah. Not for any like large races. Jesus.
I'm just telling you, right? If we're talking about things that people will take out of context and use against the Democrats, I think there's a lot of ammunition that comes from Destiny.
No, I get it, and I would prefer we don't do this, like going back and trying to just like virtue signal all that shit. And I certainly take umbrage with the accusations that I'm anti-Semitic, just because I want to fucking define the word in a way that makes sense. And that I totally take that point. But no, I do think that there needs to be some grace given, but it's got to be mutual, right? There's got to be some mutual grace. But I understand your point.
Yeah, well, really appreciate you coming on, bro. It was a great.
How do I'm lost. How would I balance? I just need to get these things to go on both sides of the lanes here in as little space as possible.
Great chat. Love talking as always. And also just, we've been through a lot of backlash from our community at various times in our career. I do feel bad for you seeing just all this unhinged hate coming from Destiny and his army of fucking bots. Like, it's completely unhinged. They're accusing you of things with no fucking evidence, calling you anti-Semitic, even though, you're the least anti-Semitic person we've ever fucking chatted with. Like, it's crazy. So I do feel bad, and I hope that you're able to kind of dissociate yourself from that toxic sphere if you intend to.
Well, my intention is to keep doing me, and I'm not going to let people police what I do. I talk to people who are Destiny supporters all the time, and a lot of them are really good conversations. So I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. With him specifically, I think that they're lies and it's bad faith, and I don't have any intention of engaging if people are just blatantly lying about me. But in general, I think that there are good people who even agree with a lot of the things he says, and I'm willing to have those conversations even if they're difficult. That said, though, obviously there are lines to everything, and personal lines that you need to take, and I hope people understand that.
Yeah. Well, anyway, take care, man. Really appreciate you coming on the show. It was a great chat.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Peace, PISSCO. That was some good stuff, man. Yeah, great chat as always. Really appreciated the discourse, and glad that PISSCO was able to stop by, even though he's in Japan right now.
Yeah, it's crazy he was in Japan. I thought he was for real. Like, I could not tell for a second if he was fucking with us, or
I thought he might have been too.
If he was actually like running. I was like,
Jesus Christ. I have a show I'm doing in 45 minutes with I don't know if they're the commie guys.
Oh.
I'm literally just assuming that though, but I don't actually know if that's true or not. Hold on. No, not that. Yeah, I shouldn't call them the commie guys. Wait, James Vagabond? Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Oh.
One of them is a commie. James is a commie. The other guy, I don't believe. I like them though.
That's at 8 o'clock.
I cannot believe they put more shit on top.
They're whatever they can do the day before. Why not?
The judge is gonna be like, yeah, sorry, I gotta read all this. We're gonna have to push this back.
Tom Tiffany ad labels his Democratic opponent David Crowley as data center David Crowley.
This data center thing is going to be the election issue. If not for the midterm, I don't know if it'll last all the way to the presidential election, but oh my God.
Wait, he's not gonna sweep for Crowley? He's just gonna be like, this is bad.
What makes him a commie? I didn't understand the part. I think one of them is supposed to be something and the other one is like a communist. Like they
Vagabond literally says he's a communist.
Yeah,
at least I don't think he was kidding either.
But they seem like a really good host for that show that he was on. So.
They were.
I'm done speaking.
What?
Meet data center David Crowley. There's an opportunity for us to really become AI, the data hub, for not only for the entire country, but for the entire globe.
And he wants you to pay for it. Data center David Crowley won't roll back data center tax incentives. Our lakes run dry. Family farms paved over.
That's
Why?
not how it works.
Because Crowley's campaign is funded by the people building them.
See?
Data center David Crowley. Big tech wins. Wisconsin pays. Meet data center David Crowley.
You're not gonna push back?
He's about to. He's getting ready. There's like a minute and 12 seconds left in this clip. He's going to. Oh, he's building up a good one too. Oh man, here we go.
I'm done. I'm done talking about elections. I realize that there might be some fucking scumbags in here that aren't just watching the clip shit out of context, but are going, oh, that's actually a good idea. Let's run with it. That is insane. What's extra insane is that Democrats don't do this. It's so
Do you know what he's skinwalking right now?
No.
People are watching my stream and they're taking my advice now on how to run their campaigns. That's what he's copying my talking point. Oh, nice. So this was his idea to attack Crowley on the data center thing. Definitely 100%.
that I give free ball all the time, and it's not just it's usually the Democrats. They don't listen. And then Republicans instead listen to what I have to say, it seems. Yeah, I saw Rick Scott calls Moscow with a Hassan Piker Democrat. I find that very funny. Scared to death. Senator Rick Scott...
Okay, good pushback.
Okay, good pushback.
Bro, they're supporting
Blue
the
no
candidate.
matter who, am I
They're
right?
supporting the candidate, Moot. Stop being a little bitch. There we go. Beautiful. Nope, never mind. That's not beautiful. Okay.
Dude, if your judge doesn't call them bad faith, I lose all hope in the fucking system, man. That's crazy.
She's got more important things to deal with, you know? What is this? Hold on.
It's entirely possible that he tacos again and, he caves and, pushes back the deadline and we mitigate this and we get to the next deadline. It's equally possible that we find an agreement that is substantive, that is comprehensive, that is thoughtful, that is balanced and appropriate. And 3 weeks from now, we're back at this because Donald Trump doesn't like it. And he's decided in a fit of panic or whim or anger about the midterms that are coming up and some bad poll numbers or some gossip that's coming out about his administration that he decides to change the narrative and throw everything out the window. He's an unreliable president whose word is not his bond, but we're stuck with the dynamic of the Canada-U.S. economy. And to decouple that dependence on America, that is the great Canadian project for, frankly, the next 10 years. But if we can get through this Trump administration with some kind of an agreement on tariffs that we can live with, that has some predictability for Canadian and Canada's investment dynamic, I think that's the best that we can hope for the next calendar 2 years as we get closer to 2028, hopefully the end of this administration, and then the rebuilding of the Canada-U.S. relationship for the next generation of Canadians and Americans who actually do want to get along, who want to do business, who want to trade and travel across our borders and have a normalized relationship.
Wow. What the fuck is happening? Oh, no, I can. Okay. If this is less than 3, why is this not? Oh fuck, I'm retarded. Oh,
it's entirely
okay. All right, we have 40 minutes for the show. Alice wanted me to watch a debate she did with Ogre Boy. I don't know if I have time for that right now. We can watch some of this. COVID.
Oh wait, I had a question for you.
What?
How are you feeling about the Electoral College? Do you still like it?
I don't know. I don't have strong opinions about it. I feel like it could change to a popular vote, though.
Yeah, my kind of feel is a popular vote because I feel like right now small states are too advantaged. So we either need to A, uncap the House, or B, get rid of the Senate, or C, just swap it to a popular vote.
Yeah, it can't be all of these things. It's fucking retarded.
No, of course not. It's one of the
too
three,
much.
in my
Sure.
opinion.
Yeah. Or no. I mean, it can't be that Republicans have all of these things. It's like too much.
Yeah.
Oh wait, hold on. Never mind. Hutch memes. What were these?
It's
okay. Watch 3 minutes from here. 141.
He's like a fucking tractor beam, but it's more like a repulsor beam.
FC. So I more, but even way more confident in sort of wit. I still pulled punches because everyone was basically banging around. I just don't think it was fair.
He's got him times 2.
No, he obviously was fine with it. He also
controversial though. Sure. that's all true, right? We know Wick more. We've been around Wick more. We know Wick can take it more. But there's another thing here too, which is Wick's substantive opinions triggered me more than average DSA slop, right?
There we go. I wish we could just open with that. That's the issues. You didn't actually disagree with Keith that much. You mega disagreed with Wick. Theoretically should be more in line with our views than Keith, but yeah.
See, that right there, like, I don't think that necessarily follows. I don't think what PISSCO said necessarily means what Destiny said. If he's saying that Wick's answers were more frustrating than Keith Edwards, well, to be fair, Wick was making the case that a Republican governor would be better in the state of Wisconsin. That's a really consequential opinion. So if PISSCO thought that Wick's answer was more triggering than Keith's answers, that doesn't mean that, you know, what did Destiny say? That doesn't mean that he really didn't he really didn't disagree with Keith all that much.
The reason why I feel this way, and I feel a billion times more reinforced with this, is if you look at the just look at the thing that we just watched. He just never has any energy or any smoke. Compare the conversation we saw yesterday with North. Compare the conversation that PISSCO had with North to the conversation that he just had with the Vanguard, who are talking about Josh Shapiro, getting paid off to watch over that murder of that one woman and then join the IDF because he it's just not even close. It's not even remotely close.
That's not what that means. That doesn't necessarily mean that. You know what I mean? But he gets into this fight mode sometimes, right? Hold on.
We've been around Wick more. We know Wick can take it more. But there's another thing here too, which is Wick's substantive opinions triggered me more than average DSA slop, right?
There we go. I wish we could just open with that. That's the issues. You didn't actually disagree with Keith that much. You mega disagreed with Wick. Theoretically should be more in line with our views than Keith, but yeah, I guess. I mean, than the actual stated views, but maybe the internal views are the ones that aren't as publicized. Maybe they do have a stronger sense of DSA.
I don't know. I just what Wick's take, I think, should be pretty controversial in a liberal space. The situation has to be extremely dire, extremely extraordinary to propose the idea that a Republican winning a governor's seat in a swing state is the better outcome than a bonehead DSA person. That's going to be, in a liberal space. That's going to be, in my opinion.
I think I've said this a million times, in a vacuum, I agree with what Hutch is saying, but just my fear that I've said over and over again is just that it seems like there's absolutely no way that these guys can ever push back on anything to the left, ever. It just can't happen ever. And so in that sense, I'm just so terrified about these people gaining more and more ground because it seems like these guys are completely and totally incapable of pushing back on them ever. When I say these guys, not Hutch and Lone are the only two. But it seems like everybody else is just infinite capitulation.
Tough pitch. By supporting Hong, we make it harder for us to win against MAGA overall. I just don't think that there's a great argument for that outcome being preferable to a Republican controlling, having control of a swing state during a time when we were going to be redoing the census. That's such a tough pitch, man. And you already know I will grant you, I do think electing Hong, it's just going to be a headache for Democrats. That's putting it mildly. She's going to cause problems. She's going to say and do boneheaded things. But at the end of the day, and that will make Democrats' jobs harder. But I could make an argument, Wick, for a harm reduction principle of letting her just kind of trip on her face. Because yeah, that's gonna be a headache for Democrats, but it's also gonna set them back a bit. You realize that, right? If the country watches a state like Wisconsin elect a DSA governor, and then she does her boneheaded shit, that is going to set them back. You know what I mean? People, other constituencies in other cities and other states are going to be more hesitant. Listen, I don't know if I want to rehash.
The polling data shows that the idea that there was it's the same. It was the same thing in 2016. The overwhelming majority of Bernie supporters voted for Vice President Harris. I mean, this really is not this, but it is an issue on the margins. And the margins.
We saw them attacking the left more, calling it out. Would you be okay with them still voting for the DSA candidates because they think MAGA's worse? Yeah, sure, 100%. Because at that point, my biggest fear about the DSA or socialist types is not them as individuals. I think Al Sayed is the best example of this. On paper, I think Al Sayed is a really good candidate. And regardless, even compared to the Republican, it's not even remotely close. But even without comparing it to Republican, I appreciate people that have strong opinions on Ukraine. I super appreciate that. But my only fear is that if he is a gateway for more extreme people, then it's up to him to decide that, basically. And I don't know what he would decide about, because nobody in the media in the lib left area can push back on any of them. That's always the fear.
Can determine elections, right? So I
don't understand where this has to be bad faith at this point from Josiah and PISSCO to continually misunderstand this point and to play this game over and over and over again. It has to be bad faith. And I don't.
What particular point does he?
When they keep bringing up, was it them bringing up over again, like, oh, well, most of the voters will vote for the Democrat? Yeah, I know that. Most of the leftist voters will. Yes, I know that. We've said this a billion times. Yes.
I was listening, but what did he say that was so bad right there?
People that voted for any leftist DSA type thing or socialist type thing, most of them do come out and vote Democrat. That is true. But that's not what we're talking about. Like, nobody's made that claim that most of the people that supported Bernie or most of the people that supported whatever leftist ended up not voting for the candidate. But it's not about what most of the people did. It's about the messaging from the top of their political establishments. And that messaging is that the Democrats and the Republicans are the same. Otherwise, what was the unaligned movement?
So polling data shows that the idea that there was like it's the same thing in 2016. Like the overwhelming majority of Bernie supporters voted for Vice President Harris. I mean, this really is not like this, but it is an issue on the margins, and margins can determine elections, right? So
I don't understand where this has to be bad faith at this point from Josiah and PISSCO to continually misunderstand this point and to play this game over and over and over again. It has to be bad faith, and I don't know if it's like a thing to get on some other larger streamer's good side or what. I don't understand how they can continue to.
I'm a little confused because what I thought I heard Josiah say a moment ago was a bit of an acknowledgement that negative rhetoric can impact elections on the margins. I don't know.
Is that what I mean, I guess that's one way to read that. Am I just negatively loading it? It sounded like Josiah was just sweeping by making the same. No, hold on. I'm not going to get gaslit. Josiah is sweeping and saying that, well, most of these guys will vote for the Democrat anyway, so it doesn't matter. That was the point that Josiah was making.
Maybe he's thinking about an older point.
I don't think Hutch is trying to gaslight me. Sorry, I was joking there.
I'm not really.
Mind fuck themselves over this point over and over again. Nobody has ever claimed ever on our side. Nobody's ever said the majority of socialist identified people don't vote for Democrats. The majority of Hassan's fans don't vote for Democrats. The majority of Bernie supporters. Nobody has ever made that claim. These guys have think of the straw, the poor straw. That
am I crazy? Is that not the point that Josiah is making? Am I crazy?
It's an issue aligned movement. No. That is the point that Josiah is making. But he's pretending like we're making a different point. Like yes, Josiah believes that, but we all believe that. We all know that. Nobody disagrees with him here. Like we all know that is the point. Yeah.
So the polling data shows that the idea that there was like it's the same thing in 2016. Like the overwhelming majority of Bernie supporters voted for Vice President Harris. I mean, this really is not like this, but it is an issue on the margins, and margins.
But it is an issue on the margins, and the margins can impact elections. Is what he's saying here. That's exactly what he's saying. Am I crazy, chat? Am I crazy? Is my read of this wrong? Like that's Josiah saying the overwhelming majority of like progressives supported Kamala, but it matters on the margins, and the margins matter in close elections. Am I crazy? Isn't that what he just said?
Top of their political establishments, and that messaging is that the Democrats and the Republicans are the same.
Listening to it the third time.
Otherwise, what was the unaligned movement?
So polling data shows that the idea that there was like it's the same thing in 2016. Like the overwhelming majority of Bernie supporters voted for Vice President Harris. I mean, this really is not like this, but it is an issue on the margins, and margins can determine elections, right? So I
don't understand where this has to be bad faith at this point. I think I remember to continually misunderstand this point and to play this game over and over and over again. It has to be bad faith, and I don't know if it's like a thing to get on some other larger streamer's good side or what. I don't understand how they can continue to mind fuck themselves over this point over and over again. Nobody has ever claimed ever on our side. Nobody's ever said the majority of socialist identified people don't vote for Democrats. The majority of Hassan's fans don't vote for Democrats. The majority of Bernie supporters. Nobody has ever made that claim. These guys have think of the straw, the poor straw that has been reconstructed over and over again as this.
Listen, I'm sorry, but he's just wrong about this. I mean, there is a decent amount of generalizing that goes on sometimes.
But the generalizing is always with the content creators and media infrastructure. Like it's the fact that it's the uncommitted movement and the Hassan and the crystal balls and the constantly co-opting all of our talking points have to be about AIPAC and fucking Israel and the genocide and like all of these over and over again. Most of the people, though, I've said this a million times, I'll say it again. Most of the people that watch Kyle Kalinske, most of the people watch Crystal Ball, most of the people watch the Majority Report. My guess is 80% or more of the people that did vote, probably 90% or more of the people that did vote, voted for the Democrat. That would be my guess. For Kamala Harris, even if they didn't explicitly tell them to. That'd be my guess. But they discourage their own people from going, so less would probably vote than they would otherwise. And they do damage to the broader media ecosystem by constantly making these like singular wedge issue points that they know that the normal Democratic establishment is never going to be able to capitulate to because they don't even know what they're asking for these people.
The language becomes too generalized and too imprecise. And it is a fact that a lot of people do, as far as the online discourse goes. I mean, I've probably even framed it this way, but like, they don't support our candidates, therefore, like people do speak in that kind of language. Actually, I mean, I don't agree with this.
Tired, played out straw man to pretend that anybody's saying. I don't understand how like I keep saying this stupid fucking argument that nobody's ever made. Ugh.
I take your point, and I totally agree. This is not like
nobody's ever made the argument that like the lefties don't vote for the moderate Democrats. Listen, I don't think that's true. All due respect.
This is not reflective.
I don't think I've ever made that argument. Maybe somebody has said it, but well, unless by the lefties you mean the media people, because they don't. And they say that they won't. Kyle Kalinske has voted for and endorsed Jill Stein like 3 elections in a row. Like,
of the left or the online left or Bernie supporters or whatever. There's no data to support that.
I think Kamala Harris outperformed Bernie by like a point or something, and AOC outperformed Kamala Harris by a few points perhaps. But like to me, there's not enough of a sample to suggest that there's like overriding trend of this not occurring. And maybe that data exists, and if it exists, we're interested in it. Like we're interested in it. I think it bears on.
Nobody has ever said that. Nobody's ever made this claim ever. The history of all of online debating kind about this topic, but they keep pretending that this claim is being made, despite being told over and over again that that's not the claim being made. And like, well, we had.
I think that response is fair to what PISSCO said, but again, it sounds like Josiah and Destiny are saying the same thing. I could be crazy, but.
Of this, we would support. Like nobody has ever said this. I don't know who's making this argument.
Maybe some of these issues of moral culpability. It bears certainly on
like, oh yeah. Sorry, I'll say this one more time. I think me and Josiah are saying the same thing, but Josiah is acting like I don't believe that. He's acting like he's saying something that I haven't said, or that a position that I don't hold. That I think that the majority of Hassan's viewer base is like not voting or abstaining from voting. I don't think that's true.
That kind of stuff, but I'm just not seeing. I think it's like a dynamic that's real online and influencers and certain organizers, and that's causing a lot of consternation.
Oh, 100%. And I just saw one of your chatters there, say like now Lib's was like to be a Bernie supporter in 2016. I guess I don't follow because actually I think like he said that Lib's going to make some genuine concessions. Well, actually, when it comes to Abdullah Syed,
it's getting so like it's so fast that it's like I'm getting distracted by chat. It is. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of hard to follow sometimes. Hold on.
Maybe some of these issues of moral culpability. It bears certainly on strategy and that kind of stuff, but I'm just not seeing. I think it's like a dynamic that's real online and influencers and certain organizers, and that's causing a lot of consternation.
Oh, 100%. And I just saw one of your chatters there, say like now Lib's was.
Wait, hang on. That's PISSCO now saying the same thing too. I am a little confused. That's Josiah and PISSCO both saying that the voter trends are like very much indicate that our lefty people overwhelmingly vote for candidates like Kamala in general elections.
Correct.
But it's an issue in the online discourse.
Yes.
Right? Am I crazy? Isn't that what they're both saying? Like whatever issues you have with their overall points they're making in the video that he's reacting to.
Like to be a Bernie supporter in 2016. I guess I don't follow because actually I think like he said that Lib's going to make some genuine concessions. Well, actually, when it comes to Abdullah Syed, unless you just take for granted that an outcome determinative number of Stephen supporters, Democratic voters, liberals are just going to go ahead and support him, which honestly,
it would be easier if Destiny wasn't fucking banned on Twitch. We could just have these conversations. I mean, I could turn the Twitch stream off and try to have a conversation with him, probe him a little bit on his positions here.
On balance of probability is probably true. Like the truth is he probably doesn't.
We could do that.
Like
not intentional. Hutch is part intentional.
It's not guaranteed that he will lose if he doesn't bend over backwards support Haley voters. Just because we tend to close ranks. But the truth is, like, if anybody's going to need to make concessions in this particular race, it's going to have to be. Abdullah is going to moderate. Abdullah is going to drift towards the center. We actually see it already in the past 24 hours, not just in terms of his rhetoric and how he's talked about Haley Stevens and her supporters mending fences and building bridges, but also Chris Hayes tonight on MS Now hit him with that quote by Hassan that's gone viral, and you can just see that on Abdullah's face. Like he's like, I just want to strangle him. You can see, and he basically is like, listen, he's a streamer. He's entitled to his view. That's not my view. My view is that we need to build bridges and mend fences, and that's what this campaign is about.
We don't cancel Thanksgiving, and we don't need to do
right. And I think I don't have the quote on me, but I do think there was a follow-up about like, will you campaign with him or something. I could be hallucinating. He's like, no, I'm really focused on winning the general. So just
wow, what a crazy solidification there of where he stands on it. Thank you so much. True, nice.
She's focused.
I'm just a politician. I don't know about what this other guy said that has shown up with me the day before my.
Is he listening on 2 times speed or is this 1.5 times speed? I take fucking Vyvanse and it's hard for me to follow these conversations.
Oh, that I'm standing alongside. I don't know.
Who the hell is that guy?
I'm on 60 milligrams, guys. I'm on 60 milligrams of Vyvanse and I fucking can't follow these 1.5 times speed.
Do 180.
Guessing that kind of like Ramadan, he's going to have to really distance himself from Hassan now. And so Abdul recognizes that he has an obligation to try to court the votes of POC supporters and just other Democratic voters, as many people as humanly possible. And that's always the case. Vice versa, Harris had that obligation. People say, because sometimes people get mad at us when we get frustrated. We're like, well, Harris had an obligation to win people over. That's true. But the candidate's job is to persuade people to turn out for him. And Harris failed. I failed as a major political commentator because I clearly wasn't able to make that case persuasively. And so was everybody else in space. And the voters themselves failed as well because they made the wrong decision and were dealing with at least 4 years of fascism. So we all have a moral obligation. We all have agency. We all have a duty to try and come together. But I don't think now that we're in the general, I don't think it's the liberals who are going to have to make concessions. Abdul Syed, I think if concessions are demanded, it will be from liberals. And Abdul will be forced to make them, not the other way around.
I want to respond to super chat and also a comment from Demiurge who said, vote blue no matter who only works if both factions adhere to it. And only works when you apply them to the election. I don't understand what you mean by that. It only works if both factions adhere to it. I just take vote blue no matter who. And again, where there's obviously everyone has a threshold. Everyone has like this bar too far.
How is that so hard to understand? Like all for one and one for all, but only half the people think that. Well, I mean, like I just take that to mean that like our half should always stick to that, even if the other half. Like, how is that hard to understand? I can't believe that that's a sincere statement. That's that difficult to understand. There's no way.
It's a recommendation for individuals. And I don't know what about that. Quote,
it's not a recommendation for individuals. What is that, or what does that mean? I guess theoretically, everything, when reduced to its most fundamental thing, that's an advice to human beings, is a recommendation for individuals. But I mean, like, no, it's literally not. It's vote blue no matter who. Is that even if we come from different coalitions or whatever, we have to support the Democratic candidate in the election. I don't know. Okay.
Doesn't work if you have a group of cynical influencers who don't adhere to it for their own clout and purposes, especially when the overwhelming voting trend seems to be that both factions do adhere to it. But like even assuming that were the case, vote blue no matter who is like a prescription for what's the right thing to do, right? And that's true whether or not everyone does do the right thing.
I don't understand how somebody can be so smart on some discrete things, but like it's so fucking retarded on macro concepts. It's like when we say all hands on deck, what we mean is that it's just I do explain that. Sorry, good job, Dusty. Really good to go up and top and help on deck. That's what I mean. Even if not everybody is helping, and it's like no, that's literally not what it means. What it means is we need everybody here, and that's why we're saying all hands on deck. We need everybody to do something. If not everybody does it, it doesn't work. That's what the phrase means. It implies the necessity for everybody to participate, like not for some people to choose and for other people not to.
That's why I'm saying we should just retire this rhetoric. We should just stop. How many fucking years of this are we gonna do, guys?
Wait, I agree, and I have, but they're not. Now they want to hold to it, right?
Every fucking year, it's the same debate about blue no matter who valid, and what are the limits of blue no matter who. None of these conversations have ever been productive. They've never led to anything productive. Okay, I still have my own personal philosophy. I'm still generally gonna. It's just really difficult for me to imagine not voting straight ticket Democrat for the foreseeable future. I'm unwavering on that. But what value is there for me to like?
Blue, if there's not the thing. The thing is that if there's not like a subversive aspect in your party that's trying to intentionally like mindfuck you by not playing by your rules, then the blue no matter who thing works. The I fuck her name up. I'll learn it one day, especially since I'm so critical about people getting comments on Chevalier. Like in a vacuum, I'm voting for her over any person that's like MAGA in 2024. It's a no-brainer, right? I would re-vote for Fetterman. I would take another mansion in cinema. I would vote Francesca Hong over Tiffany. Any of these people, no-brainers. But the complicating factor now is that we have a growing movement in that looks like a Tea Party in our party that is not reciprocating, and they're relying on you to reciprocate and for you to allow them not to reciprocate, and that's the issue. That's the spooky, scary skeleton part.
To try to make the case for other people, like it just doesn't. Nothing good comes from it, you know. And it is just like so obviously the case that people like Kyle Kulinski. I think he's the best example of it. He's the most extreme example of it. Okay, because Kyle he's had a long career. He's been doing this covering politics for 20 years. And for as long as I've known about him, he's never, ever been a blue no matter who person. He's always been one of these guys that was making a case against the Democrat in the race, or the establishment moderate Democrat. He honestly, like most of his coverage of Kamala, I would say was like positive, but he did stop short of endorsing her, and he did play into the, she literally did a genocide stuff.
Yeah.
And then just like 3 months into the Trump administration, he wants to turn around to liberals and be like, what happened to blue no matter who? It's just like, so it's just, why do that? Why give them that kind of ammunition? It's just way easier to just tell them like, okay, don't vote for Newsom. So yeah, do your thing. But that to me just seems like the better alternative here. And then that way, 2 years from now, when they do it again, when they do the like, what happened to blue no matter, when they do that again, be like, hey, I never told you had to vote blue, bro. Like, live your life. And we can stop doing this fucking merry-go-round. It's just so pointless.
Jesus.
Maybe you're saying something else like,
you're not a captain, so.
What? You're
not a captain, so.
True.
Well, no, I think this is what we're talking about.
Like I think like these kind of conversations that Josiah and PISSCO are having where they say, like it has to cut both ways, right? It's like, to me, you're like, when you do that, you're just giving oxygen to disingenuous people like Kyle.
Yes.
You're just playing right into their bait by doing
But they know that, and they're okay with that. Like, that's the issue, right? They're not making a mistake. They're like, they know that this is happening, and they're knowingly doing it, Yeah,
in my opinion. You're giving them exactly what they want when you do that. When you criticize other liberals for expressing skepticism about El Sayed or Hong or whatever. And it's just a lie. It's just a fraud. And so it's just, what is the point of that?
Who, the virtue of that prescription is that you increase the likelihood of electing Democrats, and Democrats are, as a general proposition, better than Republicans. And the truth is, the cold hard truth of it is that vote blue no matter who works, even if only a certain percentage of the electorate subscribes to it. So
not if you selectively subscribe to it. This is just an exploit. It's just an exploit for how your political movement will be treated. We will always support the candidate as long as the candidate aligns with us in a small area. And then for the large people, well, you guys will always support the candidate. All you are doing is creating a ratchet effect where they understand that when it's a candidate they don't like, then they won't support him. And when it's a candidate they do like, they will support him. And then we have to do this no matter what.
I mean, he's just right about that. Let's be honest. He's just 100% right about that.
Rhetoric only benefits those people because they know that no matter what their actions are, they can stay in an environment where it becomes EV positive to always support their candidate. Because
like when do they ever get heat, right? Like, yeah.
They'll support theirs, but they won't support yours. So I guess we have to support theirs because they won't support ours, and it makes theirs more likable. Like, this is a ratchet effect. I don't understand how this is so difficult to understand.
Yes, ideally, not just for, not just maximize the efficacy of vote blue no matter who, but also I think for just personal sense of justice. We want everybody in the quote-unquote coalition of the left team, or whatever we're calling it, the people who are from never Trump Republicans all the way to, AOC and Zorn Mamdani, whatever you call that group. We want everybody to get on board with the idea of vote blue no matter who. But even if people betray the principle, those of us who adhere to it regardless,
if people betray the principle is no longer a principle. If applied selectively, it's just a way to attack you. Like,
it's a weapon. Yeah, it's a weapon against libs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Found out in the United States that half the country, for some reason,
it's like a fraud. It's a fraud. It's bait. It's just bait. It's games. They're playing games. That's what it is.
Tax code, but just wasn't paying taxes and there was no penalty. Like, they were on paper supposed to and they just didn't. Well, fuck that. Why the fuck would I pay taxes? That's not a...
And the Abdul El Sayed race, and they unpacked it a little bit in this conversation. The situation with Abdul El Sayed right now and the institutional support that he's getting from Democrats at the highest fucking level of leadership within the party just utterly demolishes the left's narrative that the establishment would rather lose to Republicans than support a progressive. It just utterly demolishes it. He got endorsed by Kamala. He got endorsed by Schumer. He got endorsed by Gillibrand, I think. He got endorsed by Haley. He got a call from Barack Obama, which is not necessarily an endorsement, but when Obama makes a call like that, he knows it's going to leak to the press. And so the whole point is that it's a signal of support. And, Obama did the same thing with Mamdani after he won. And it's like, it just utterly demolishes their whole fucking narrative that the establishment would rather lose to Republicans than help progressives. And they just instead of acknowledging that and celebrating that, they're still playing these stupid fucking games and lying about, they just ignore stuff like that. And they just keep repeating the claim that, the establishment would rather lose to Republicans, right?
Morally virtuous thing to do? Or about to say right now, we think the taxes should be increased. I'm not going to volunteer extra money. No, make it a law. You have to do a thing where everybody has to be playing by the same rule set.
We adhere to it regardless. Like, it's not a zero-sum game. saying. By hearing you vote no matter who, even when others don't, you're still increasing the likelihood that Democrats get elected. Now, again,
it's not about if Democrats get elected. It's also about what a Democrat is or what it means to be a Democrat. What are the chances you think that Kermie is more blurred and alt? Is it though? Just because they don't live by their principles doesn't mean we should chatter. Live by our principles. People don't pay for the bus all the time, but I still do because I think it is the right thing to do. If people don't pay for the bus, they get arrested or they get fined. That's a law. You have to do that. If because you're not doing it, you'll get in trouble. Would you still pay for the bus if we decided arbitrarily there was some group of people, if you're over 6'2", or if you're a woman or whatever, you don't have to pay your bus fare, and it was just like a randomly arbitrary thing, or not that we decided that those people just didn't? Like, no, there's no virtue in acting independently if you need everybody to solve a problem. There's no virtue in that.
Pretty girls don't pay for drinks at bars.
True.
Maximizing the efficacy and the range of it. You definitely want everybody to get on board. But no, it is not a zero-sum game where if the left doesn't do it, it's bad for liberals to do it. If electing Democrats is something you consider to be good, then
we don't. And now you have to torture like what they mean ontologically by the terms or semantically. What is the semantic content of the word Democrat, right? Well, it's always good to elect a Democrat. That's not true. If Nick Fuentes ran as a Democrat, I don't think everyone would elect him. Just having the D next to their name. I can't believe that we even have to clarify this, but like it implies that there is some semantic content to the term Democrat, that there is some shared belief system. Now it doesn't have to map completely on it. There's probably plenty of room in a particular party, even for you to disagree on things, on affirmative action or DI or what should gun control. Like, if there's some guy who was like on me most of the way and they thought that we should ban all assault rifles throughout the United States, like I think it's retarded, but like yeah, fine, that's a disagreement that we can have. But supporting terrorism? No, come the fuck on. This is not like a vote blue no matter who, even if the blue guy is a terrorist supporter. That's crazy.
In a vacuum, obviously I agree. Like we should, if we were living in normal times where there wasn't an imminent threat.
That's a lot of qualification there for when we can support terrorists, but okay.
Threat of upending like liberal democracy in America, as I believe that MAGA poses that kind of threat, then I do think that you need to introduce these variables and have it affect.
To be clear, though, I guess technically it's not that al-Sayed supports terrorism; it's that he would have campaigned alongside a guy who does support terrorism. There is a distinction there. As silly as it sounds, it is a big distinction. Like, if al-Sayed was watching Hezbollah video take over things or whatever, I'd support the MAGA guy. Even if he literally said, I will support Donald Trump for a third term, I don't care. That's fine. That's too much. No way. That's crazy. But al-Sayed, I don't think would ever do that, hopefully. He doesn't show up on Hassan's stream tomorrow and they're fucking watching Hezbollah videos.
Analysis. And so, it is a little bit like, if we're doing the analogies thing, which I typically don't love doing, but it's a little bit like, teaming up with Stalin to take on the Nazis, right? That doesn't mean there's not gonna be a Cold War afterwards. And it doesn't mean like literally any conceivable or even like the most ridiculous thought experiment that you can construct with a D next to their name. You're not literally saying that, there are limits. I would say like my whole thing is like maximally blue no matter who, but there are limits. I think like obviously, I mean, it would have to be really, really bad. But like in the case of Wisconsin, I just think that if the Republican Party is able to shore up their institutional dominance, people in the chat have been mentioning the fact that the Wisconsin Republicans, did you say, lost the popular vote in a race, was it 2018? Is that what you guys are saying? That lost the popular vote within the state in terms of all the statewide elections, but still ended up with a super majority of seats. Like, you get to do that when you control the levers of power in a state. That's an insane advantage that will make it really difficult for Democrats to like claw back that fucking power. And that is something that I just keep going back to this idea of like, I don't think that is being given a proper sort of acknowledgement in this discussion.
Crazy.
You should do it even when leftists don't do it.
Here's the next follow-up from Darius. Says, the main criticism is that you are more tolerant of the Kalinsky types who fail to do the right thing when it mattered. No one is talking about the voters. If we're just talking about influencers, we have all criticized Kalinsky for that action. And so...
well, I don't know. I mean, no, I don't think... Listen, it's not about the fact that you might have criticized Kyle at this or that point. It's about the fact that in my opinion, I feel like they're willing to give Kyle credit for something he hasn't even really demonstrated yet. Kyle's out there saying that now he's changed his mind. He's blue no matter who.
Giving critiques, though.
I know, Jesus, but I'm like the authoritarian. Like
he's over here, he's fucking stuttering, and I love Hutch. He's like,
don't be mean. Stop. Hutch is our boy. Stop. That was too much.
He is our boy.
That was too much. That was too much. He's not stuttering. I think the issue here is that it's genuinely a difficult position for him to navigate because it's like they have technically walked back their prior statements, but it's like so late. It's like, well, do you get credit for it at this point? So it's like a weird, like, do you even give credit for that?
I don't understand why you would give him credit for that absent any kind of meaningful test of that. Has he been meaningfully tested on that? Has Kyle come out and like endorsed any like pro-Israel Democrat that's won their primary during this cycle? Maybe he has. I don't know. Because when I tune into Kyle these days, he's still doing like fascist enabling, bootlicking, corporate sellout, APAC bot, Democrat versus the progressive person. Like I just, if somebody has done something for the last like 15 years, which is to say that they've like actively worked against the Democratic Party, didn't support Hillary, didn't support Biden, didn't endorse Kamala, in 2020, you guys, that's the craziest one. I mean, like 2020 was such a crazy election and the stakes were so immediate and obvious.
Yeah.
And he's on Joe Rogan the night of the election and Rogan asks him if he voted for Biden and Kalinsky says, no, I don't vote for war criminals in 2020.
Oh, that was in 20. Okay.
First of all, war criminals. What the fuck does that? Joe Biden? What does that word even mean?
Oh no, is Hutch not aware?
Because he did the drone shit. Is that what they're saying?
Biden? They hate Obama. These guys think that Obama is as much a war criminal as George Bush or anybody else. Biden was the VP, so they qualify that. Yeah, I'm not sure. They just never get asked about some things like this. So I think a lot of people don't realize it, but that is their position. Yes.
Crazy.
And so this idea that like we would grant Kyle charitability on this or give him credit for turning a new leaf before this newfound principle of his is even tested in a meaningful way. That's just crazy. I would never do that in my real life relationships. If someone, like, trust is earned, obviously. Like, if someone in my life demonstrates that they do they have a destructive pattern of behavior or perspective, or they have a track record that I can look at, and then one day they tell me, you know what, I'm changed. I'm a changed person, okay? No more of that from here on out. We would never, like, nobody in either of my chats. Well, I should say maybe, hopefully nobody, but you know, some people have a hard time holding people accountable. I would guess most of you guys, if you had a partner that cheated on you over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, and then your partner, literally, if your partner cheated on you for
what if they changed this time though?
In 15 years, you know, or like you had a partner who struggled with alcohol abuse and they relapsed, you know, once a year, every year for 15 years, and then your partner comes to you and says, I'm done. It's going to be straight edge from here on out. Okay, I've changed my ways. You would not just take that person at their word and be like, okay, phew, glad we got past that one. You would be skeptical. And I just, you know, my frustration with Josiah and PISSCO is that they just don't seem to be skeptical of Kyle in that way. And I don't understand that perspective. That doesn't compute with me. That doesn't make sense to me at all. Why the fuck would you, why would you ever just like take him at his word? I mean, it's just ridiculous, right?
Good question.
So, I don't understand in what sense we're more tolerant than we should be. Are you suggesting that we don't ever collaborate with Kyle Kalinske, that we don't ever be polite to Kyle Kalinske? Because I don't understand why that is a good instrument.
And then he also keeps playing this autistically retarded, like, what do you want us to do? I didn't know what you wanted us to do. It's like, cover them like you cover any person on the right. Well, you can see what you need to do. Go to your YouTube channel, look at how you do videos on Sean Hannity and Fox News and Bill Maher. Just like that. Like, you know what? Oh my God. It has to be bad faith.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna get myself in trouble here. I don't know if
Francis Gill is a member.
Get in trouble with who?
I don't know if it's super useful to keep reacting to that. I mean, listen, I do understand.
Stop!
What?
What Destiny's frustrations. I think I understand them. I just know, like, I know that I had a pretty big shift. I know that I had a really big shift, and we talked about it on the stream before. Talked about it directly with Destiny before. I had a really big shift, and so I remember using rhetoric that I'd say is pretty similar to the kind of rhetoric I hear from my pals. And I wasn't being bad faith. I was just naive. I was just very, very naive. And it took me a little while to get there, but I got there. And I want to allow for the same kind of change in perspective. And so while I appreciate the frustration that Destiny communicates, my worry is that if you go way too hard, you end up only the people that you're trying to spar with on this particular topic just get more and more dug in, which is a very human reaction to that kind of heat from a community as big as like DGG. And that might have set me back. Like if I was like sparring with people, you know, with other communities in that kind of way, then I think I might have dug my heels in. But I do think, just mark my words. I mean, archive this, clip this, mark my words. I do think that it will be like much more obvious that skepticism of those people is justified right now. It's going to be a lot more obvious once we start getting into these primaries, because it's not going to take very long. These primaries are going to kick off very shortly after. I mean, the presidential primaries are going to kick off very shortly after the midterms, and Kyle's going to start doing his thing right away. Kyle's going to start accusing, you know, Gavin Newsom of wanting to like murder trans people. He's going to say the most unhinged, insane shit, you guys. And when he starts up with that, and he will, I promise you, he will. It's going to be impossible to ignore. And if in the case that happens, and it will happen, if we get to that point and my pals Josiah and PISSCO are still maintain their posture, then I think maybe I'll be in the place where, you know, Destiny is at now. But
well,
I don't want to get him in any trouble.
Yeah. Well, our episode of Lib and Learn, and then there was one. Just kidding. Stop. Just kidding. Hold on. What are they doing?
Triumphed over $250 million in spending from Steyer, but nobody talks about that. But no, I think.
Oh, they're talking about the billionaire memes.
Like Israel was a big thing when you know, for my local politics, the Shoykot Wiener thing, they were distinguished on Israel. But for Steyer and any of the people, Porter, like I don't remember Israel being brought up for anyone in the California governor's race. I don't remember this, but maybe am I misremembering? Do you guys remember Israel being like a hot point between Steyer and Becerra or any of these people?
Well, Steyer, he talked about it, but no, AIPAC didn't play a role in that or anything like that. But I don't know. Speaking of that race, you know, people talk about how El Sayed triumphed over $60 million in outsider spending. Well, Javier Becerra triumphed over $250 million in spending from Steyer, but nobody talks about that. But no, I think that's a fair point, Soy Pill, that, yeah, leftists were engaged in that one. I don't know. But to me, if Israel Boogeyman isn't there, it's hard to get the DSA crowd worked up, in my opinion.
Well, I do want to talk about the Larkin race, and we'll probably talk about Israel in that. But I want to kind of wrap this up. And the idea is people are coalescing.
Okay, how does his mic sound like this?
Breakfast. Like Stevens is out there like, yeah, we got to vote for Saeed. And
not close enough to the face, so the gain is probably quite high, and he's in an empty room, so that room is probably echoing way more than...
Maybe he just moved, yeah.
Yeah.
It's so important right now to come together and do that. I mean, I'm looking into Mike Rogers more, and it's like, oh, this guy's like working with like pardoned election denier slate people, like literally the January 6th, like electioneers. Like they're the people that tried to do the fraud, and they're just on his campaign, and no one gives a fuck. They're like, yeah, no, we can vote for this guy for Senate. So yeah, the coalescing is really nice to see these candidates coming together. I think Jolah, you saw this, and I tweeted about this too. This crystal ball, like retweeting Fox News, like anti-Crowley clips, like after the election.
She quote tweeted Tom Tiffany, who is the Republican nominee and is a total liar bullshitter and acting like he's a legit source with some deceptively edited video of Crowley. I would love to hear your guys' thoughts on that, because I don't...
Oh my God. Sorry, just random meme from the past. Do you remember? Fuck. Was it the one guy who was replacing Gnome Christie? Christie Gnome?
Chris Christie?
No, I fucked her name up so much.
Chrissy,
I don't remember how to.
Chrissy Gnome?
He was in a hearing, and I think Ted Cruz and someone else was pushing him because he tried to claim that he was on like some ultra super secret mission that literally nobody.
Oh yeah.
Was it
what's his name?
Mullen or whatever?
Mullen, yeah, Mullen.
Whatever. Mullen. That was funny. That was good memes. I wonder if we ever found out what his top secret, ultra high clearance mission was.
We never did.
Damn.
I don't know. I just don't like her. PISSCO, you've interacted with her, and Kyle, do you think she's an ally?
Love Crystal.
I mean, this is an op at this point. After that, no?
That's op
Yes,
behavior.
me first or Jolah?
Whomever.
Well, I'm an op too, so I can't really comment on my fellow ops. So I'll blow their cover. According to the one angry gamer community that doesn't like me. But like when we talk about Crystal Ball, I think we have to go for both sides. Both sides are bad.
Gamer community, by the way, yeah.
So whether it's Crystal Ball sharing a deceptively edited video of Crowley, and by the way, like you should be, as a progressive, you should be happy that Crowley is considered a moderate dem at this point. This guy's pro like universal childcare and pre-K. This guy wants to tax data centers to make them pay us instead of us paying the data centers, them paying for us for our electricity and giving us 100% green renewable energy. And there's so many other policies that are pro-union, pro-worker. If Crowley's a moderate Democrat, we're in a freaking good ass place. So when Crystal shares a deceptively edited video about Crowley, when his policy is way better than Tom Tiffany's, it is really cringe, especially because she never addresses it or cleans it up or gives any credit to Crowley as a candidate. And if we want people to go after people like Michael LaRosa, who's a former Joe Biden press secretary guy, he works for like a Trump firm now. He's on Fox News every day. He endorsed Mike Rogers over El Sayed. And if we all need to criticize whether it's Crystal Ball sharing pro MAGA slop or if it's that guy on Fox News sharing pro pro MAGA slop to attack El Sayed, we have to make sure we call all of them out, and we can't just sweep for either side of our coalition. As Democrats right now, we know the focused goal is beating these freaking Republicans. And if there's a bad candidate against a Republican, that's even better for me, bro. I want the shittiest candidate, the shittiest Democrat to beat.
Like if I were
Did he respond at all?
I don't even know. The reason why this is not satisfactory is that like if I were to stab you on accident, I imagine that whatever words you have to say for me or whatever thing you would try to do to make it so that like I don't stab you again would probably look a lot different than if somebody like broke into your house and stabbed you, right? Because you would assume that if I'm doing it, it's probably on accident. But if a stranger was doing it, they're probably doing it intentionally. These guys, they miss the analysis of this so much is because they keep doing this like, well, we think that she messed up here and we need to hold her accountable and blah, 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 blah. Dog, she's not on your team. It was intentional to spread that clip. It was intentional to attack Crowley. It was intentional to bully moderate Dems. They keep thinking that like they must just be doing something like not tactically correct or they've made a mistake. So, but if we remind them, then they'll like act right or whatever. And it's like, no, this is their mission. They're not going to listen to you because you're not even coming at them from a place of criticism that they care about because they know that that's the plan.
Any Republican in the country, so they know how bottom of the barrel they really are. Yeah, no, I agree with that completely. I would kind of just add, one, as someone who went hard on Wick for posting Fox News pretty much uncritically, I have the exact same flag for Crystal Ball, not just retweeting Tom Tiffany and Fox News clips as deceptively edited, but not to shit on Crowley for any good reason other than to compare him to Hong, who already lost. This wasn't before the primary. This was after. This was sore loser shit. And it's like, yeah, look, is this worse than Thanksgiving? It's like, one, no, it's actually a pretty well articulated position. Even if you hate data centers, it's not like I love data centers. Like as a semi-pro data center person, I'm like, yeah, this is great. Like he wants to regulate them. He wants to like do something that helps them work for us, and they're not going anywhere. So it's not like we can just ignore them. And the idea that you're like coming after them after it does nothing but hurt them, like that, that's like attacking Joe Biden in general. This shit kind of stuff, Kyle and Hassan and stuff are doing in 2024, and it's bullshit. You'd like, this is the time where you don't do that. So anyway, now it's PISSCO, your turn to defend your friend.
Yeah,
Crystal Ball.
My good friend Crystal. So listen, the first question IRI asked was, do you consider Crystal Ball an ally? And I guess I just want to ask IRI what he means by that.
So my God!
On the same side, pushing for the same goal, because I don't know how you look at that quote tweet and think this person is on our team. The best you could say is she's trying to get Crowley to do better, but that is being as horrifically charitable as possible.
So my response
is that logically possible that she could just be trying to improve the candidate?
That is, in general, I have a great window of tolerance for people doing stupid bullshit. And is it stupid bullshit to quote tweet a selectively edited clip without giving the condition and proviso, or either letting people know that it was selectively edited?
Do you see the issue? I at this point, I literally can't tell if people are aware and are part of the subversion or if they're literally just this stupid, right? It wasn't a mistake. This wasn't just stupid bullshit. It was intentional. This was intentional.
She wanted to post it.
Yeah, she wanted to post that. And all the other lefties did. All of them did. All of them reposted the same thing.
afterwards or doing it in the initial tweet, hopefully. Yes. Is that stupid behavior? Is that bad behavior? Yes. But I am going to interpret a lot of this shit charitably, to be honest with you. Whether it's
like, what is the interpretation?
Pointing at shit that El Sayed is saying and saying, look, we're so cooked for the general, it's so fucked. Or whether it's Wick TV, the other, big titan of the media in the left wing spheres, saying like retweeting Fox News. I don't really give a shit. And to me, yes, it's a faux pas. It's bad. Like, is it changing my overall perspective on Democrats or the left? No. I basically price that in for a lot of commentators that I watch that they do stupid bullshit that I disagree with. If that makes me a sweeper, I guess I'm a sweeper. I don't know what conclusion I'm supposed to draw from that.
Peace, I want to jump on you, not jump with you and say, I'm not writing Wick off because he uses Fox News tactics, but I'll call it out and say, don't do this shit. Like, this is ridiculous. This is not the time. But this is not like, oh, Wick's not an ally because of it. It's just, all right, like, you should.
The thing is, though, like, for the Wick
what do you mean by an ally?
Case, if he's just observing a talking point and he's saying, listen, I can see how the Republicans are going to use this against the Democrats, that's a fine point to make. I think and you guys wouldn't have a problem if Crystal Ball, if that was all Crystal Ball was saying is this makes him vulnerable, and they put in like parentheses, by the way, I know this is selectively edited. Would you have a problem with this?
Is a big difference not it was the primary?
Yeah.
As well?
They mix all of these things up intentionally. Like, it's just.
If she's like, this is vulnerable, he needs to improve on this. It's the same way, if the uncommitted movement was like, Joe Biden or Kamala Harris needs to improve on their position on Gaza, right? That's very different from, hey, obviously it should have been Bernie, and then like retweeting like a Fox News clip or something like that. So
I don't have a problem with that. I think it's similar to me saying El Sayed should drop Hassan. He's a liability.
Yeah.
But she didn't do that, PISSCO.
I agree.
But to defend Wick for a second, I did not see his tweet that you're referencing, but I'm assuming that was during the primary. This is a 1v1, Democrat versus Republican, and her tweet does nothing but help the Republican and hurt the Democrat.
True.
No, I agree that there are differences in the Wick tweet. And listen, the comparison Wick versus Crystal Ball, I get it. It's just demonstrative of the kind of thing we're talking about. And I don't give a fuck.
Demonstrative? What does that even mean? What a word salad of nothing there. Well, this is just demonstrative of the type of thing we're talking about. Of what? You're talking about the difference between.
No, it's obfuscating.
Yeah. Let me use the bathroom, get a soil, and then I gotta hop in the Discord 1 second.
There's a kind of like, it's the Republican talking points. It's the Republican talking points. If it's a critique, I'm okay with you criticizing candidates for the right reasons, whether it's the primary or the general. And that's true, by the way. If liberals want to be, which I count myself among, I don't use that pejoratively. If they want to be snarky about like some faults with El Sayed and him continuing, let's say that he continues to campaign with Hassan Biker, you're not going to shut up about it, will you, IRI? You won't say, you won't hold your tongue.
I don't, but I won't shut up about it. But it's because I'm saying every time I say it, it's because I'm saying this is holding him back. I think he can be a great senator. I'm worried it's handicapping his campaign. He can win, but it's making it harder. So I'm not like just this is worse than the Republican.
Yeah,
that's basically what
the equivalent. The equivalent would be if Guy had a Fox News clip of them being like, "Look at the elect for the Democrat Senate position. He says that America deserved 9/11," and Guy just retweeted it and said like, "Should have been Stevens," yeah, Stevens didn't have this fault. Like if that's all he said,
it's like destructive in your mind. It's like
it's purely just to tear them down.
Okay, so I agree. She should have done the Josiah, which is after any criticism, Josiah will put after it. And by the way, the worst Democrat is better than the best Republican. And I'm objectively right, and you never. Okay, so I agree, and I think that it's lame to not put in the tweet that it's selectively edited, that it's not representative, and that Tom Tiffany is worse. And I know that bears poorly on Crystal Ball's tweet and on like her intentions, 100%. But like, what then? What is the what of it all?
Wait, have you disclosed that you regularly go on breaking points?
I regularly go on breaking points. I want to put that out there. And Crystal Ball is
this is why I'm asking you about this PISSCO, because you know these people much better than me and probably everyone else here. I don't watch a lot of their content, but I feel like you are being incredibly charitable for her. And
what's the charity?
That was just an attack on the Democratic nominee and portraying him as worse than the Republican on a very important issue of data centers.
So I 100% agree with you that the tweet, as I saw it, again, I didn't watch the clip compilation that was underneath it. I just saw that this was a controversy, just to be clear, was bad. I condemn it wholeheartedly. And I think that you should have put the proviso in there that, by the way, you should vote for Crowley. And you shouldn't be so destructive about it.
But
I know she didn't. Yes, I know.
But you're acting like that's how she feels, where I think those were her feelings. She was very clear. She had a chance.
You think she prefers Tom Tiffany?
I think she is so disgusted with Democrats for whatever reason that she would rather see the Republican win at this point. I don't know.
I will ask her this. I will ask her this.
Wait, guy.
We will get to the bottom of it.
Okay. Wait, I don't make you happy. What could PISSCO say to make you happy right now?
She doesn't care.
I will look into it, guy, and I will ask her.
She's just doing it
I want to know what would make you happy.
Man.
What do you want PISSCO to be? What do you want to be PISSCO's position? What would make you happy right now?
I want PISSCO to
wants money.
recognize that this was an attack on the Democrat that helped the Republican, and I don't think it's because she worded it poorly or left something off. I think that she, for whatever reason, cannot stop
wants
attacking.
Republicans to win.
No, I don't think she wants Republicans.
They're not on either side.
True, it's IRI understands. He's representing Second Mill. Okay.
He gets it. All right, bye. Have a good one.
Be careful, buddy.
Yep.
I don't know what this back room is that they talk about. You said join the waiting room. Where is there? Where's the waiting room? Oh.
Welcome in. Welcome, neighbor.
What's up? What's up?
Hello.
I don't have my camera plugged in.
Oh.
You don't need it.
Trying to get my girlfriend a pirated game on her USB. I'm a real person. Here we go. Oh my goodness. Jesus, that guy's ugly. Fuck. Alright, welcome. I will boot up the intro here in a moment and then we'll get it started. How you doing, Destiny?
Doing great.
Did any of the shit that I sent you guys help for stream at all, or? Yeah, I'm live on my end.
Oh, okay.
Alright, am I
just didn't
louder
wanna-
now?
Yeah. Didn't want anything leaking or whatever, you know.
Basically the same. If you're using your mic through Discord, Discord's probably putting a cap on it. I've got my audio going through OBS, so I've got like boosts and EQs and things, and the sound gate is not quite as brutal as Discord's is. So that might be it.
You're
I
able
don't
to
know.
use audio through OBS? Like you're able to send,
it through
to
OBS to
and then
Discord,
to
yeah.
Discord?
Yep.
Or did I get louder?
I need to do that shit because I'm
Basically-
using
Basically the
voice
same
meter
fucking-
and it's shit.
Wait, what are you increasing your volume on? For the guy that keeps asking if you got louder, but you're not getting louder.
I'm already maxed in Discord, so I was I've seen it increased if I increase it in Discord, but or in OBS. Because I'm already maxed on Discord.
Okay, because if you increase it in OBS, I think that probably doesn't do anything for us because we're not
It seemed to once. Somebody reported that it did, but yeah, I assumed that it didn't, but then someone said it did.
Well,
said I sounded louder.
that guy was a saboteur.
True. Okay.
We're gonna watch the stream back later, and your voice is just gonna be so blown out.
I'm just gonna throat my mic and scream the whole show
There
for
you
2
go.
hours.
Yeah. There you go. That's
Like a real politics
What you
show.
do.
Hell yeah.
All right,
We are
here
a
we
real
go.
politics show.
We are.
Well, that's
We're
why you got to
real.
scream at people to make sure that you're super real, because that's what all the good
That's
ones
how you
do.
get the views.
Hell yeah.
Alrighty, clicking stream, sharing the screen for the intro. If you'd like to both tune in, or all three tune in.
Yeah, all right.
Our forefathers fought for liberty, individual freedom, self-expression, and the right to self-determination. They created a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, establishing a nation of free individuals who ignited a bright beacon of hope. America's a land where any person, from any background, can succeed, so long as they endeavor forthright with determination in their heart. A melting pot, the greatest hits album of the human race. We gather here today to renew that sacred bond, that oath to freedom. Welcome to the marketplace of ideas.
Good evening, and welcome to the show that commits acts of vibe terrorism through a sheer deluge of cringe retardery. It's the Marketplace of Ideas. I'm your host, Kyle Smith. I'll be providing the retardation, and with me, as always, a man who will be bringing the cringe, James Vagabond.
Thank you, Kyle. And you know what? Don't sell yourself short, Kyle. I'm sure we shall each have added our equal measures of cringiness before the night is through. But here to desperately protect the audience from our weapons-grade vibes terrorism are our two incredible guests. Joining us for his 5th appearance on the Marketplace of Ideas is a man who I've grown to really respect over the years. Now, I actually started watching your content, Tom, as a hate watcher, I guess about 5 years ago. You were sort of center-right oriented, not foolish enough to be a big Trump sweeper, but I'd say very anti-SJW oriented. You know, tired of the crazies on the far left, and I was easily triggered by you and very much a hate watcher of yours. Right, so I wanted to fucking hate you, but even when I thought your takes were dog shit, you were always such a good-spirited, fun, respectful guy. I fucking couldn't hate you, Tom. And as you kept appearing on my feed over the years, it's been great feeling more and more excited when your stream pops up in my algorithm. So thanks for joining us once again in the Marketplace of Ideas. Why don't you tell us all a little bit about your political journey as a streamer over the years?
I don't know that I was ever anti-SJW. I've always been somebody who fought the leftists, but I started off as a Republican podcaster, then eventually moved to streaming a little bit on Facebook. And then as I started to find more and more left-wing ideas acceptable, and really just found the entire right wing to be grifters and bullshitters, and the more that they totally compromised on all of their values and started voting for somebody like Trump and defending the indefensible, the more I found them all to just be the worst fucking people on earth, and started to feel like, okay, I don't fit in with this crowd anymore, and they canceled my own audience, canceled me. So eventually moved on to streaming on Twitch, got banned there, moved on to YouTube. So
Wait, are you banned on Twitch right now?
I'll be on. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Damn. Wait. What'd you get banned for?
You and I have talked about this a couple of times. It's a really fucking stupid story. It's really okay.
Never mind. All right. I was just curious. Damn, I didn't remember.
Yeah,
okay.
It's a fucking stupid thing. But yeah, it's so now I'm waiting to get banned on YouTube so I can move on to Rumble. So
hell yeah.
Where the real money is at. Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And so we come to our second guest. A man who needs no introduction, but we'll do it anyways. The man who went from spamming infestors in StarCraft 2 15 years ago to defending America from the suicidal baneling spam of the far left, and the brainlet zergling rushes of the far right red pill spaces and many other extremist ideologies. A man who went from cleaning carpets in order to pull himself up by his bootstraps to recognizing with compassion how we need to support one another in society so that each of us has the equal opportunity to flourish. Yes, everyone, it's the man who took the hellscape of online gamer bro culture by the balls and made room for both common sense and empathy. A man who truly paved it on his own. Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell II, welcome to the Marketplace of Ideas. Thank you so much for joining us today. How are you? How's life?
I'm doing great. Thank you for that wonderful intro. I don't think I could have written it better myself, so I appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, we had AI write it for us, so we don't use any AI.
Wow, whose job was that? Who just lost a job?
My writing is
It was
so
also
good.
AI when you were talking about how much you wanted to hate me and everything. That was all also
Yeah,
AI.
yeah. AI just knew the right angle to take, and that's hating you in the past, but forgiving your redemption arc now. So yeah, welcome to the marketplace of ideas. We're trying to bring. I like to describe us as the Iron Chef of politics. We're trying to bring a little bit of irreverence, a little bit of fun, so that we can try and have these conversations without ripping each other's faces off and spiking them onto the floor. And one way we like to do that is playing some of our games.
And so the way that we score some of our games is through our market. As you can see, we are the marketplace of ideas, and therefore we have a fake market where we display all of our guests who come on the show. And the people who are in our Discord can spend our fake currency, we call it Grift Coin, to support the creators of their choice. As you can see, North has claimed the top spot within the market. Tom Foolery...
Insider trading.
Probably so. Probably collusion with non-fawn. But
Perfectly
Tom,
legal in our system.
we don't regulate. That's true. Tom, you're still hanging on to second. And as you can see, Stephen, though you are new to this list, as I've just added you today, somebody has already shown your support for you. So if you'd like to show your support for your favorite creators, you can join our Discord. There is a link, if Stephen and Tom, if you might share that. It is located in the side chat of our little Discord window here. We've got a link to our Discord. We've also got a link to our YouTube channel. If you could be so kind to jump over, give us a like on the stream, maybe a sub if you're feeling generous. It would greatly help us out, and then you can go back to the streamer of your choice.
What is? I'm just trying to understand this marketplace card. What is that? What is my emoji? What does that stand for? There is that Illinois?
Oh, it's supposed to be the flag of Israel, but it didn't come out right.
Interesting.
It shows
Israel.
up properly
Oh,
elsewhere in the Discord, but
oh, interesting. Okay.
We
Yeah.
were going to
Well,
do
I
the D, but it didn't look good, so we
It
decided.
looked like shit. Yeah.
God damn it! The meme didn't show. Come on.
I see what kind of show.
It didn't look great.
Okay.
Yeah, at some point I'll make custom emojis or something when I've got the time. But for
Israel's
now,
strongest warriors. Anyway,
And-
so then, Kyle, what do we have next on our agenda here?
well, we have a segment that we're going to use to get inside the mind of a leftist, the mind of a DSA voter. And some have derisively called this game D&D debate, and I'm not really sure exactly what that means, but joke's on you motherfuckers, I am a DM in real life and I'm into that shit. So today we will test our guest's rhetorical strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and especially charisma in a series of trials that we like to call Straw Man, Steel Man. And it comes with an audio cue, but I didn't have it up because I've got a lot of shit to juggle. Let's have you do that in the future, James. But here to Straw Man, Steel Man.
Straw Man.
Steel Man. So this is the game where we give our guests a straw man argument. This week we'll be focusing on leftists and DSA members, something that's going to be a little bit exaggerated beyond what someone like that might actually believe. And your job as our guests is going to be to steel man that argument as best you can. Find the merit, give the most charitable take that you possibly can before you have the opportunity to say what you actually believe. So then, as tradition here on the Marketplace of Ideas and Straw Man, Steel Man, we will welcome our guest to the Hall of Heroes of Debate, and coming back for an unprecedented fifth time, we have Tom Foolery. Welcome back, sir. All right, well, I'll go ahead and get these scrolls down here. All right, our graphics guy threw down a few extra scrolls. That's fine. We don't need all of those, but that's okay. Tom, if you could please, read the first scroll.
I'm sorry, give me just a second. I'm trying to adjust my shit so that people can see what y'all are doing without
Yes, please
clicking
embiggen
back
us.
and forth. Okay.
Wait, are we like graded on this, or do people vote on it, or?
We are not going to ask people to. We're not going to depend on people who vote because we're still pretty new, and I don't want to put that much pressure on our 147 beautiful
viewers.
subscribers. Well, there'll be more. But yeah, for now we're just going to be assessing each other. So after each one of these, we'll take a second to say how the other person did and any other thoughts that you might have on the matter.
Well, I understand he wasn't paying attention when you opened the scroll, so I think you should roll a d20, and if he gets less than 11, you have to censor every other word, and then he has to figure out what it was because he's not paying attention. So,
I don't know what any of that means, but
If I'm the figurative
alright,
DM here, I'm going to rule against that because I don't want to do the extra work. So.
Okay, that's fair. But, well, no, if you were a real DM, you would just fake roll it and say you did, and then you'd say he passed and you would go on.
There we go. Yeah.
No, it was a nat 20. I swear.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's go. Undeterred.
All right, Tom.
Congress is ineffective because there aren't enough people in it. We should replace our current legislature with a 100,000 member council of comrades and let them select Bernie Sanders to be the supreme proletariat.
All right. A little bit of exaggeration beyond what the DSA believes, but give us your best go at steel manning that.
Initially there was supposed to be some sort of proportionality with the with Congress. Obviously that has not continued with the Senate, especially the fact that the Senate is fucking up just about everything that Congress wants to send through, and that the representation is not exactly what it is that people currently want from them, with Israel and I don't know, AIPAC and all these other things. That people feel like there should be a reassemblage of folks because they're tired of old people, the same people year after year being in these positions. They don't want those folks anymore. So obviously we need Bernie Sanders as, you know, the young new face in the presidency.
Beautiful.
A little limp for steel at the end there, but everybody, we're all familiar with the DSA proposal on restructuring the branches of government. Yeah, has everybody read up on that to some degree? A
little bit, yeah.
I don't know if there was an in-depth one, but I saw they abolished the Senate thing in their
Senate.
PDF or whatever.
So the plan I believe is to abolish the Senate, basically expand the legislature to be a single chamber, like giant house basically, and then the executive and the judiciary would be selected by and governed by the legislature, is my understanding. I could be missing a few details there, but that's the gist of it.
Mm-hmm. So
anyway, Tom, you did a decent job there. What do you actually think about that, though? What do you think about abolishing the Senate?
I mean, I'm not exactly. I'm not happy with the Senate, but I do think that maybe making it to where it's a little bit more proportional is a good idea. I would rather, 2 tiers for legislation to go through. I think that is necessary, but there is a complication that I don't know if we can fix, where there's supposed to be checks and balances between each branch of government, and there aren't much checks on the Supreme Court whatsoever outside of the nominations, and that's something that I've never really heard good ideas on how we could fix. So while I might be unhappy with the outcomes a lot of times, I don't know that there's actually a better solution currently.
Fair enough. Steven, do you have any thoughts on the matter? What do you feel about the Senate?
Keep it? The problem is analyzing it in a vacuum. I was talking about this with a friend earlier. It feels like there's a lot of things in the United States right now that tend to favor, for one reason or another, conservatives. So the Senate gives 2 votes per state, and the per state thing seems to favor conservatives pretty heavily, that each state gets equal representation regardless of population. It gives obviously a massively disproportionate amount of representation to states that tend to be red over blue ones. And then you also have your electoral college, which kind of favors, I think, the conservatives a bit more with the winner-take-all electoral vote system. And then you have your House of Representatives, which in its current state doesn't favor them as much, but still does kind of favor conservatives because it's capped on how many representatives we even have. So smaller states still have some disproportionate representation in the House. So I mean, I don't think I would ever get rid of the Senate. I think I do like the concept of the state having some kind of representative body to the federal government. Like, I think that the state of Wyoming might have a different interest to the U.S. government than the state of Texas, or that New York might have a different interest than the state of Florida or whatever. And the idea that a state no longer has a say when a state is like we can recognize that as a congruent body of, it's got its own legal system, right? They have their own whole office. Their presidents are their governors, their state assemblies are their congresses, and then they've got their own Supreme Courts and everything too. So I think it's okay to recognize individual states. But there's too much power, I think, holistically in our government granted to conservatives, and something should be looked at. But I wouldn't abolish the Senate as my first or fifth or 10th thing.
Do you agree with the idea, though, of them So when it comes to the Electoral College and the way that they proportionalize Congress and the Senate, obviously the Senate's fucked, but when it comes to even the House of Representatives and the way that they give, am I thinking of delegates? The way that they give votes to different states, do you agree with like them trying to avoid the tyranny of the majority, or do you think that everything should be proportional?
Tyranny of the majority in regards to the Electoral College?
Yeah, Electoral College, obviously, it somewhat applies to the House of Representatives to some extent, but yeah.
Or I'm trying to understand what you mean. Like I think that the president of the United States is supposed to be the U.S. representative for all of our people abroad, and then he's supposed to be the executor of laws in our country. I don't know why that wouldn't just be left to a popular vote. The U.S. president is here to represent all Americans and then to represent federal law. I don't know why he would have to be voted on by some states more than other states based on the Electoral College. I guess that doesn't really make sense to me. So I feel like popular vote for the president is fine. As per the House, I just feel like if the Senate is already favoring smaller states, why do they also have a little bit of favor in the House as well? Like, I feel like they have one. Why both? Like, for tyranny of the majority, we have the counter. Well, we have the counterbalance. There is no tyranny of the majority because we have the counterbalance of the Senate to the House. So how do you have a tyranny of the majority there? No? Like, you still have to bring on at least half your states for legislation, 50 senators or more, depending on if you're filibuster proof or not, right?
Yeah, but isn't there like limits on the amount of like seats that I could have sworn the last time I went over this, the amount of seats that California gets is not nearly as like representative as like Nevada.
Yeah, well, Nevada, yeah, or Wyoming or Idaho. I think these smaller states, their voters are more represented in the House than California ones are, but not by as much as like the Senate, which is hugely disproportionate, right?
Of course.
Yeah, but I think that's just because as long as the House is uncapped, you're going to have to make, as long as the House is capped, then you're going to have to make some sacrifices on proportionality because you're not going to be able to math that out perfectly to make the representation.
So you would go with just a straight popular vote for because I've talked about the fact that I think that I would just make it to where the electorates are just proportional to who it is. So like if in Georgia, Donald Trump gets about half the vote and Biden gets about half the vote, I would just make it to where the electors are split between the two, but I don't know if that actually works with.
Yeah, but if you're splitting electors at that point, why not just split the vote? Like, why
why not just count the vote exactly? Yeah. Yeah, to me it seems like
I feel like there is still somewhat of a difference, but because you would have to round to differences, and it would still give somewhat of a benefit to the minority. In some cases,
but they don't need that, right? So here's what I think. When I'm thinking of like the executor of laws in the United States of America, but wait, I'll get to that. When I'm thinking of the Congress in the United States of America, I think that the state of New York, the state of Washington, these can have differences of perspective and how they would want to be represented to the federal government. And if it was the case that the larger state always overruled the smaller state, then I think a state can feel kind of fucked at that point. Like, well, we have like no say basically on how, and this is the federal government that creates laws to govern all of us. When it comes to the president of the United States, and the president is the part of the executive body that's just for legal enforcement, well, why is it that if one state has 50 million people and another state has 100,000 people, why should that 100,000 people have disproportionately so much more of a say in the president than the 50 million people? The president is supposed to be enforcing the laws equally amongst, equally, right, amongst the entire population. So why should the smaller state have a smaller group of people have such a larger say there? Like, the president shouldn't be enforcing federal laws selectively. The president shouldn't be like, well, I'm going to enforce the law in Florida and not in California. Or I'm going to enforce the law here, not here. Like, you already had an opportunity to make your argument to the executive body in the Senate as a state. Well, now the president, who's supposed to be voted on by or represent like the executor of law in the United States for all Americans, I think that can be more apportioned based on population. Does that make sense? Like, if New York had 100,000 people and Washington had 1 million, like, I think it makes sense that both states want some kind of representation equally into the federal body. But once we're past the laws and now we get a president to enforce them, I don't know why 100,000 people should have the same say as 1 million people, or why it should even be made equal at all.
I agree in theory, but I wonder if if I look throughout my lifetime, there has never been a Republican who has won the popular vote on his first run. They've only ever won on their incumbency. And so if that was the case, I look back at these things, I would think, okay, well, the Republicans they never would have won a presidency likely because it always would have been a Democrat running as an incumbent, not a Republican. But then at the same time, based on how that would be proportioned, I do think that the Republicans would kind of change their policies and change what it is that they're advocating for to become like a bit more liberal, I guess, to make it to where they are grabbing some of those people to still be capable of being competitive. So I think that is kind of necessary because currently they don't have much of a reason to modernize. They can win with small minorities, so that might still be better. Yeah.
Okay. Are we arguing this the whole show, or I've said my views?
No, I think that mostly covers it. It seems like we agree that there's definitely room for reform, and maybe it makes more sense to have a popular vote for the presidency, but we can't delegitimize the separation of the states. It seems important for our country. So, with that said, Stephen, if you wouldn't mind, as I welcome you to the hall, reading your scroll here. How would a leftist feel about independent media?
How would a leftist feel about independent media?
So read your
I'm reading the
scroll.
straw man. Okay. There's a reason people say Alex Jones was right about everything. The lamestream media are all equally partisan liars for corporate interests. That's why people turn to independent news like Candace Owens and Kyle Kulinski, whose only motivation is the truth.
All right, Stephen. How legitimate do you find this claim to be?
Or rather, perform as if you find these legitimate.
Maybe that's a better way to do it.
Perform as if I find these things legitimate.
Yes. Steel man that straw man. Become the least cringe version of the person who believes this.
Sure. I mean, I think that Candace Owens and Kyle Kulinski are valuable members of the alternative media that bring up issues that we would have never heard otherwise. Same thing with Alex Jones. I think that we might have issues with them platforming different types of people to talk about COVID vaccines or to talk about, frogs turning gay or whatever, things like people like to joke about. But the reality is if not for them, we would all think that ivermectin was literally horse paste and nobody would have any idea about any of these topics at all. So even when they are incorrect on things, they at the very least give the wider population the ability to push back on what somebody might say, the crazy things that they believe, the crazy things that they're saying. So for all of the losers out there that hate alternative media and complain about having to push back on misinformation all day, well, there are probably people that believed a lot of this stuff in the past, and you would have never had the opportunity to address it because all of the corporate overlords at CNN and Fox News and all these other places who very clearly have their slants against their own corporate interests because, they have to literally sell ads to these people and be able to run sponsors on all of them to make any money. They're never going to platform any of these kind of like kookier or crazier ideas. So even if they are incorrect in the areas that they're incorrect, they give us the ability to push back and be stronger people ourselves.
Brilliant.
All right. That's a decent amount of charity for Candace and Kyle. But Stephen, what do you actually believe?
These people are absolute fucking demons and ghouls. They're more sold out than corporate media are because there's no responsibility to any of their platforms. They have no oversight. There are no editorial boards. None of them get fired when they're incorrect on things over and over again. Oftentimes they're bought out by even worse interests. Would I rather have CNN bought out by Coca-Cola, or would I rather have Tim Pool bought out by Russia? There's just literally absolutely no fact-checking, no honesty, no integrity for any of these people. And, in place of, you could argue sponsorships and corporate stuff might have a deleterious effect on mainstream media people reporting. I would say that social media algorithms, total lack of accountability to be correct on anything, and broad AdSense models or user-funded stuff can create an even more perverse incentive on some of these alternative media platforms because now they are fully incentivized to give the audience exactly what they want over and over and over again. And there's no reason for them to ever change, even if directionally they're completely and totally incorrect on a thing. There might be a big story that WAPO, New York Times, Fox News, anybody could break that might even rustle the feathers of the people on their own side, but that person has every incentive to break that story because they know it would be a huge story and they know they'd be correct on it. But in the alternative media space, you would never do that because you know where your bread is buttered and your audience would abandon you if you did anything like that. You can see the Daily Wire right now is going through this issue of sucking up too much to kind of like a pro-Trump audience when Ben Shapiro himself wasn't really feeling it, and now they've had to bleed off like two massive content creators because there was just too much division between the crew.
And now they're eating their own audience. Yeah.
It's nice to see a little bit. Tom, what are your thoughts on this independent media issue? Do you think that there's any value to independent media, or do you think that this idea is completely bunk?
Theoretically, yeah, obviously, it makes sense to have some sort of check on the mainstream media and the people who are a lot bigger. But overall, I think that I would give up my job and all of your jobs in a second to get rid of all independent media, because I feel like our country would just be a billion times better off if we all disappeared.
Fair enough. Go ahead,
genocide the fucking independent media.
Oh, God.
Jesus.
There's our spicy clip for the day. We talk about these evolutions in the information landscape, like the Gutenberg press, right? Like it's a brilliant revolution for information and freedom, and we're just spreading these great ideas. And eventually we seem to have the fruits of that, but first come like the Gutenberg press actually opened up its own like miniature wave of misinformation, much like we're seeing now. And it's easy to get depressed and worry about how are we ever going to make it through this one. And, you know, fair, we might fucking not. This might be the fucking end of the species with how big the stakes are these days. But, you know, we get through it somehow. And in the end, you know, the printing press has brought up the intelligence of the species in some ways. And let's hope that someday the independent media can be that kind of check. But in the meantime, it's just a hellscape that we all have to endure, and not good.
I kind of agree with that. I think
right now
somebody's...
we have YouTube loosening what it is that they're holding people accountable for. They just brought Sneeko back and a bunch of other people where they were like, oh, we were wrong for banning you guys for COVID misinformation. And even the shit that they said that they were wrong for, they were right on. They were right. And they're still right. And they ended up bringing a bunch of people back and admitting that they were wrong just because there's been a bunch of pressure from Trump, probably coercive pressure from the inside, just the way that they did with Mark Zuckerberg, threatening to lock him up over and over. The fact that like they are even doing all of this historical revisionism right now from the top down, I felt like there was a lot of honor in the way that YouTube and Twitter and Facebook were all making sure that they were fact-checking people. I do like the idea of community notes. That might be a little bit better. Like there might be some improvements there from the way that people have pushed back, but that doesn't mean that like all together we should just kind of give in to the conspiracy theories, because that's what the people want. And I think that that's what's happening right now.
Destiny, you were going to add a little bit more, your 2 cents.
I guess I feel like one thing that people one thing that people have a hard time understanding is there are certain things that we say they're good, but they're good because they imply another thing, and when that other thing disappears, people have a hard time understanding that the thing itself might not actually be good anymore. So, for instance, I think a lot of people make fun of this without understanding why it's so funny. You remember like Dave Rubin, like the marketplace of ideas and everything, right? People used to make fun of him for that. Like the open marketplace of idea. Yeah, correct. You would know that. You would know that the term marketplace of ideas.
Yeah, that's part of where we got our show name. Yeah.
But I think so. Like people make fun of the marketplace of ideas, but the reason why sometimes the concept is laughable is because it's actually for any marketplace to function, you have to have some like authentic form of competition, right? There has to be some sort of like price discovery mechanism. There has to be information available to consumers. There has to be like a lack of a monopolistic or monopoly, like too much power on one side of the equation. There has to be equal, barriers to entry for different firms, et cetera, all this stuff, right? But absent any of that, like you can't just say like, oh, well, we need free markets with no government intervention, but there's like one monopolistic firm that owns everything, and the CEO is like torturing and murdering children, but nobody can speak out against him because if he goes away, like he's the only manufacturer of insulin in the state, right? Like these are not free market conditions. So when people talk about alternative media, the concept of the alternative media, that you have a group of people that can report honestly and fearlessly on things who aren't beholden to some corporate overlord or whatever else, the concept is actually really cool. That sounds amazing. That sounds awesome. But what we actually got was we live in an environment. I think the United States uniquely has this issue. We have like the environment of like the customer is always right. And we feel the same way with the voter too. Sometimes voters are wrong, and sometimes they fuck up, and sometimes they're stupid, but it's never the voter's fault. It's always like somebody else's fault who's running the show. And for the alternative media, we just, the standards that people give them are non-existent. And I just think it's had a really negative impact on our media field, because alternative media has come out and they are beholden to all the same issues that corporate media was, because they rely on subscribers or donations from maybe an even more radicalized fan base, and nobody seems to ever take that into an account, right? Like people say things like, well, what are the incentives for, the Washington Post or whatever? And it's like, well, what are your incentives, bro? Like, are you ever going to agree with something Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris says when you know your entire fan base is super radicalized against these people? Like, but nobody ever addresses that, and it drives me crazy.
Yeah, it seems that the only check that we currently have on alternative media is itself alternative media where you have people reacting to people like Kyle Kulinski and criticizing him. But that doesn't seem like it's enough considering how much reach he and others that we listed currently have.
Sure.
But for now, moving on, Tom, we've got one more for you if you wouldn't mind. Oh, hang on. That's the wrong button. There we go. Oh, figuring it out. Here we are. Tom, one more for you.
Wait, is that an Asian version of me, or did you guys?
I mean, it's a squinting version of you. If you want to be racist about it, I suppose it could be an Asian version. But I mean, that's it's your call. But anyway, here we go.
My bad. Okay. Going back to first principles, fundamentally, no human is illegal, and global hegemony has shaped and exploited these immigration crises to create cheap labor and exploitable nations such that borders are tools of neo-colonial empire.
Brave take.
All right, Tom, what do you think about that? Can you steelman that for us? Give us the most charitable take.
Too many big words. I don't know that I
was going to say, was that mishmash of buzzwords coherent enough for you?
We even threw in an extra semicolon or two just to try and trigger you more, but you completely no-sold it.
I mean, obviously, all concepts are going to be subjective to some extent, and the fact that, like, over time, different people have taken different lands from different groups, that any group has some inherent right to a land is kind of bullshit, and especially when almost everybody who has land right now took it from somebody else, for us to keep thinking that there is some sort of inherent that this is inherently your property, or you inherently have the right to make decisions over that land, kind of goes back to the might makes right sort of thought process that says that just because you have it at this time and you were strong enough to take over it, that now you get to keep it.
That's a fairly charitable take, but what do you actually think?
I mean, I think that over time, everybody fought over lands. There was non-stop wars. There were non-stop, fighting for theological reasons, philosophical reasons, or even just because they wanted more territory. And eventually we, I think, did the right thing and built the United Nations and tried to tell everybody to just keep their borders where they were at and move on from there. And this has created the most peaceful time in human history, to where we have had the least amount of war, even while everybody's running around acting like the sky is falling, because there's Russia, Ukraine, and Israel, Palestine. That at the same time, this still isn't nearly as bad as it has been throughout most of human history. And so I think even if you don't think that there is some sort of inherent right, as far as utility goes, we are probably all best off just telling everybody to stay where they're at, draw their borders where they're at, and leave it there.
Very good. Stephen, any thoughts on the call for open borders?
I mean, I think it's dumb. But I mean, we have to have like conversations about immigration, and they seem really difficult to have because the conversation is so supercharged on I would blame the right exclusively for this. I've never heard a person on the left. I'm sure there are some extremists that call for like open borders. I don't know who the fuck these people are. They say Biden and Obama and everything, but obviously they don't. And they didn't have the reputations for it, on the left at least. So, I mean, we need to have conversations. Like, immigration enforcement is important, both on our borders and in the interior of the country. Like, we have to have these things to have a meaningful country. But, like, the Republicans have done such a good job at just having the most toxic conversation imaginable about these topics that it makes it hard to even bring up anything related to these topics because it's just so vitriolic and hate-filled now.
Well, I mean, the majority of Americans right now actually believe that the Democrats are in favor of open borders, and not just the majority of Americans. It's like 64% of Americans, but it's also 54% of Democrats believe the Democrat Party is in favor of open borders. Now, they don't have any polling on what percentage of Americans are actually in favor of or what percentage of Democrats are actually in favor of open borders. They just know that,
or even what the hell they mean by that.
Yeah, because what they probably mean is they just were told so often that Biden was open borders, then that's it. That's like the extent of the
yeah, he was. It happened.
Yes, well, the thought of open borders is that they like made legal pathways or legally allowed people in, that they're still calling those people illegal immigrants who came in. It makes absolutely no sense. But the the fact that I do think that there is a growing faction of people who actually are in favor of open borders. And we look at 30% of the Democrats right now identify as democratic socialists. A lot of people keep saying, oh, well, they don't even know what that means. And like the platform, they don't know what the platform is. They don't agree with any of this stuff. But I just saw polling the other day showing that about 30% of Americans, 30% of Democrats are against kicking out illegal immigrants who have committed crimes. They're against deporting those people, which means that they're likely not in favor of deporting anybody at that point. And I do think that this might be an actual growing thing, because obviously when it comes to mainstream media, nobody in mainstream media was ever in favor of open borders. But when you get on TikTok, those people are there. All of the straw man versions of Democrats that you've ever heard that you thought those people don't exist, go to TikTok for a little bit and you will find
TikTok,
every single
Twitter,
straw man
yeah.
of Democrats. Yeah.
The dark corners.
I mean, I definitely agree with that on TikTok you can find crazy people. But when people say that they are socialists or whatever, I mean, again, what does socialist mean? I guess Obama and Biden must have been socialists, and Hillary, because that's what the Republicans have been saying nonstop in our political news forever. So it's not surprising to me that people are super confused about these terms. I think it's been an intentional Republican strategy for decades in this country. I was going to say, I feel like when people say that, I know there's a lot of voting right now saying that the Democratic Party is too far left, that's an opinion that a lot of Americans have. I feel like when they're saying things like this, I feel like the Republicans just blasted that trans stuff so hard that when most people think of the left in America, they just think of trans sports and DEI, and that's the extent to which they can even meaningfully engage with the question. And I don't know, I just think it's kind of a goofy, I think it's just a goofy way that Republicans have corrupted our discourse.
And even for a lot of people like Mockler, who have now started going around saying no, I agree, Biden was horrible on the border and shit like that. I would not blame any of this on Biden. I think Biden did the best he could with the problem that he had. But the surge of immigrants coming to the border, Kamala Harris was out there nonstop saying, do not come. You had Biden saying that they didn't want people flooding the border. But Donald Trump the whole time was saying, they have open borders. Before Biden even took office, he said they were going to have open borders. That was an open invitation to everybody who wanted to come to America, saying, you need to go. Go now. This is the time. They have open borders. They're letting everybody in. And if you watch the timeline, the more Trump says they have open borders on television, the more the surges go up. You can literally, there's tons of people out there with timelines where they show that he is almost definitely the reason for the massive surge. Compiled with a bunch of other things, like the fact that there was the COVID inflation, the United States was the first to recover. All these other countries are already having a bunch of other issues. There are a ton of compounding reasons for why this happened, but those just created incentives for why people would want to leave. The reason they probably actually did take the chance to come to our borders was probably because they were being told the borders were wide open.
Yeah.
No, or at least it did a non-zero amount of damage. Yeah, I wouldn't say they all would have stayed home if they didn't hear that, but yeah, telling everyone, hey, our nation is weak and you can get right in probably doesn't fucking help.
True.
Yeah, well, they do what they can to set themselves up for success, and it would seem that. Did you guys know that the two biggest surges in DSA membership were Trump's first term and Trump's second term? There were lulls in the 90s. There were 8,000 people in the 80s, and then when Clinton took office and things were good for the left and the wall fell and no more USSR, things stayed pretty stagnant up until just before Obama's second term was up, and then obviously Bernie Sanders came in and bolstered their popularity a lot. But really, it was after Donald Trump was elected that there was 1,000 members, and they went from 6,000 to 8,000 or 9,000 or something like that. And then over the course of the next 5 years, they climbed to 94,000 members. After that, when Biden took office, they dropped by 30,000. And then when Trump took office again, they eventually exceeded over 120K. So it seemed that Trump...
Now they're getting their biggest foothold in the actual government that they've ever had. And there's an irony here where a lot of the extremist right says, hey, we wouldn't have been so extreme if you guys weren't so oppositional about, trans rights and different woke issues. And I always found that kind of hollow. But now that you put it in this perspective, I was radicalized to the left during the first or the second Bush presidency, or the first and second George Bush Jr., Bush the second presidencies, that's when I got pushed into reading manufacturing consent. And it seemed so plausible when you saw those two wars that he had started, and his vice president was a shill for Halliburton, and they were handing off the contracts. It's so believable, the fringe criticisms of the opposite side when that side is in power, because you have something that you can latch it onto.
Sure. I would say
Yeah.
I would say on that real quick, because people play this trick sometimes. I'm not saying you're playing a trick. Sometimes people say like, oh, well, like, aren't you just doing the same thing that they're doing when you say something like that? And it's like, well, hold on. Sometimes people can radicalize you, but it's not because, people are misrepresenting what they're doing. They're doing propaganda. Like the Iraq and Afghanistan war, those were real things. They were catastrophes. They were really fucking bad. To say, like, as far as I'm aware, now I'll hedge and be honest, I haven't seen the Biden healthcare workers that are abducting 3-year-olds and forcibly transitioning them or whatever. Maybe they're out there and I just haven't seen them yet. But like, there's a difference between people being radicalized because of actual fake shit versus like, this is a thing that happened and it like super pushed me in the other direction,
Yeah.
I mean, fuck that. I'm straight up saying I've debated so many fucking moderates who were out here defending Donald Trump the whole time.
Yeah.
Every time I'm like actually pushing them on how bad he is, they're like, well, I mean, Obama, dude. Obama was so far left that he kind of pushed everybody to vote for Trump. So it's really the left's fault that everybody voted for Trump in the first place. So fuck it. I say over and over that if they're going to cry about the DSA and all the socialists and everything, I keep saying that's y'all's fault. You guys voted for Trump. You guys pushed everybody so far left. That's on you.
Hit them with their own hypocrisy. Absolutely. All right. Well, we have one last scroll for the game tonight.
And Steven, this one is for you, if you wouldn't mind, sir.
Fundamentally, billionaires should be illegal. The Rothschild-Epstein class has reigned over the proletariat for too long by stealing all of their labor. No one man should have the power to invest $300 million in a presidential election.
Steven,
don't lose your $7,000 by steel manning this one.
That's the easiest one in the world to steal man. If you look back at the history of the United States, we had white landowners were basically the only people that could vote. When we had our bicameral legislature set up for the Senate, it was literally just the state assemblies would literally choose the senators for each state. It wasn't even done by popular vote. And then today we still don't have a popular vote, but states have tried to move more in the direction of, well, the citizens can vote and then we'll give our electoral votes to the president in order to determine who the winner is in our state, how our state will vote. Even though they didn't have to in the past, the electors could just vote on their own. Everything we've done historically in the United States seems to have moved away from a centralization of power to within one particular class, to move away from that and then to kind of distribute the power to the people. The idea that, especially after Citizens United, if it is the case that we've determined that money is a form of speech, that money allows us to exercise speech in some way, then how could we possibly be okay undoing all of the decentralization of democratic power in the past to now centralizing it into just a few figures that not only command a huge arsenal of cash that they can throw at races to determine the outcome of those races, depending on how close they are, to also controlling the massive platforms that we communicate on. So freedom of speech is not only under attack because they have a disproportionate influence on our elections, with all of the money that they have, money that they've made, by the way, off the backs of all of the people working for them who don't have the same speech power that the people that are exploiting them have. They also have the ability to spend and influence on these elections. There was another point I had. They have the power to spend and influence on these elections in ways that they shouldn't. There's a centralization of power. And they have more speech, I guess, than the rest of us, because after Citizens United, they've ruled that money is speech. So I just don't understand how you can ever think that people who have made their entire fortunes capitalizing off of the labor of other people should be allowed to turn around and then dictate to all of those other people by spending huge sums of money what their political system ought to be.
Yeah, it's downright logical that money has a lot of power within our system here. But how much of that do you think is true? Do you think making billionaires illegal is the answer, or what do you think is the right way to deal with that? Maybe you don't think it's a problem. I don't know.
I feel like the issue with the thing I don't like about populism is it casts some group of people as an enemy, and then you have to try to destroy the enemy. And I think sometimes there are problems that exist in society, but they're byproducts of other things. And if we target just the bad man, you don't actually, I think, get at the problem. So one conversation that I think we really need to have in the United States right now is that as time has gone on, it really does seem like capital earnings are disproportionately running away from W-2 self-employed earnings. And I mean, not only does owning capital just give you so much ability to make money because of how huge these businesses are, it literally has a preferential tax treatment. Like your capital gains rates are so much lower than your ordinary income rates, such that a guy making $300,000 in capital gains is paying effectively, I don't know when it even goes up to 25% or whatever. It's like 20% or whatever, and a guy making 300,000 of his on just W-2 earnings might be paying an effective tax rate of 40%, depending on what state you're in. It could be as high as 50%. So I think that we have to address the disproportionate earning potential of capital related income. And it might be that billionaires maybe won't exist as a byproduct of addressing that, but the targeting of billionaires, rather than fundamentally reassessing that relationship between capital and labor, just ends up giving us a whole bunch of really stupid prescriptions like wealth taxes or rent control or the decommodification of housing, stuff that won't really fix any of these problems and they're super difficult to implement. They are never going to find political consensus, and in places that have tried these things, they've never even worked out that well. So yeah, that's my issue, I guess.
Oh. Tom, how do you feel about billionaires? Do you think we should have them?
I mean, kind of similar to what he was saying. I'm more in favor of trying to help the people who need the help the most and making sure that we're getting money where it needs to go, finding the gaps within capitalism and filling them in. It's not as much that I don't think billionaires shouldn't exist or that I'm as much worried about the wage gap as I am just worried about making sure that working people are capable of paying their bills and being able to feed their families. And I think that part of that is obviously going to be taxing billionaires. It's going to be giving workers more rights. It's going to be raising minimum wage. And maybe as the process of trying to make sure that the money's going where it needs to go, maybe part of that process is that there are just no more billionaires, that they don't exist anymore because we're actually, making sure money is divided a bit more equally. But it's not because I have a goal of stopping billionaires from existing. It's not that I have some sort of vendetta against billionaires. It's more so that I want to make sure that the working class is capable of getting what they need.
James, you're communist. Do you have a vendetta against billionaires?
No, this is very much. It's not the fact that billionaires exist that is the problem. It is like our guests are saying. It's the outcome of the fact that they end up having so much excess power. You could either get rid of billionaires directly to remove that power, or you could fix the mechanisms in society that allow them to abuse that power. And I think we're going to get a lot farther if we do it that way, where we just try and nip and tuck things around the edges, probably increase taxes to promote general welfare and close the loopholes and the systems that allow them to get too much power. Instinctively, I do feel like Destiny was saying, it's not about targeting them directly. It's that as a consequence of these other things, increased taxation that makes sense, that isn't targeted in the wrong way, that will, sort of indirectly abolish them rather than just rah take down billionaires.
Yeah, it seems like philosophically being against billionaires entirely leads to some negative sentiment that does not bode well for the health of our society. But there are some very unfortunate byproducts of people having quite so much money and power in our system, and it would be nice to have a check against that. But with that, we'll bring this segment to an end. Thank you so much to our guests for your spirited steel men there. And with that, our show comes to a screeching halt, as James has some words that he... All right, Tom, you were on our show recently where James read his famed essays. How would you describe the experience of sitting through one of these to Stephen here?
If you need to take a bathroom break, now's probably the time.
Yeah, James.
Why don't you tell me how you really feel, you son of a...
Jesus.
All right, fuckers, it's not my fault that your broken, ADHD-riddled, instant gratification child brains can't handle a 2-minute speech with some goddamn substance in it, okay? The 21st century has made you all weak, and this world is about to fall the fuck apart if we can't find a handful of you self-indulgent fucks to take time away from scrolling Twitter to be useful for once in your goddamn lives, okay?
Destiny, people are telling me you don't have the panel on your screen.
Oh, it's just his. Oh, sorry, that was my fault because he had the thing up. Go ahead.
All right. So, oh fuck, my cat just jumped on something and closed my essay.
Oh, that's
All right.
unfortunate.
All right. So, I've written a goddamn essay, and you're gonna sit and listen with your
Christ.
permission, of course. Destiny, Tom, would you like to hear my essay?
So much.
So.
Is this the essay portion of the show? Yeah. Go for it.
There we go.
There we
Perfect.
go. Let's do it.
Beautiful. A man who has taste and patience. All right.
God help us all.
And so it begins. The best of all tomorrows is made up of a million tiny decisions we won't ever observe. It is unlikely we will attain it, but if we have the courage to try, we might succeed in attuning our senses to perhaps 10,000 of those million minutiae. An abysmal success rate, no doubt, yet those 10,000 virtuous moments might be the difference between calamity and triumph. Here in this very audience tonight, or perhaps on this very stage, may be the heart and mind whose destiny, gay wink, is to save this nation from ruin. Through 10,000 tiny virtuous actions, someone here, now, listening to my voice, might inspire a generation to fight for truth, justice, and compassion. Or one of you little fucks will cause in 1 or a dozen or 10,000 careless collective imperfections to stack one after another until they become the final straws that cripple the back of fate. One of you little fuckers is gonna fuck everything up. I, for one, am glad that it's not my fucking problem. I've given up. Too much to worry about, I say. I'm just one man, I say. I'm frail, simple, flawed. I live in ignorance, as do we all, in limited sense perception. The world around us is sound and fury and shadow, and we sit in our collective goon cave, strapped to our cuck chairs, staring at the flickering shadows on the wall and wonder what it all means. We bleed and shit and die. Anyways, the world is too much, so I worry not for the best of all worlds. Instead, I do what I can. I engage with the 10,000 truths I can recognize, and I apply that myself to them with every ounce of will I can marshal. With passion and love and devotion, recognizing the care that delicate, wonderful things require. And with such care and devotion, I've seen those flowers bloom. I've seen strangers become friends, neighbors, and family. Allies in life towards mutual happiness, fuck you, Tom, and prosperity. In my life, I've seen the wisdom in the parable of the starfish thrower. 1,000,000 starfish washed up on the shore. An old woman walks along and sees a young boy picking up the starfish and throwing them back into the sea, one after another, again and again. She sees the vast infinity of the starfish along the shore going for miles and miles, and, recognizing the futility of the boy's quest, says, "Young man, you know there's no way you're going to save all these starfish. You're not making a difference." And he turns to her with just the smuggest, most self-satisfied smile you've ever seen and says, "Well, it made a difference to that one." As the warrior scholar Nasus of Shurima once spoke, "Errant words may fell empires." Thanks. That's my essay.
All right. Well, it was fun having a show.
That was so good.
Oh, you liked it? You actually okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
That
That's different from how people felt last time and the time before and every other time before that. I like that you kept the insults towards Tom to a minimum this time. I'm sure Tom appreciated that as well. Yeah, great. Well, Steven, I'm curious if you have any thoughts about what you were just forced to endure there.
I thought it was beautiful, and I thought it was touching, heartbreaking, one might say. And I hope I get to experience it again in my life at some point.
The futility of man.
Yeah.
Dear God.
Futility of life. It's tough world out there.
I did not expect anybody saying, hey, let's do that again. That was wonderful. But you know what? I'm glad that didn't kill the show, because I was kind of worried that would be happening. But perhaps the show should move on to the actual conversation that we've been planning on having. We've been talking about the DSA on the left for a while now. particularly online. There's been some very legitimate concern with certain candidates who have grown to prominence, and thankfully it seems like we filtered out some of the worst of that. I know Francesca Hong is not going to be, she's not going to have a chance at becoming the governor of Wisconsin, so that's welcome relief for anybody who would prefer that we not have such cringe politicians. I'm curious, though, with the primaries mostly done, where are our concerns now with the DSA? Tom, why don't you start us off? Where are your concerns right now with the DSA?
Book one was crazy, bro.
All right, Destiny.
What did you say? Woke one was crazy?
Book one.
How was it? Was that responsive to the question? What?
That was I think AOC's response to what she thought about Hong.
Oh.
Yeah,
Woke
yeah.
one was crazy.
Sure.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I obviously DSA, like I think my overall fears are not just like with the platform. I think a lot of people misunderstand like the fact that there is a national DSA and then a bunch of charters, and the fact that like just because somebody is part of DSA doesn't mean that they necessarily endorse the national platform, which is the one that we all hear about, where we see the co-chair on Fox talking about the fact that they want to abolish the Senate, they want to make the president have to listen to Congress, that they want to get rid of borders, like they want the government to own all of the large corporations. Like that stuff is the national DSA. All of the charters are not necessarily in favor of that. I would assume there's some sort of voting process to where the majority of charters are likely in favor of that. But just because somebody says, hey, I come from the NYC DSA charter, doesn't mean that the NYC DSA charter is in favor of that. And even if they were, it doesn't mean that that candidate's in favor of it. My issue is not just that platform. It is the term socialism. To me, if you're going to continue using this, but I don't know what you mean by socialism. You don't seem to know what you mean by socialism. This is exactly what it is that we've always seen with the alt-right pipeline and all sort of like radical pipelines where people become more and more extreme, is that especially if they buy into the label. This is what I feel like I've seen under Trump with nationalism, where they watch somebody like Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk keeps saying, yeah, I'm a nationalist. Donald Trump says, yeah, I'm a nationalist. So a lot of people start saying, yeah, I'm a nationalist. And then they hear, hey, guys, this is a nationalist policy. And they're like, well, that's a nationalist policy. Well, I'm a nationalist. I'm supposed to be in favor of that. So I love that policy now. And I feel like that's kind of what's happening here, where a lot of people, they start saying, yeah, I'm AOC, she's a democratic socialist, and Bernie Sanders, he's a democratic socialist, so that means I'm a socialist too. I like those people, so I like socialism. And then now they start hearing more and more ideas that are, we want the workers to own the means of production, which I don't think is really what like democratic socialism is about, as much as it is like incrementalism to eventually get to where there's some state-controlled version of things, like a central committee aspect. But I do think that even that goal, I'm not super in favor of that goal either. And then on top of that, I don't like the idea of people being radicalized into more and more socialist ideas because they're starting to buy into the tribe of socialism. That is what I see. That's what I'm more afraid of. And that is the normalization of this is what I'm more against. So I'm ready to bring back McCarthyism.
Fair enough. Yeah, you speak to something very real. The gradual normalization of more extreme policies is made a lot easier by that adjacency that comes from people who just want free healthcare, tuition-free colleges. Those on their surface don't seem quite so destructive as some of the other things that DSA are currently advocating for. Stephen, I'm curious where your main concerns with DSA are right now.
Yeah, so like there's an issue that I have with DSA on 3 different levels. So the first is going to be ideological. I don't mind having an ideological difference with somebody. It just needs to be fight over it, which I think is fine. But I would argue the second level that I have an issue with is a subversive level, where they present as something they're not. They present as progressives. They present as people who just want healthcare, but they're actually trying to do this like the weird Marxist stuff. So the majority of your DSA members don't even know what somebody like me would mean when they say, like, oh, I think you guys are kind of, you know, it's kind of weird. You guys are like communists or socialists, but not like socialists like you want the government to do things, but like you're going for some kind of like revolution overthrow of the capital class of the United States in a really radical way. Even DSA members probably, well, most DSA aligned people online probably don't know what that means. I don't know. Maybe dues paying members should have a better idea.
Yeah.
And then the third issue obviously has to do with the general electability of Democrats, to where the more radical DSA people, a great example is this is the co-chair of the DSA, who's been running around and doing these insane interviews where it's just the craziest bullets that she's biting. But she can bite these bullets because it doesn't hurt her movement. It doesn't hurt the DSA. It only hurts the Democratic Party. And I think they're going to work against us a lot in the general. I think they're going to advocate for different issues that we care about and they don't care about. Or that they care about and we don't care about. And yeah, I think it's going to hurt overall, the overall electability of Dems. I think a lot of my concerns would be alleviated if we genuinely could fight against them. But the fact that we're not allowed to fight against them makes me fear the ideology a lot more, because I don't know if they're genuinely winning an ideological war or if they're winning like this propaganda war that they're going to angle into a more ideological one at a later point. And the electability issues would be
because they're fighting with the Democrats with their hands tied behind their backs. Right.
And then other Dems are saying we have to keep it behind their back. Yeah. And then I don't think the electability issues would be as big of a deal if we were having these genuine fights in public, because I mean, all the information would be out there. It's not like you're going to be running in the general and now Republicans are pulling a whole bunch of attack ads that we weren't allowed to run in the primaries, you know?
Yeah, the risk of infecting the entire party and making it so that we can all be attacked for what the most extreme version of a DSA member might be is certainly concerning as we try and get ourselves out of this Trump hole that we've been stuck in for a while. But James, my understanding is that your concerns about DSA, or at least how it came to be, are slightly differently targeted. Do you want to take a second to speak your piece about what you think?
Sorry, clarify what you mean by that.
Well, I mean, I know that we've talked about your concern about the state of the media being what allows the DSA to rise to power. I mean, presumably your concerns might not be necessarily geared towards that, but I wanted to give you some time to speak about your concerns of the DSA and why you think that they're such a problem.
I mean, yeah, nobody's more disappointed about the DSA and the state of conversations about socialism and communism than someone who supports socialism and communism and isn't a fucking idiot. Because, like, you know, I believe in some far off, like, communist state 500 years from now, but I believe it's, like, built up of rational decisions that we can actually see progress in today. And the way out is through. It's not by abolishing all of the systems that we have today. It's about incrementally improving them. You know, like Marx. There's several times where Marx celebrates the liberalism improving upon the past systems. You know, part of his historical analysis is saying, like, the time was right for feudalism to evolve into capitalism because there was enough power outside of that feudal thing, enough economic energy that couldn't be controlled by one source, and so a new system had to come forth. And the way that I think that we build towards, you know, a system, I'm not aiming for just like the abolition of capitalism and the abolition of hierarchies. It's about the abolition of the exploitation of people and about the abolition of unjust hierarchies. And I just see the popular movement of socialism today as just an outgrowth of populism and selling easy, quick solutions that you know, they sound great. You know, no human is illegal. God, I love that. Like, the sentiment behind that is beautiful. It's you know, we need to give a space for everyone to flourish no matter what their background is. And, like, that's something we can all get behind. But the way it's applied, the way that people apply it in this just like maximum way to, you know, to avoid having to deal with any of the realities of the real world. Like, if you are going to make room for everyone in your society, that's going to bring a lot of difficult changes that you're probably not going to be ready for. And I think today's populist DSA movement is an outgrowth of the independent media and its attempt to capture people, not because it has noble goals, but because it's trying to captured just its own energy, and people like Hassan are just sort of leeches off of the attempts for normal people that are watching Hassan and these socialists that just want a better world, and they get to promise them this cheap, simple solution that isn't gonna work, and it probably won't even get them fucking elected in the first place. It'll get them elected in some odd elections in extremely blue areas like New York and whatnot, California, but all that's going to do is like erode it in the future. And so I really wish that socialists could get behind, supporting incremental solutions that aren't perfectly aligned with their goals, but that give the center and the right and the far right like proof that we can do. Like, this is why I was even willing to listen to the abundance agenda. Like, there is a huge rational space there for socialists to prove that they've got good ideas by first getting the center on their path, on their side. And I'm worried that there's no way around this media landscape and the way it's just swallowing everything for its own means.
I think with a lot of what's happening, like with somebody like Mamdani, I'm not against Mamdani or his agenda just because he calls himself a democratic socialist. Like, I want him to do well. I want him to succeed. I hope, freezing the rent is actually beneficial long term, though I don't see it right now. Like, if it actually benefits people, that would be great. But it is more so the long-term consequences that I'm worried about. I don't think that Hassan in and of himself is super influential, but I do know that more and more, especially young people, get a lot of their news from social media, and TikTok is one of the top places where people are getting their news from. And again, when you get on TikTok, it is just the most radical voices from both sides. It's the most radical voices from the right. It's the most radical voices from the left. We've been talking a lot about like Jolah in his TikTok over the last week. And it is true.
Times, yeah.
There's no fucking incentive on there to give reasonable takes or like moderate takes. You don't get any fucking views. Like, there is no incentive there. And I do think that eventually it's probably incumbent upon more moderate voices. I think Brian Tyler Cohen has done a good job of this with Chorus, but it is incumbent upon like more moderate voices to be the ones to kind of drive people towards content creators that are the more moderate voices, to make sure that there is actually an incentive for people to go and watch these things, to push it and boost it in the algorithm, to make it to where it is more likely that people are going to see these things and see the debunks about what it is that, people on their side are saying, because otherwise they're more likely to just be stuck in their own echo chamber and then going into the comments with all of their people to just rip on somebody who ever says something other than what they're supposed to say.
So what do you think we're going to have to do to get past all of this, right? How do we get past this media environment that just sells rocket fuel and explosive nonsense? Like, part of the way that we're trying to design this show here is to, get some of that rocket fuel, but use it to create better conversations. Are we gonna succeed despite how cringe we are? Is there any way forward through that? What do you guys think? How do we get past the current media landscape? How do we fix it? I'm not hearing. There's no way. We're doomed. We're fucking doomed. Okay?
My big thing was you have to get rid of the like any kind of recommended algorithm that you don't prompt. So like if you're searching for something, then find, obviously the whatever algorithms have to do their job to recommend you the content they think you want. But if you're not prompting it, if you're not asking for certain content, I don't think it's good that the algorithm is giving you stuff. Like, so the For You pages where you can just infinitely scroll on stuff, I feel like that's the thing that is like singularly destroying people's brains.
Yeah.
I think generally the idea that people always come with, if in order for us to like actually get past these things, is Democrats, especially moderate Democrats, establishment Democrats, they have to succeed. And this is one of the conversations that a lot of people are having about court packing right now, is they're saying, well, as long as Democrats keep winning, then everybody will keep voting for them, and then the Republicans will never have a chance to come back and court pack back, and then we won't be in this oscillation of going back and forth. my issue with that entire thought process of saying, though, that like Democrats have to win, they have to do good things while they're in power. I feel like that happened. I feel like we just went through fucking 4 years of Joe Biden getting big package after big package after big package, getting it through with a very slim majority and getting bipartisan support over and over and over and over. And this is during one of the probably hardest times in my lifetime for somebody to be a president, while he's coming in right after January 6th, an attempted coup from Donald Trump. He's having to deal with the majority of the rollout of vaccines and dealing with the majority of the inflation from COVID. Like, he is dealing with so many massive, once-in-a-lifetime issues all at once, while still being so effective and efficient at getting legislation through. And I feel like that should have won over the population, except he was fucking old and he was Sleepy Joe. And so, you know, open borders and but like even the inflation is his fault. Like it feels like eventually there just is no winning as long as people are allowed to incessantly lie with no punishment for that. They're incentivized to continue lying, and they're helping get their president back in office. So I think I don't know what the answer is, because it almost feels like what everybody calls authoritarianism, where you censor people for lying on the internet during COVID. I almost feel like, I don't know, man, like that might be what we have to go back to in order to tell everybody to shut the fuck up every time they're spewing some bullshit. Like, I don't know what the answer is outside of that.
Yeah, I don't know if we should call it censorship for it to be illegal to blatantly and maliciously lie constantly over and over again. I think we've let that creep into our conversation that any amount of tamping down on information or claims is censorship, when in reality, like, it's bad and should be illegal for you to blatantly lie about, you know, over and over these, you know, RFK with his different claims about health and things, you know, but it does give them some ammunition to say, hey, they're censoring us. So which one do we fear more? That our tamping down on the misinformation will be called censorship, or that the misinformation itself spreads?
I think something that's very hard for Americans to understand. There's a thing I said earlier where they're like, there are certain concepts, but they have baked into them like other assumptions. And when those other assumptions start to falter, the concept itself is no longer good. The reason why we have freedom of speech is because we don't want like the government to stamp out certain perspectives, because we don't want there to be like this overlord control of what we're allowed to say. And the reason why we want this is because we feel that in a society where as many people can contribute to a conversation as possible, that the best ideas through the marketplace of ideas, show name, will eventually rise to the top, and then we'll all kind of like move on an aggregate level towards these things. One of the big issues today, though, and I hate this because I do genuinely identify with and believe strongly in the concept of freedom of speech, if I hear somebody invoke the concept of freedom of speech, I'm instantly going to assume that they're doing it because they want to lie with impunity. Because more often than not, that's just what it's for, is people are like, well, I should have the freedom to say whatever I want, and this is why if you eat hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, not only is it going to cure your cancer, it's going to make you immune to every disease ever, and who knows where Jordan Peterson is, but he's probably dead. Like that, just like the amount of like misinformation that's being spread about like mold and COVID stuff and government stuff and the war in Iran and every single thing online. And the defense for all of it is always like, well, you know, it's freedom of speech. Who's going to decide what's right or wrong? And people act like when you say that, it's like this huge mic drop moment where it's like, oh, is the government going to decide? It's like, okay, no, I guess the algorithms can decide then, or what? The audience can decide what's right or wrong? Because traditionally...
profit-driven corporation media landscape.
Yeah, or the profit-driven alternative media person who's making 7 figures, you know, selling anti-establishment slop to their audience. Who's to say they're going to be any more honest than a mainstream media corporate overlord sellout person? So, yeah, so I think something has to change to where we have more accountability. I don't know if like journalist needs to become like a protected title, like an accredited title that you have to earn and you can be held accountable for lying in a special way. Like if you're like a CPA, like if you're an accountant or if you're a doctor, you have like, or a lawyer, you've got like special responsibilities, but something has to change because the algorithmic stuff doesn't necessarily favor what's true. It just favors what people like to consume the most, and they don't necessarily like to consume true information.
Yeah, something needs
Real
to
quick,
have...
Can I go can I go backwards a little bit? Because Destiny, you were talking about the fact that you're more worried about the subversive nature of like what it is that the DSA candidates are doing. And obviously a lot of people have been making a big deal about the fact that you said that you don't know that you would choose AOC over Vance. Obviously I've laid out, like when it comes to DSA, they have the campists and they have the DSA initially was set up to make sure that they didn't have any authoritarian communists, Marxist Leninists in their organization. That was like they literally had rules that if you were an authoritarian, they would kick you out. About 5 years ago, they voted to get rid of that rule. And then now, over the last 5 years, it's been very clear that they've been getting taken over by more and more authoritarian people, and that it's becoming more and more popular within the DSA, that more and more just straight authoritarian Marxist-Leninist charters. And when I'm talking about the subversive nature of somebody like AOC, I would worry about AOC as well, but mainly because she keeps endorsing DSA candidates. She got 4 DSA candidates elected to the New York Assembly. Her and Mamdani literally worked together, where Mamdani, because she's in Congress, he got 3 people elected to Congress, and but he can't run against people in the state. So she's in Congress. She doesn't endorse the congressional candidates, but she did endorse the state candidates and got 4 elected to the state assembly. And so they're literally working together to get more DSA candidates in there. And my worry is that once you get these incumbent DSA candidates, they're likely to be more extreme as well. And they're likely to get more and more extreme people in who are likely to be the campists and the authoritarians. And that this is the process that we go down. So especially if somebody is a president and they're able to get, endorse somebody for more and more congressional positions, that they are more powerful to really put in the more extreme factions of the DSA. So when you say the subversive nature and you say you don't know if you would want to vote for somebody like AOC, what do you mean by that? Like, what does that look like?
Well, I think basically what you just said. Yeah, that's my fear, is that there's kind of like an intentional plan to kind of take over the Democratic Party using these strategies. Like, that's my biggest fear. So my biggest issue is that there's no inoculation with moderate Dems to push back against any of it. Like, that's my biggest fear. Like, people always wanted to take over a party or do whatever, but like, I just don't see anybody in the lib left that's capable of identifying it and then pushing back against it. So they have like this perfect environment set up right now where they can continue to move our discourse further and further left on our politics. But anytime we try to hit back against them, even the primaries, people just say like, don't punch left, MAGA is the threat. Meanwhile, they're like exclusively centered on attacking Dems, which is frustrating.
Well, the reason that people say that they want to vote DSA candidates in is because they say that they actually want free healthcare, or, the things that they're looking at for they want immigration reform. Like, the things that they want from these DSA candidates seem to me the normal Democrat platform. Like, this is what all Democrats want. All Democrats want some form of free healthcare. They want like a public option, or maybe even Medicare for all or something like that, but mostly a public option. And they're putting in these candidates that are running on these platforms. So when I watch somebody like John Ossoff, who is more of a moderate when it comes to the way that he votes and the way that he legislates, but he uses the more populist rhetoric, I really like him. He's my senator. But I also wonder, does he keep lending credibility to those people? And if we vote for somebody like him for president, is he going to go and endorse the DSA type people because they're using the same rhetoric as him? Or does his rhetoric make those people more popular and win them like more credit? Like, what do you think about somebody like John Ossoff in a position like that?
Like, I don't think Ossoff is doing any of it intentionally. So I think that Ossoff is like fine to message in these ways because it's good to message in this way because it gets people to support. Like, there are parts of this is the strength of like how like the subversive aspect works, right? Is that there are parts of their messaging that are really popular. A lot of people do want something to happen with healthcare. A lot of people do think there are affordability issues in the United States. And when the DSA is kind of in their more mask on moments, then they'll talk about these things. So I don't think we have to stop talking about every single thing the DSA talks about because the DSA is intentionally leveraging these things against us. I just think we need to be aware of.
Well, it's the Epstein class rhetoric. It's the, top down rhetoric. It's the
Epstein class is probably like that's like the final thing. That's like probably my line is like maybe right after that, because I mean, like, in a way I get it because, man, dude, the Republicans made such a big deal out of the Epstein shit. It is pretty funny that they completely fucking abandoned it, you know? And so, you know, I don't know if I would say we have to walk away completely from the Epstein class messaging, but like everything else obviously just becomes a huge... The problem with messaging like the Epstein class is that I think most of the people that hear that think that it impacts Democrats and Republicans the same. That's my biggest issue, is people who are singularly motivated by like Epstein stuff think that the Dems and the Republicans are equally as bad as each other on those issues. And that's the thing that I think we have to really push back against.
But I think Ossoff does message like that. Like he kind of talks
Not most
about
of the time.
elites, he
I
talks
think
about the people in power.
a little bit, but I think it's usually more MAGA focused and MAGA targeted when I hear him talk about it. And the sloppulous guys, your DSA types, I think, are generally more like both sidesing things, which I think is scarier.
One of the
or Kyle.
Oh,
I'm hosting the show now, so I'm handing it over to you. Now. Yeah, go ahead.
I greatly appreciate that. Yeah, one of my big concerns, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, it's clear that anytime Republicans are in power, it's really good for the DSA. They had every incentive to not endorse anybody in the last election. Just say, I think what they actually said was, this choice sucks, we'll see you in the next one, or something like that.
Voters shouldn't have to choose between these two. Yeah, is what they said.
Yeah. So, I mean, that puts any Democrat who wants to push back.
Absolutely destroyed. Holy shit. Tom disconnected me. He was so sick of that guy talking. He was like, fuck this, dude. This is Tom's show now. Oh my God.
My show now.
All right. Well, while we work on getting
Well,
Kyle,
have you guys heard that I invented
have you guys heard
global detailing? Oh.
Oh boy.
Kyle, are your cameras with your
Can you hear me?
Yes. Your face
okay,
is frozen.
that's a start. You know what? I'll work on that. And I'll let you guys talk while I fix that problem. BRB.
All right. Beautiful. I'll try and recenter us a little bit on. I'm worried about the sort of less engaged voters that end up supporting the DSA types because of their general appealing message. You know, when they do that more shallow. The Mott or which one's the easy one, the Mott or the Bailey? Who fucking knows? Nobody knows.
The Bailey.
Anyway,
who uses either of these words? But I know what you're saying. You have like you put out like an easy to defend argument, but in reality, your position is far more radical, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the general economic populism or the fighting for the working class that Mamdani uses very effectively, but I think actually pointed towards meaningful solutions. There's a lot of people that are getting swept up in that, and for understandable reasons. You know, the working class has been losing ground since the 70s to some degree or other. You know, it goes up and down. Things have been very tough for the working class lately. So I'm very worried about how when we engage in these topics, we might alienate those people. And also I'm worried about creating something of a Streisand effect where the Democrats' opposition to the DSA and the economic populists will make us seem sort of like the Epstein class, the establishment that controls things, and it's wielding its unfair power to squash this movement that's trying to create itself. What is there some rationality to that? And what are the lines for engaging in this arena without alienating those voters and without cutting off the wrong kinds of people?
I mean, I would
say it has
say
to be similar rhetoric to what it is that they're doing, because if every time you attack them, they say it's because you don't want free healthcare, or you don't want to help the workers, or you don't want good things. I think that we literally just have to turn around with the same types of rhetoric and say that, like, you don't want Democrats to win, you don't want to stop MAGA, you don't want to defeat Trump, you don't want, like, we have to have like the same types of rhetoric as we did with Hassan when he didn't vote. Everybody was saying, hey, you're helping MAGA, you're helping Trump win. I think that the problem is that I think that we actually have like more nuanced beliefs that, especially within the streaming world, we take a lot of time to go through like the philosophical thought process and grounding these things and to synthesize those things into thought terminating cliches. It's hard. It's hard when you actually do put a lot of thought behind what it is you believe and try to justify this as much as possible. And then you're supposed to just turn that into a nothingness claim that you throw out over and over. That's a hard thing for people to do, especially in this space. But I do think that, like, as far as strategy goes, we also, if we're going to be politically effective, we have to learn that that is kind of necessary at the same time.
Yeah, I think actually, I don't think running away from it is the strategy. I know sometimes it's tempting and it might be cringe to hear people use similar rhetoric, but I think the big issue is that if you let them take over your talking points, there's this really annoying thing I've noticed where leftists do this thing where they take credit for every good thing that liberalism has ever produced, and then every bad thing that liberalism has produced, they pawn off on liberalism. So they'll say things like the 5-day work week came from socialism, or the 40-hour 40-hour work week came from socialism, minimum wage was a socialist idea. All these good things that we have come from socialism, or like NASA or some of our public programs. But then for our private stuff, they'll either say it's all horrible and terrible, or they'll say, well, it's just like general research that allowed pharmaceutical companies to invent, crazy medications or therapies or whatever in the US. They don't give any credit to any of the good things that liberalism does. And then when it does do good things, they seize all of that as like a socialist invention. So like the thing that I would want to push on more, or that I would like to hear push on more, is that one, if you actually push back against the socialists in a meaningful, crazy way, then you can argue like, these people they're not like us, right? This guy believes that the Holodomor didn't happen, that Tiananmen Square was overly exaggerated, and that the Houthis and Hezbollah are the good guys, right? That's what this guy believes. That's crazy. But then also, when they get on here, I don't like this idea when people are like, well, the DSA does say, like for prison abolition, this came up. They're like, well, the DSA does want to get rid of like our high rates of recidivism. They really want to create better economic conditions so that people aren't committing crime and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, what's the difference between that and the mainstream Democratic Party position? Like, why are we pretending like we needed the DSA to introduce this radical talking point to us that like housing should be more affordable, that like indiscriminate foreign warfare is bad, that we need to do something about homeless populations, that income gaps are too high and an average working, like these are all mainstream Democratic Party positions. There have just never been enough.
Address those things until Bernie Sanders.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
It was Bernie started it all. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the idea that like, the idea that somehow we have to give them credit for these things while they use that platform of similarity to massively attack us, I don't like that. I think that's cringe. I don't think you have to give up on the talking points. You just need to make sure that you're distinguishing yourself from them more than not, yeah.
Well, I do think that there's like a bit, I do find it a little frustrating because I think that we do have to fight on a bunch of different fronts. And I think that when there's going to be the people who are going to be a bit more moderate and they're going to appeal to a different group of people. I think there's going to be a people who are very staunch, like, liberals, and that they're going to be a group of people like Dean and Parker, where all they do is just shit on MAGA all day. They don't really talk about the left. They don't talk about really anything except for just how bad MAGA is. And that's an easy lane to be in, but they fire up the base. They make people feel really happy about the fact that they're liberals and they're smarter than the MAGA people and they're way more justified and moral than them. And I think that that's like a good position to play. But then I also think, Destiny, you play a position where you are also attacking the left. Hutch plays this position where I think that there has to be some sort of gatekeeping there. There has to be some sort of identity that's actually held up, where right now people keep saying, we don't know what Democrats are. We don't know what Democrats stand for. We don't even know what their platform is. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We all know what it fucking is. We just watched Kamala Harris run on a very Democrat platform. We've been watching everybody fight against the Trump administration because he's doing a bad thing and they want him to do the good thing. And they're very clear about what the good thing is, like having something like USAID or having more healthcare, where he keeps saying he's going to repeal and replace. Like, we all know what the fucking Democrat platform is. We all know what it is. And we do have to gatekeep to some extent in order for there to be an identity there. But I don't know if the people who are playing the same position as the moderate, who's kind of able to appeal to the more centrist, independent sorts of people, I don't know if we want to hate on the people who also are going to appeal to the more progressive groups of people as well. They're almost like the centrist on that edge. But this has always kind of been what I've said about this. I will say, over the last week, though, when you guys keep bringing up that some of these people that I see, they do tend to attack the moderates more than they attack the other side. So they'll appeal to them, but they're not appealing to them in a way that they're like ever going to bring them over. They're appealing them in a way that they're just helping them. And so I feel like there does have to be like a line drawn there, where if they are going to be playing that part, they're either going to be gate kept out as somebody who's helping them, or they got to be somebody who is like helping the other side, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Alrighty. You know what? I'm going to take this moment to test my brand of communism. What do you guys think about my internal theory that to some degree the workers' revolution that Marx predicted occurred already in the United States through things like workers' rights and having a democratic system that allows us to change? Is a single fucking socialist or communist going to hear me when I make that claim? And why not?
When you make the claim, when you restate that, when you make,
I believe my functioning belief is that the United States had its revolution, its glorious revolution. We threw off we threw off King George, and then through the industrial revolutions, we had our workers' revolutions, or at least, the enough of them that we don't in America need to throw off our system entirely in order to make a better society. Do you think I will get any play with socialist types by making that argument?
I mean, absolutely not, because they're socialists and they don't want to hear that. I mean, I would largely agree with you there, because I guess my argument, but this is being woefully illiterate when it comes to the actual leftist literature. So I'm sure there are counter arguments things I'm bringing up, but my guess is back in the day in the 1800s, the proletariat probably couldn't afford plane tickets to take a vacation to Hawaii or to send their kids to institutions of higher learning. These things were probably generally outside of the ability of a working person to do, and the working classes had more and more things made available to them as a result of, I don't know, liberalism, capitalism, industrialization, whatever you want to say. Yeah, but I mean, on the other hand, that on their counter argument, they would say that there's going to be this huge barrier that's always going to be thrown up between the capital class and the working class, and there are going to be irreconcilable differences, that the interests of the capital class are always going to be dramatically in opposition to the interests of the working class, and that as long as politicians, ad campaigns and everything else are represented by spent dollars and everything, that the capital class is always going to be constantly moving in a way that will benefit them, and when there's a conflict between them and the working class, are going to benefit them over the working class, sometimes to the detriment of the working class, and that the only way to separate capital from its power is to separate the owner from the machines, that the people that are actually working the machines need to be the ones that are actually making the money from doing the work. And as long as there's an exploitative class there, they're always going to have different interests, and their income and their earnings are going to be dramatically, exponentially higher than the average worker. A worker can only work so much. An owner can theoretically own everything on paper, right? So that imbalance of power is fundamentally impossible to redress, with government redistribution or whatever else. You have to actually change the ownership structure to meaningfully alter that relationship.
Sure.
Your thought process, one of the things reasons I don't think it could ever apply to a socialist is because even over the last week, I've heard this over and over from socialists, is that the reason capitalism was created was so that they could more easily centralize money and power, which in order to believe that, you would have to think they couldn't do it well enough under feudalism. They weren't capable of centralizing money and power well enough under feudalism, that they had to go and create another system that made it, it's so much easier under capitalism to pick the winners and losers more effectively, that you had to get something better than that feudalism really was not as effective as picking where power was centralized. So obviously, they came up with capitalism. It's such a dumb thing that I can't believe it would ever come out of somebody's mouth, but I hear it over and over and over. I just heard somebody, I forget the guy's name, but there's a black guy who was debating David Maruccio,
racist,
the other guy.
David Mauricio, that guy's rad. That guy's rad. Great.
Yeah,
Great guy.
I like him, but over and over, this guy repeated this over and over and over and over. They're like, well, we all agree that capitalism was only created so that they could centralize power and money, and at no point did he ever push back on this.
It's almost the opposite. It's literally
it's literally the opposite.
A relative decentralization that allowed individuals to finally have their own wealth that wasn't lorded over by lords and kings. Cringe. All right. Kyle, why don't you check DMs and let me know what you think?
I would also say, just as a quick addendum to that, I don't know if you would say capitalism was necessarily created either, right? Like, weren't like
Yeah, it
markets
evolved.
and trade, like these kind of sprang up over time as different conditions were met for different groups of people. But
Yeah, they make it sound
There
like
were
it
obviously
was a
thought
cabal
leaders
that
to
came
follow
together and
along,
invented
though,
it.
right?
And I would agree that, like, over time, this system has huge problems with capital accumulation. It really is like a monopoly game that's been going on for 200 years in some cases, right? Like, Elon Musk didn't make his initial fortune on his own. It was inherited wealth. And over time, especially lately, it does feel like these things are spiraling to a certain degree out of control, and that's why you're, especially once the tech bubbles started coming up, you have these people like Bill Gates that became the richest person in the world by fucking stealing Xerox's interface. And I'm not going to completely write off what he did, but it seems like, because we live in such a global society and it's such a large system, we've got 8 billion people. If you can take a penny off of each of them, once a month, you become a billionaire over time. And I do think that we definitely have to take some actions to restrain that over time. But, that doesn't mean we can just take all of the tracking systems away from society. Right? There has to be a way to track the use of resources. Like car insurance. Let's think about simple car insurance for a sec. If nobody had to think about car insurance and like what happens if you fucking crash your car, then you're gonna drive like an asshole, right? Like, if you've ever rented a rental car, you're not worried about, a couple dings and nudges here and there. And if you expand that to everything, right? If you don't have to start caring about your apartment and the way you treat it, because you just get another free apartment after you burn that one down. Like, we have to keep some sort of structure that tracks the use of resources and contributions and earning. But, my goal is just to make it less painful, less difficult for struggling people. And I think that's the society we should try and build for. Yeah, but I'm just not sure how we're gonna get there.
You want good things.
Yeah.
I agree. I also want good
I
things.
wish
and I
things
don't
were
want
better
bad
a little.
things. I hate bad things.
Yeah, sick of them. Sick of the bad things.
Sick of bad things.
Yeah.
I'm totally in favor
All right.
of good things.
I think we might have gotten through most of the meat of what we're discussing today. Kyle, you want to?
Well, I would love to ask the question I was trying to ask earlier before the internet decided that I wasn't allowed. But I was alluding to the idea that with the Republican Party being so dangerous for the country and also so good for the DSA, is it better to wait until Democrats are in power to push back, or is it better to do it now, given that we are on the cusp of an election that could be pretty consequential, given that Peter Thiel's got his hand all the way up J.D. Vance's ass, and I really don't want President Palantir, and I'm sure you don't either. What do you think?
I mean, unfortunately, I guess we're a little bit past it. Not completely past it, but we're a little bit past it. Like, I would say that now the midterms was the time to fight, right? These elections are not as consequential, which is weird because I never thought I would say that, but compared to the last presidential election, Jesus fuck. The president is just like so unpopular now with so many different groups of people that it's not like, he's riding high on anything or some huge part of his agenda is going to be passed if he just gets, more people in office. Like, he can't do anything with this current Congress. I don't even know if he knows how Congress works. He's a fucking idiot. So I feel like if there was ever a time for us to have a fight over identifying ourselves, like as what does our party stand for? Who are we? I think that would have been now during the midterms, especially during the primaries for the midterms. During the generals, you want to definitely come together and be more unified. But I think one of the reasons why you want to fight so much more during the primaries is that you decide who is the unifying person. And what we don't want ever again, Jesus fuck, is to have these huge movements that are so influential in our media, maybe not in terms of the voters, but in the media, who are telling us not to vote for our candidates, like what happened with the uncommitted movement and Kamala Harris. That was just a disaster. How much of our political discourse was held hostage, not only held hostage by a certain topic, Israel, Palestine, but it was held hostage by a topic that our candidate was better on. Like, I'm sorry, but there's no world where Donald Trump was ever a better candidate for the Palestinians than Kamala Harris. So even if that was your single motivating issue, you should have supported the Democrat over the Republican on it. But instead, this wasn't even a factor on their side. How many fucking Republicans? There are Republicans who are motivated by their thoughts on Israel for whatever that is. But how many of them were motivated by a Palestinian genocide? None of them. They don't care about any of that shit. So it's just crazy to me that we allowed ourselves to get so purity tested on an issue that our candidate was better on, regardless. I hate that.
You think when you say we're held hostage, what do you mean by that? Because from my understanding, none of the after polling shows that was like a major deciding factor on whether or not Donald Trump or Kamala Harris won.
No, I don't think it was. I don't think people voted on it as much, but an inordinate amount of our media attention went towards it. So much media on the Democratic side, on the alternative media sphere, in the even in the mainstream media sphere, was dedicated to this like Israel-Palestine topic that they felt like it was the genocide shit. I think it was like. This can't be right. Was it 50% of Dearborn, Michigan voters went for Jill Stein? Or was it 25? It was it was an unbelievable percentage.
I think the majority of them voted for Donald Trump, though.
Did they?
Yeah.
Of the Arab population for Dearborn, Michigan?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if they did, that's just fucking crazy.
I believe so.
I thought a plurality, at least, I thought went to
I'm almost positive.
Jill Stein. But if they did, that's crazy. But it wouldn't surprise me, again, because on our side it feels like if like all of the media messaging towards Arabs or towards, I guess, anti-Israel people was just that the Democratic Party had nothing to say about Israel-Palestine. And it's just there's a couple of things that happen when we allow the DSA to define us. Is that one, it leads voters to think we're more radical than we actually are. But then two, if I ask you, like, what did the DSA think about Israel-Palestine or billionaires or whatever else, I think you guys can answer me that question. You just know. You would go and look at any of the far left media to figure it out. If you want to know what MAGA thinks about anything, you literally look at any of their content creators and they all have the exact same fucking answers. But when it comes to the moderate left, like the only thing the moderate left is responding to far left attacks and conservative attacks. And that's it, always, constantly. Like the moderate left has no place to where it can define itself ever. And it's just so frustrating to play that game over and over and over again. And I feel like fighting against that extreme left faction would have also allowed us to define ourselves better as a party.
I think, especially when it comes to independent media, going into the 2024 election, when I'm going through all of the major content creators who are doing politics on the right and the left, if I go to right-wing channels, they are all glazing Donald Trump the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
They're glazing Trump, glazing MAGA, talking about all of the pro-MAGA politicians. They are all nonstop glazing them.
Yep.
And then and then they're talking about how horrible the Democrats are. They're open borders. They're going to trans their kids, blah, blah, blah. But then I go over to the Democrat, the top left-leaning channels on the internet, and they also hate the fucking Democrats and the Republicans. But if I'm watching these two sides, at least I see a lot of really good things about Trump and MAGA from one side, but I never hear anything good about the Democrats from the other side. And so I feel like this creates like an ecosystem where Democrats just suck across the board. And I would say that like this is largely responsible for the horrible approval ratings of the Democrats after I think we've done so much over the last Biden presidency and we're able to get so many wins. But I do think throughout the Trump presidency, even with the minority, I think the Democrats have done an absolutely fucking amazing job. I think that they have fucking killed it. Every narrative war, we've won across the board when it comes to Iran, when it comes to...
With what?
Mm-hmm. Narrative wars. Like
when?
Throughout Trump's presidency, throughout this presidency.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I would say before the presidency, I think we had nothing, unfortunately. But I don't even know if I don't even know if I would say we've won the narrative war this time. I just think Trump lost so hard by just being just the most unrepentantly horrible fucking president. Just like in so many ways, it was so much worse than anybody would have ever imagined. And,
so many unforced errors.
Yes.
Yeah, you can only get away with so much.
I wouldn't say that we were winning those narrative wars throughout his first term until the January 6th and all those other things. Like obviously COVID is when things turned around. But I think throughout this entire presidency, at each lockdown, we won those narrative wars, or if you want to call them battles, we won the stuff on COVID, we won the stuff on the lockdowns, inflation, the Iran war, Epstein, like every major narrative war that has happened throughout his presidency. I think Democrats have come out far and away on top.
I mean, you say that, but I would say
literally give
look at the
credit for that. Hold on. They still keep saying Democrats won't do anything. They're the do-nothing Democrats. They're not coming out. They're not talking about this shit. They give them zero credit for any of this shit and still say they need people who are going to come in and actually fight because the Democrats won't do it. And they even got the fucking War Powers Act passed. They got the fucking War Powers Act passed under Donald Trump. Like, you got to be fucking kidding me. This is a miracle that happened, and somehow they're still saying that the Democrats don't fight. So I think there is literally nothing they can do to where they'd actually be capable of getting credit from most of these people.
Yeah, that's what I think of when I think of win the narrative war. Like, have the Democrats gotten credit for anything? And I feel like, despite how unpopular Trump is, and despite how much he's fucked up everything, I feel like Donald Trump is like, or I feel like the Democratic Party is not anywhere near as popular as it should be. The popularity is like, I don't know if it's at all-time lows, but it's just like so abysmal. So
yeah,
I feel
Trump
like
is really unpopular, but Democrats are similarly unpopular, even though they're just better on every issue. And that is a sign of us not doing as great in the narrative war. It's tough to figure out how we break through that. Alrighty. Well, I think we're going to wind down here and then start opening up. If anybody would like to call in, I don't know if we discussed having call-ins. We might take a couple calls. Alrighty. Destiny, do you have a time you'd like to get out of here? Do you have anything going on tonight, or if you want to get out of here in a minute?
I mean, I do, but I can. Yeah, you're good. You can do some calls. I'm fine.
Cool. So we will open up maybe for a couple of calls, and Kyle in the meantime.
Sure. Head to our Discord if you want to call in and hang out with us for a bit. But while we wait for people to call in, we're going to play a game that allows us to rank certain individuals based on how we feel about them in a game that we like to call Podcaster, Prisoner, President.
Podcaster, Prisoner.
Yeah, Tom hates
President.
this game. We make him play it anyway. Hopefully, Steven, you like it a little more than Tom does. But either way, so this is the game that is very similar. It's basically Fuck, Marry, Kill, but censored.
For politics, yeah.
Yeah. So we take three individuals and we sort them by who we would want to allow to be a podcaster. That is to say, who we would allow to have a voice big enough to reach a sizable audience, but not have any real power. Who we would sequester to prison and therefore be able to reach nobody whatsoever and be basically shut down. Or who we would allow to be the president of the United States for one term and therefore have all of the authority and restrictions that come with it. They would also, for the purpose of this game, have enough of a mandate to accomplish their agenda for that term, and as well as enough support in the legislature. So with that, I will pull up the characters that we'll be sorting.
Before you do real quick,
Sure.
Everybody should check out our last video on this because it was great time. Tom's in the video. And there's a fantastic clip. We got Tallybots to say that obviously Destiny would be their president. We had you in a round of this, and so now we've got a clip of Tally saying she wants you for president.
Sounds good. All right.
Followed by her saying Ben Shapiro should be president. So triggering in all directions, I'm sure.
You're in good company.
I disavow
there.
now. Forget that. Okay.
Yeah.
She also talking about how terrified she is of boy pussy in that one.
That's true. Yeah. Lots of it.
That was a good episode. That was a good moment. Oh God. I'm gonna need some new sunglasses here.
Oh boy. Nobody was supposed to see James. Oh,
no technical failures this time, but we have a mechanical failure.
A proper wardrobe malfunction. Haven't heard that phrase in a while. All right, enough of that. Let's get into this game. We've got our first round here. We're going to be sorting Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Rashida Tlaib, and Zoran Mamdani, the three most well-known, most prominent, and most powerful DSA members in America. How shall we sort these three as far as being podcaster, prisoner, or president?
Do we take turns, or?
I'll go first. I put AOC as president, Zoran as podcaster, and Rashida Tlaib for prison. Yeah.
Okay. What's your reasoning there?
I mean, I think AOC is going to be a bit more better of a president. I think she has a lot more experience in federal politics. I think Zoran's a great talker. He's very charismatic and good at speaking. And I think Rashida Tlaib is absolutely fucking obnoxious. So.
Fair enough. Steven.
Same.
Do you agree with Tom?
Yeah, Tlaib is goodbye, easy. Mamdani as podcaster, I think is fine. It's really hard though between Mamdani and AOC as president. I'm in complete and total spite mode right now, and I honestly don't know what would trigger conservatives harder is having like a Hispanic woman as a president or having a fucking Mamdani Muslim dude as president. And I would go by whichever one would trigger the fuck out of them more, I think. Yeah.
I mean, there's the added layer of Mamdani not being from here. He was born. He was not a native U.S. citizen, which is counter to what we normally do. So that might be the So
the biggest triggering.
Oh, in that case, that would change my answer then. So yeah, so I'd definitely go with AOC then for podcaster, and Mamdani would be president, and we would just put the most bullshit fucking legal argument ever. And while they're fighting it, we would do court packing in the middle of the fight, so that by the time it got to the Supreme Court, we would have 8 justices who are all from wherever the fuck Mamdani was born, who would all rule in favor of saying that whatever place he was born in was declared U.S. territory at the time because they found some secret fucking document that said it was like a U.S. base, and then he's actually a citizen, so he can 100%.
8 Ugandan judges. My goodness. And we'd have our very own Idi Amin. How exciting would that be, James? What do you think? Is this how you would arrange things?
I mean, Mamdani's president for absolutely. This is glorious. And AOC can podcast from the vice presidency. Perfect. Yeah, beautiful. From inside the White House.
Very good. Well, we found some consensus with Rashida being sequestered to prison, but it would seem that between Zoran and Alexandria, whoever is most triggering to the right is who would get it if we were in charge of this and had these parameters.
God bless America.
Let's go on to another round here. We've got a few more people, but this time from a little bit closer to the middle. Perhaps folks who we might be more politically amenable to, generally speaking. We've got Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris, and Pete Buttigieg. If these are the 3 that we're dealing with, how do we sort them? Tom, why don't you go first again?
A little bit less of a meme round, a little bit more substance.
I think I might make Pete Buttigieg president.
Yes.
Okay. President Pete.
Gavin Newsom, he's already a podcaster, so I'll make him a podcaster, and I'll send, obviously, of course, the woman to prison. Got to stay consistent.
That's a bad look, but I mean, is there anything that you find particularly unfavorable about Kamala that would put her there, or is it literally just someone has to go there?
If you look at the picture, there is a certain sound that you kind of hear from that.
It is blood curdling. Something about it. Just any woman who's happy and having a good time. It's just upsetting.
Horrible.
Steven, how do you feel about this trio?
Oh man, I like Pete as president, and then we could have like a first man and a gay president. That would just be hilarious.
Sure,
that
would upset the right. Yeah, good point.
Yeah, that would be a good one. In terms of policies and everything, I think Pete and me map on pretty well, but Gavin is similar, so I feel like I would have to. It's whoever would trigger them more, right? And then as a podcaster, I think Pete does a good job of going around and doing podcasts, though. Or Kamala as a podcaster, man. I don't know.
Well, okay, so Pete's a great podcast guest.
Yeah.
We haven't seen him host.
True.
And Gavin, I mean, he is a podcast host.
He's already doing it.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a clean transition for him if we keep that the same. Unfortunately, that still leaves Kamala in prison. I mean, do you find anything about her unfavorable?
Or right too much, right? Seeing Kamala go to jail,
point.
They get their nut off of that one.
Jesus.
We can't let that.
You know what? I would send Kamala to jail, and it's because I harbor a grudge against her. And it was for her trying to take out my boy Biden in the primaries in 2020 when she threw him under the bus, metaphorically, in the busing debate.
Yeah.
And I hold that against her forever.
And then our hero, Democrat legend Tulsi Gabbard, came in and set things straight. Isn't that right? James, are you amenable to this arrangement, or is there...
It hurts so bad to put poor Kamala in prison after everything she went through, okay? Like, she had to spend... Nobody got done dirtier as vice president than poor fucking Kamala Harris. Making her the border czar, just making her go wave at the border and go, like, everything's fine. And, like, that's the most she got to come out as vice president and represent anything. Like,
best border czar of all time.
Sure, it's kind of the vice president's job to sweep a little, and like he doesn't get to make many decisions, but God, did Kamala get done fucking dirty. So it hurts to put her in prison. That being said, she's not going to be as good of a podcaster as Gavin Newsom, and neither of them. I think Buttigieg would be a fantastic president.
You guys know-
maximizing for president, I easily take Pete. Easily.
You mentioned Tulsi a minute ago. Tim Pool unironically believes that Tulsi Gabbard is going to run as the Democrat and is going to sweep. Like, he thinks she's a sleeper. That's why she left the administration. She's gonna be the Democrat W.
I don't know why you say he honestly believes it, because I don't know if he really does believe that or if it's just a meme grift position.
I don't know if
the
he
fuck
believes
knows.
anything, okay?
If he believes anything about anything, yeah.
Maybe that's what
he's
the Kremlin
biggest
told him to
chameleon
say.
in the
I don't
world.
know.
Yeah, that's either way, not too hard to believe him saying something as unbelievably blitheringly stupid as that. But it seems that we found a pretty solid consensus here with these three, so let's move on.
Well, actually, we've also got several callers. Oh my God, we've got a lot of callers. If you
Oh boy.
want to cycle through them.
We could. You know what? I'm gonna let Tom decide. Tom, you run a show. What do we do? Should we get through some of these callers?
Should we break up the game and let some
We get to the
callers in?
fucking content. We get to some disagreements. Hopefully, we get some shit out of this. Let's do away with this game as well.
Damn, a hater.
Great game. The greatest game of all time.
All right. Well, very well. I suppose we may come back to this, even though I was really looking forward to this round. But
wait, how many rounds were left of it?
We've got 3 more.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, never mind.
See, that's what I'm saying. We should break it up with callers, bring it back. We can cut it in post. Fuck, we talked about this, and I think you.
I would be less likely to kill myself if we did callers.
We could break it up.
Jesus.
A little bit. Okay, yeah. Well, for Tom's mental health prioritization, we will.
All right, fine, very well. I guess we'll start churning through some of these folks who've signed up to talk to us. Shy Doomer, I saw Shy Doomer load in first, so why don't we talk to her? Shy Doomer. Hi, Shy Doomer. You are on the Marketplace of Ideas once again.
Welcome back.
Good to
Jesse,
have you.
fix your stream again.
Shut the fuck up. It's fixed.
Oh boy.
Sorry, I was muted. Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
welcome, neighbor. How's it going tonight?
Pretty good. Hope everyone else is doing pretty good. I just have a question. One of you, I think, was saying how the Democrat establishment is running on the same kind of policies that let me know if I'm wrong, but the DSA is running on.
I'm saying the main things that they talk about. Like, a lot of times when you talk about the fact that you may not like a DSA candidate, a lot of times they will say, oh, so you don't want free healthcare, or you don't want immigration reform, you don't want it's almost all of the main things that they talk about. These are things that the Democrat establishment wants. All Democrats want these things. But then when we ask them about the other policies, when we ask them about Russia, Ukraine, when we ask them about abolishing the borders, when we ask them about abolishing the Senate, a lot of times they don't, are you a communist? They don't want to answer those questions. They'll say, I'm not running on that. But the things that they are running on are generally going to be things that Democrats all agree on.
Is that what you actually believe? Like the Democratic establishment is running on, like, abolish ICE. The Democratic establishment is running on things like universal health care. Like, that's in.
I think the majority of the Democrat establishment is in favor of abolishing ICE right now. Yeah.
It's on their platform. It's what the candidates are advocating
Hasn't
for.
every major candidate more or less said this? I feel like hasn't Ossoff said abolish ICE? Has he not?
Yeah, and even I think Stevens, like, almost everybody has said.
I'm asking about, like, because they brought out their platform, and I read through it, and it is not anywhere close to being the same. It's more of like third way.
I'm not saying the DNC platform is the exact same as the DSA platform. That's not what I'm saying.
I don't think he's called to abolish ICE.
Their platforms, because even though the DSA platform, the DSA candidates, they don't run on the DSA platform either. They don't say, I want to abolish the Senate. Or maybe they do. They don't say, I want to abolish borders. I want the government to take over all large corporations. Like, they're not running on the DSA platform. I'm not talking about the DSA platform versus the DNC platform. I'm talking about establishment candidates versus DSA candidates. They seem to all want the same things.
Gotcha. Whenever those establishment candidates are like already in office and they've had all this time to be advocating for these things, and now they're saying it, or like saying that they will do something like that, do you think they're being honest, or like people should trust them?
Well, I mean, the major thing that you're mentioning that there would be a difference on, because I think that they've all wanted free healthcare like since Obama, but I don't know that like I would have wanted them to say abolish ICE until now. It's the Supreme Court decisions that have come through under the Trump administration that make it to where I think it is necessary to abolish ICE. But I wouldn't have wanted them to say abolish ICE before that. That would have been a bit radical.
They weren't being abused to the same degree that they are, or being used negatively to the same extent they have been over this last administration. But
I think
before
actually
this administration, yeah.
Oh, I was just saying real quick on that. I think the issue is we run into that thing before where they take talking points from us, but then also sometimes they use the same words, but they mean something different, and then it's very difficult to communicate to the voter what you stand for. So
Like
before, I think when people were saying abolish ICE, when leftists were saying it, it sounds like they're saying like we shouldn't like deport people, or we shouldn't have like any immigration enforcement at all, which is not only would I personally disagree with that ideologically, I don't know if that's a politically tenable position. But now we're all kind of on board with abolish ICE, not because we don't think we should have any kind of interior immigration enforcement, but because holy fuck, like ICE has been turned into a $90 billion a year Gestapo that is like serving at the personal pleasures of the president and is like just indiscriminately fucking capturing people, shipping them off to other countries, or murdering them in the streets with no accountability.
I think there was still an argument beforehand. It's just more apparent now. We had a time before 9/11 where ICE wasn't around, and ICE was literally an outcome of 9/11. They more militarized and like policed, had like arms when it comes to immigration, and the increase of like xenophobia because of it, you know. So I think there is still an argument for it. It's just easier to argue for it now that they're the fucking Gestapo, you know.
I mean, maybe, but again, like when people say like prior to 9/11 they didn't have ICE or whatever, like we still had, I don't know if it was Customs and Border Patrol or whatever. We had some kind of interior immigration enforcement.
Yeah, it was mostly paperwork because that's what the crime is. It's like mostly paperwork problems. Like, hey, you didn't fill out your paperwork, or
well, but you still have to deport people who are here illegally, right?
Yeah, and they would use like the police to do that. Like the local police would come in and do it.
Is that a preferable state of affairs? I don't even know if that would be preferable. I'm not sure, but I just know that right now when people say abolish ICE,
in charge of federal immigration. That is like
Wouldn't
local
they, like-
police are never in charge of enforcing federal laws. That's not the case.
But the federal government works with the local police to find people all the time, right? And that's what I mean.
If they choose to, that's literally what the
and that's
entire
like
thought
if
process
you're
of sanctuary cities are. Is that a lot of these cities are saying we're not going to ask somebody whether or not they're a citizen or not. We're not going to check their legal status. We're not looking at it at all. If you guys want to go find those people and you want to figure it out, that's on you. But we're not going to do it for you because they have no obligation to. It's not their jurisdiction.
All right. Before my time is up, I want to get to the crux of the issue. I think the establishment Democrat has been in power for my entire life, and since Clinton, they have become like the neo-lib party. They went more right. They saw what happened with Reagan, and they tried to mimic that kind of politics. Before that, they were very much like DSA candidates. You got the FDR candidacy. You got everyone after that, making sure to defend like social safety nets and like robust government reform to help the working class, right? And when Reagan came in, started chopping it all up, they saw that popularity, they kind of followed suit, and Clinton followed suit. Since then, it's all been cut slowly, and what it feels like
Are you talking
from my
about
perspective,
pragmatically or ideologically?
From my perspective, it seems like it feels like they're just paid opposition, and I don't mean like that in a nefarious kind of way. It's just like the same people that have enough money to give the donations, like the military-industrial complex, the God, I'm sorry, I've been up since 8 o'clock. I worked the health insurance companies, big tech, like all these companies, they pay both sides. And it seems like they're never like with the establishment Democrat, they rely on these kind of donations, so they can never actually break free of like doing reform that will stop the actual issue, and just can only do band-aids to ease the problem because they are in the pockets of these corporations.
I guess when I think of like the concept of like it's controlled opposition or whatever else, I guess or like that they're more right than they should be. The thing I would always kind of wonder is when we say that they're more right than they should be, can we think of like what's a time that we feel in U.S. history where the Democrats could have done something more to the left and they chose not to?
They could have chose not to go and follow. They tried to make the bipartisan bill with the Republicans on the border, and that was literally going, hey, we're going to meet you halfway, instead of actually believing in something and advocating for the opposite, and saying like there isn't a huge problem with the border. The problem with immigration is that it takes years for people to get registered as citizens and the process to go through.
But that was part of the border bill. That was part of the bipartisan border bill. Is they're saying yes, we can do these like more strict immigration enforcements, but we're not going to have to because we're going to have way more judges and way more people working on these cases. And so we're going to give you what you want, but it's not going to do anything because we're going to get what we want, which is going to make everything way more effective anyway.
Yeah, and they went halfway with what MAGA wanted, and they let Republicans. They came to the table with the Republicans and conceded a bunch of stuff, and it still didn't pass anyway.
What concessions to the Republicans?
Point is though is that I'm trying to say it's not actually a concession. Is my point is that like within the border bill they weren't actually conceding anything, because as far as immigration enforcement went, getting way more judges in there to deal with these cases, the main complaint that they were talking about is they were calling all the people who came in and applied for asylum, they were calling those people illegals. And then they were complaining about the amount of illegals that were in the country because they're sitting there without status, waiting for a court appointment. And those court appointments took like 5, 6, 7, sometimes 10 years. So instead, part of the border bill was that they were going to get way more judges. It was literally going to be like 75% more judges in the process, so that they were able to run through these people a lot more, and they were going to streamline the process a bit more, so that they were able to have lower level employees making some more decisions, so that they could do this quicker. So all of the problems that, again, like the Republicans didn't actually get anything out of that. We did.
They did. So
all right.
They came to the
they
table
got a little bit of a rhetorical win by sounding like we were, catering to Republican needs. It sounds like we're saying, well, the Republicans are right in some ways.
They're going to finish the wall. They're going to increase budget on the defense of our border. They were doing spending budgets for that kind of thing, like, and that's like
sure, but it was responsive to like a real need. Like we really did need to, but we need to. I mean, we do need to control our border, right? And over the COVID stuff, especially because there was a huge wave of people coming in, like there was an issue. I think there's like 3 or 4 million people came in on catch and release. Like that was probably not good, right?
All right, let's let Shy Doomer have the last word here. We do need to keep things moving since we've got just such a giant list, and I want to get myself at least one more round of podcaster prisoner president before we shut down. So Shy Doomer, if you could please give us your final thoughts.
Yeah, like I said, I just think like the Democrats don't do enough when it comes to their solutions, and I'm very excited that class consciousness is rising up, and I hope Destiny good luck on his court. Bye.
Oh,
well, thanks.
Okay.
What a nice thing.
Well, all right. Normally we give people grift coin when they come on the show. Now Shy Doomer kind of jetted out before we could give her amount. But how do we feel about that call in? Under 1,000, how much grift coin should we give Shy Doomer for a call?
Our guests get to decide based on how much they like their call to award them our fake market currency grift coin, based on how they like their call, up to 1,000. So what do you guys think? Do they deserve some grift?
Well, because you wished luck on the court case, obviously a huge Destiny fan, so I'm gonna give it to him to make that decision.
I'm gonna, since I feel like that caller, whether they realized it or not, they agreed with me more than they realized. I'll give them 501 grift coins, a little bit more than half. So
just above half.
agreement.
Look at that. Wonderful. Well, much appreciated, Shy Doomer. Thank you, as always, for calling in. Let's bring in someone who I know is staying up late in their home in Europe. Magnus, a member of our community, is in the waiting room. Let's bring in Magnus. Magnus.
Hey, neighbor. Welcome, Magnus, to the marketplace of ideas. How you been, brother?
You're currently muted.
Hello.
Just gotta unmute the microphone. Oh, no.
And
oh no, did Magnus? Oh, there he is.
there he goes.
Okay. I was
What's
worried
up,
that you
Magnus?
might have fallen asleep waiting, so I'm glad that you stayed with us.
Mute the stream.
Oh, sure.
Do that.
I heard you double times.
Oh yeah, we can't have that.
What's your comment or question about our discussion tonight? Do you have a question or comment for our guests?
I don't know. I just enjoy really the show you guys put up. I mean, you don't have to worry that I stay so long up. It's regularly not my week. No, I'm kind of. I was there when you guys a little bit prepared of the show. I was just interested what the dudes. I came a little bit late. And what do you guys think about this? What is this now? This communist thing? What do you have DSA? Was it DSA?
Sure, yeah, that's what's going on in the United States right now. Is the Democratic Socialists of America are taking the more extreme left
my
side
question
of the.
was
Yep.
my question to your guest was do you guys think if they would actually succeed, do you not think if they would abolish the Senate that would not lead to a civil war?
Civil war?
Yeah, because I mean. The main purpose with the second chamber is that the states are represented equally. It's kind of similar to my originally home country, Switzerland. They have a similar system where they have also a second chamber where the states are represented equally.
We covered that a little bit in the first game, Magnus. If you guys want to give a little bit of a repeat of your answer and what do you guys
I mean, for me, we didn't ask a civil war question per se, but I mean, I feel I know there are people who've written on this, so I don't take their opinions over mine, but I feel for civil war to happen, there has to start being some fundamental things that are not met. People have to be starving or actually homeless or actually
the material conditions.
Yeah, your material conditions need to be severely degrade, or there is some huge fundamental right up for grabs. If they were to ban, I don't know, Facebook. I don't know nothing like that. Something serious. I think it would have to be that. The reason why I actually don't think a civil war is very likely based on geographical grounds is because I feel our split is not much on geography in terms of states. I feel it is more between city country stuff. So if Texas wants to leave, they want to secede from the United States, the people in Austin are not going to feel at home with your rural Texans. They're going to want to go back to San Francisco or LA, So I don't know how the split. And then in California, your Central Californians are not going to feel like they jive as well with the Bay people and the Orange County.
Okay, then I have another
I think
question.
that the elites give everybody just a sliver of enough stuff to ever keep them from going to civil war. So
the riot tax.
we're all just happy enough to keep us living in the world that they demand. Yeah, that's my no civil war.
Out of the
We're
people.
happy enough.
I had one more question for Destiny. You were pretty pragmatic towards international relationships and stuff like that, realistically oriented. What do you think about this thing coming up that Europe is kind of separating itself more from America in political relations?
I mean, I think it's tragic, but I mean, I get it, right? I think that
rational of them.
Yeah, I think that unfortunately, I think that we're kind of benefiting from this post World War II, order. And I think that that's probably slowly going to change, or maybe rapidly something big is going to happen and that's going to start to change. And then it's going to be worrisome because I don't know how the world is going to respond when that change happens. So whether that's another Russian invasion somewhere or some big China thing or whatever else, I think that's going to be a spooky world to be a part of, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's so much built on this peace, this post World War II peace that just hasn't been it hasn't been appreciated. And so when things start to change, global trade has been open for since the Panama Canal or whatnot, and we're seeing how desperate, how quickly things can get if someone doesn't play along with the world order, with the closing of the Strait of Hormuz, where one small area can capture something that is so vital to the economic success of the planet, if things start cascade failing, it could get real fucking bad real fucking quick, and I don't think people recognize how bad it could get how quickly. Like, we are such an interdependent world that if that starts to fall apart even a little, it just has that cascading effect that could just, it could be bad.
I don't know. I mean, America was clearly profiting like from the order after World War II. We were also made like we also had our benefits out of that kind of bilateral agreement with America, but like it's not like that America got nothing in exchange for it. I mean, we had a lot of trade agreements. We had a lot of there were a lot of like same values and understanding, and like Europe was many times looking sideways when America was doing shit or even supporting it. So I don't know. I'm a little bit sad the way it comes, but maybe it also allows us to come more to an eye level in the future.
I mean, yeah, it's possible that things can end up working out. It's just, in my opinion, it's just going to be a little bit worse for everybody in the Western world. Like, but something will happen, but yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, good.
Well,
then I don't want to take too much time. I wish everyone of you a nice evening.
So much appreciate you staying up to hang out with us. And how much should we? How much of our fake currency shall we give Magnus here, gentlemen?
Where are you from? Is that Australian?
German.
German. Oh.
Oh, 999.
You know what? In support of better relations with Europe, let's give him that 999. Beautiful.
Fine. Okay. All right, Magnus, thank you so much. We'll see you next time, bud.
See you.
All right. It occurs to me that people are actually using the call-in system that we have here in the Marketplace of Ideas, where you can spend Grift Coin to jump to the top of the list. And it would appear that my notifications are not working. So I'm going to apologize to the folks who've been waiting and actually doing what the Discord says we do here, where we actually give priority to those who are willing to pay for it.
We've never had to use it before.
We've used it. Yes, we used it once when North gave his entire stack so that he could get on when there was literally nobody in front of him in line. I'm not, so yeah, a bit unusual for us, but lethal.
I do want to say real quick, this is kind of bullshit. Destiny's first time on here. I think it's my 5th or 6th time on here, and he's already in first place in the Grift Coin.
It would seem that yeah,
I'm now
Steven
went from 2nd to 3rd. I feel like we need to start pushing the Tom Foolery coin over here, guys.
In a shocking move that surprises everyone, I'm sure. Steven has overtaken the Marketplace of Ideas on his first episode. That is concerning. But yeah, it would seem here. Let's see. This is the
Dally Band making their presence known in the Marketplace of Ideas.
I see Lethal Lance is at the top of the list, but I don't see him in here. So we're gonna go with who's in second. So Punk 6 Knockout is going to join us.
Hey, welcome Punk 6 Knockout to the Marketplace of Ideas. Welcome, neighbor.
Yeah, sorry to overlook you putting your hard-earned Grift Coin up to join the call. That is my bad. I should have been more on top of that. But I appreciate you being patient with us nonetheless. How are you doing?
I'm all right. Okay.
Awesome. Well, what do you have for us? You have a question for the panel?
I have so many questions. I'm a long-term Destiny viewer, but like, I kind of view Destiny like argumentatively. He's a really smart liberal. I've debated not swear like quite a lot of times, and I feel like I've done pretty well. So I'm a communist. You know, a lot of the ideas that come with it. So I guess there's a couple things that I have like specific questions on. I guess we could. I want to see where you guys want to take it. So I have a question.
We got a lot of callers that are trying to get in. We want to get through a good bit of them. So why don't you choose your favorite thing you'd like to ask about?
There's so many things. Okay, so I guess one, the definitions around anti-Semitism and whether a lot of people on the left fall into it. Two, well, I guess let's just do that one. Fuck it, let's do the anti-Semitism one. I don't think there's a problem with anti-Semitism on the left. I don't think it's reasonable to talk about, to call out in the sense that anti-Semitism is specifically like, disliking Jews for being Jewish. I don't think you can, like, say for instance, right? Destiny years ago, I remember him making these specific arguments towards black men. I'm a black man, right? Where he talks about, it's not racist to disagree with like the gangster-esque culture that black people, portray. It's not racist to, say, hey, black men in society, to get more respect, you should, pull your pants up, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. These are things that, he's touted and he's talked about in the past, which I find a little bit more slightly racial issue with, but it's not inherently racist.
Real quick,
it's not racist.
the examples that you're bringing up those are things that are actually happening in reality. The things that, like, normally we're not talking about whether or not somebody hates Jews. When we call them anti-Semitic, we're normally talking about some sort of discrimination against them or some sort of bias. And so even lots of times, it may not be that Hassan hates Jewish people, but he does say a lot of things that can be considered anti-Semitic. So
yeah, and that's kind of the problem. No, I get you. I get you. You're going to bring up specific examples of Hassan saying stuff that points to the sort of conspiracy around, Jewish people or Israeli people, right? Like hinting at that, right? And I think the issue here and the problem is
not even that. Not even that. It's just like using tropes. Like if Fox News keeps calling black people thugs and gangsters when they're not actually thugs and gangsters, this is a trope that he's applying to black people unnecessarily to give like some sort of thought process behind them. If every time Hassan talks about Zionists, he calls them bloodthirsty, inbred Zionist pig dogs, like, yes, like when he loads these tropes that are obviously like bloodthirsty is going to relate to blood libel, and the inbred thing is about them all sleeping with each other and not ever like mating outside of their culture. Like,
and I get you. I see where you are, because I'm trying to head you off, and I'm sorry about that, but
you're good.
The reason why I have an issue with this specific framing is because Israel is like, it's like we pretend Israel's not doing what it's doing. Israel is really bad. Israel is committing a war that you all say is being persecuted immorally, wrongly, right? They're killing a lot of people, they're decimating a lot of land, they're doing a lot of terrible shit, and we're all getting a 4K view of it 24/7. So with that being said, when you speak about, yeah, and I get it. I don't like I'm all for, building a better world, building a better society, not throwing people away, not, cast them away. I do think it's kind of weird, especially as Americans, how we talk about Israel when we weren't in the Middle East doing the same thing for decades and decades. I get that, right? But the problem is when you're seeing violence on the scale committed at this consistency rate, and it's becoming increasingly clear that it's for no good or moral reason, I think it's only natural for humans to start to react with this sort of vitriol. Now, you might say it may not be right, but that doesn't mean it's anti-Semitic, right?
The problem is that the vitriol was on day one.
Well,
like if this had been the position that a lot of these people evolved to, that would be significant. That would be
terrible since day one.
Okay,
that's
then
the problem,
we just
right?
No. I think we just disagree on that then.
Like Israel
the
can be
situation has been
when they
super
talk
terrible.
about all
On day one, what do you think? What was? Wait. What response would have been acceptable for Israel on October 8th?
What response would have been acceptable for Israel on October 8th? If they were to just find everyone who was engaged in the specific, terrorist attack, and get those specific people, I think that would have been justified in that alone. Engaging in a wholesale regime change war, completely unjustified, completely wrong, and that's what they're doing, right?
Okay.
Is that not a good response?
No, I don't think it's realistic to assume that they could have just found all the terrorists and just gotten the terrorists and then have been done with it. I don't think
so. It's more realistic to do a regime change war.
I don't think they should do a regime change war either, but no, you can't just go into the place that is like ran by the country of the terrorists, who are also the government of that country, and then try to find all the terrorists.
I mean, I'm just saying that would have been more acceptable, or at least the attempt, or maybe they could have gotten 50 of them or 100 of them.
You want to know actually, you know what? You want to know why I know that this wouldn't have been enough even? I already don't think that this is possible. But you know why I know for a fact that this wouldn't have changed the rhetoric even a micrometer? Is because when Israel did an attack like this on Hezbollah, the criticism was basically the same. where it was actually like the fantasy movie attack of they actually put bombs in all the pagers of all the bad guys and they blew them up. And the only thing I heard from leftists was there was like a girl that got either killed or injured of one of the like thousands that went off. And it was like, okay, this is like, I don't agree with any of these people that it would have moved the needle on them in any way, size, shape, or form for the rhetoric that they engaged in.
Funnily enough, people are calling me a PISSCO viewer. I never watch PISSCO. He's really boring. I watch you mostly, but I'll say this, and this is one of the arguments that PISSCO have said. Like, you're not talking to them, you're talking to me. So, if you're talking about these other things that these leftists have done, or the other things that leftists wouldn't agree with, that's fine. I think a lot of leftists are fucking stupid.
Wait, okay. Do you think that the Hezbollah attack? Do you think that that was a good attack that Israel did
with the pagers?
Yeah.
Okay,
so it seems like it works. So it seems like it maps on. So it maps on. So it was the same. I don't know why you just pretend like this wasn't your position. Then.
No. The reason why I'm saying you would have to run in deep with my framing on these issues is because, like, I don't know if you know much about me. Like, I've debated not swearing it a lot. I'm pretty far into the conspiracy pill, even farther than most leftists. So when you say, you know, would the pager attack have been a justified response? Like, I'm looking into who was, you know, funding Hezbollah, who put them in position. You know?
Iran?
Yeah, Iran, right? If you say so, you know, we also put the Irani government, the current one, in position. The CIA did that.
No, not.
Wait, that's not true.
The current government does
that's
not
not
exist.
openly admitted to by the American
current government
that
does
we put
not
them in power.
To say that we were involved in a coup a long time ago, and then as a result of that coup being overturned, somebody else came to power. To say that, like,
well, do you see the issue with me as a leftist to sit here and agree with you and be like, yeah, I agree with the pager attack, when I can look back at like U.S. documents, you know, Western governmental documents from multiple countries saying we did this.
Like, Hezbollah was literally founded by Iran. Why would Iran?
That dictatorship. We installed this.
Okay.
And then when you come back to me at 2026 and be like, well, was the pager attack justified? I'm like, well, I don't know. Did they put them in position because that was the best situation for them? And when we look at the historical record on this, that's factually true. They do put these people in position. They're specifically writing documents saying, hey, we put these Muslim extremists because they were more amenable to our ideas and we could justify overtaking them whenever we wanted. We can find like hundreds.
Listen, I agree with everything. That's fine. I understand what your perspective on this. I'm just saying that all you've done is you've come in here and you've reinforced the exact take that I gave at the beginning, which is nothing would move the needle for you regardless, which is why I don't engage in arguments. I didn't say you're dumb. I'm just saying that you thought that there was no action that was acceptable from October 7th onwards. I didn't mention Hassan.
Me to a dumber man. That's not fair.
I'm not saying I'm not telling you to sign. I'm saying that no other action seemed like it would have moved the needle for you.
Well, okay, you don't think I would have any other like ideas towards how to solve the world other than like blowing shit up with pagers? Like, there's nothing else we can do in the world.
You just gave the special forces invade and take out all the bad guys somehow meme. I don't know how the fuck that could possibly be.
All right, I think we're going to cut this call here because we are trying to raise the level of the discourse, not the level of people's blood pressure. And I don't see a lot of positive outcomes of this part of the conversation. I understand where you're coming from. It's difficult to imagine.
You got a smarter leftist than Hassan in here, and you kicked me out. I find that interesting.
We're not kicking you
out.
Not
a heavy bar, not a high bar.
Yeah. Also, we've got a big old list of people that also wants to get in, and we are trying to give everybody a good amount of time. So far, we're about 10 minutes apiece, but we do appreciate you calling in, and we would still like to give our guests the opportunity to give you some Griff coin. Gentlemen, what do we think? How much Griff coin do we give Punk 6?
Destiny.
200.
200. All right. Well, we appreciate you bringing up your disagreement, and we would hope to see you again at some point, Punk 6. Thank you so much for calling in.
Come hang out in the Discord sometime and tell me how to be a better leftist. I'd love to hear your perspective personally. Appreciate you coming on.
Damn.
Okay.
Beautiful.
All right. Well, and there we go. All right.
Thank you, neighbor.
Okay, I got time for
you a Fed?
He did indeed.
Damn.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about James is he gets it from both ends because he's certainly too far left for the right, and maybe
definitely
not
too far left.
I got time for
Perhaps
one more
so.
of these, just letting you guys know.
Perfect.
All right. Very good. Well, then we will take one more call.
Can we see anybody on that list that would be definitely a great caller? I don't know most of these people. Who freaking know?
Your boy Megu has given their hard-earned Grift coin to join the call, so we are going to let your boy Megu join us for our last call in here. Your boy Megu, thank you so much for putting forth your Grift coin to jump to the top of the list. You're on the Marketplace of Ideas. Thanks for calling in.
No worries. I have a question for Stephen and Tom. I was wondering if they had any thoughts on how to create effective anti-leftist talking points or anti-leftist messaging. It feels like a lot of the time when people talk about leftists, it feels like we're not doing enough to put enough narrative in how we're trying to make people think about them. Just wanted to get. I figured since Tom's the host of the show, he could probably go first with that.
Damn.
Very well.
Thank you.
I
appreciate you recognizing that as well.
Damn it.
So, I mean, I talked about this a little bit earlier. I think that there isn't enough praise for Democrats. I think that obviously this doesn't mean that you don't criticize Democrats. And I think that's normally what a lot of people take it as when I talk about the fact that Republicans are really good at just glazing Trump and talking about how great he is all the time. They'll criticize him. They'll all do this oh, I don't agree with his rhetoric and he shouldn't have said let's genocide everybody. But we can maybe not justify genociding people, but maybe have some pro-Democrat rhetoric. I think that is the I think that is something that is necessary for the left, and it's currently just not popular to be pro-Democrats. Every time I say something like Joe Biden was the best president of my lifetime, everybody thinks I'm joking. They actually think it's a joke that I would say that, and I unironically think it is the easiest thing to say in the world, but that people think it's such a meme because literally nobody's willing to say that because literally nobody's going to be pro-Democrats right now. So I think it just has to become popular again. Destiny's been around long enough to know that about 5 years ago, it was the worst thing in the world to call yourself a liberal. It was literally used as a term of boomer. People say, oh, okay, lib. All right, lib. Even people on the left did not want to call themselves liberals. And then slowly over time, I think IRI was one of the first to stop calling himself a progressive, start calling himself a liberal again. And it became normalized again for people to just call themselves liberals. But that's it's still a thing that's kind of odd. So I think that we have to normalize a lot of this rhetoric and normalize being pro-Democrat, normalize being a liberal again, and not just a leftist or a progressive or a Demsoc or a SocDem, but an actual liberal.
Yep.
True.
All right, Destiny.
I think.
Destiny,
I mean,
I'll let you go.
I would say, as I've been saying, I feel like I've said this a lot. Is that part of fighting against the left is that you get to define your talking points more. So when you say things like "we don't agree with the abolition of fucking capital" or whatever, that people getting to choose the jobs they were. I don't know. It sounds so weird because it's so foundational. I guess being able to take credit of good things like huge investments in green energy, that happened because Biden was able to bring senators together on the left or right in order to get these bills passed. Or when we talk about there are some things that we take for granted now for the ACA. The fact that it used to be that if you had a pre-existing condition, you could never get new health insurance. These were just the realities that Americans had to live with, and Democrats were able to get shit done relating to that. And I think that was a really good, powerful, positive thing. So, us being able to differentiate ourselves from the left and then taking credit for more of our accomplishments, I think those two things go hand in hand. And once you start doing them, they will naturally kind of play off of each other.
Okay. I had one more question. Do I have time for that, or should I?
Fire it off. I think we're gonna. Okay. Real quick.
I say we have enough time.
Okay. Well, Tom says.
Okay. So one of the issues is obviously to do with the blue no matter who stuff. It feels like a lot of the leftists are just acting in bad faith with regards to it. How do either of you feel is the best way to approach dealing with someone who's acting in bad faith within a supposed left-leaning coalition?
I mean, they're not part of your coalition. If they act in bad faith, then they're not on your team. You just treat them as such.
Yeah.
They're not on the team. That's it. It's pretty simple, I think. Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, fantastic. Well, thank you so much, your boy Megu, for calling in. How much Grift coin shall we give your boy Megu?
950.
950? Wow. That's simpy. I vote 600. Do we average the two?
Yeah, let's average the two.
You're making
James,
these
you're better
coins.
at
You're
math
inflating the value of these coins. You're giving away 900 every time, Tom. What the fuck?
Well,
We do
used
wanna
to,
keep
I
things
used
in
to always
check.
ask everybody if they were going to give it all to me, and when they said yes, I would give them 1,000 every time. But they made this against the rules now. So
Damn.
Collusion. We didn't actually make it against.
I might be a
the
bit
rules.
biased, but I think the 950 is
I
fair.
give them, the more I give them, the more they're going to give it to you. So I'm just
775 is the
my own
average. We're
value
giving
here.
them
775 to your boy Megu. All right.
Thank
Thank
you
you
so
so
much
much for
for
calling
calling
in. We'll hope to see you again sometime in the future. All right.
No worries. All right, thank you. Bye.
All right, and to everybody else who is in the waiting room, I'm very sorry. We are unfortunately out of time tonight. We'll hopefully see you again. Thank you so much to our guests, Tom Foolery and Stephen Bennell, a.k.a. Destiny, for hanging out with us tonight. Real quick, because it's my show and I'm really greedy, just a lightning round. Who goes to prison here?
Oh, man. You really... Oh, my goodness.
I wanted to get this round real bad.
Oh, man. I think we're out of time, though, aren't we?
Unfortunately, we are out of time.
This is why I hate this game. This is literally why I hate this game.
Alrighty. Well, you know what? Thank you all for coming this evening. I had a great time. Destiny, we really appreciate you joining the ranks of the Marketplace of Ideas. We hope to have you back sometime. Tom,
And-
also, you know, we love you coming back again. We always have a great time with you. Thanks everybody for showing up. Thanks for having a good time with us, and y'all take care and have a wonderful evening. Oh wait, you know, make sure to like and subscribe. Hit up our YouTube. We are starting out. We're a new show. We're working on things. Obviously, you can see we put a lot of work into this train wreck of a show. And if you'd like to see more, please come subscribe to us on the Marketplace of Ideas on YouTube.
I do want to say real quick, I did say before that you guys had like about a year before your channel disappeared.
Jeez.
But I do like you guys. I think you'll make it about like a year and a half. So
Hey, all right, that's a vote of
you guys-
confidence.
Hey,
Appreciate that,
beautiful.
Tom.
Alrighty.
We'll see how we fare. Real quick, if you're not subscribed to Tom, do that. Tom Foolery on YouTube. If you're not subscribed to Destiny,
Tom
do
Foolery
that.
Show.
Tom Foolery Show. My bad.
Tom
I didn't mean to
Foolery
misrepresent.
Show.
And
Yeah,
not the.
already.
Just Tom Foolery, and certainly Destiny on YouTube as well. And where else can anything else you gentlemen want to shout out before you head
Anything
out?
coming up? Anything?
No,
Wendy's just got the Bacon Club back.
Oh.
Pretzel Club. It is amazing. If you guys haven't tried this,
Pretzel
definitely go
Club,
get it.
okay.
They haven't had it in like 3 years, and they just brought it back. I am super stoked about that.
Wow.
God bless America. America
right.
on top again.
Okay, well.
All right, Destiny, anything coming
All right.
up? All right.
Nope, just streaming.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine. Thank
Alright.
you so much, everybody, for joining us tonight. Have a wonderful evening, and take care, everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye, y'all.
Thank you very
All
much.
right.
And end broadcast. Beautiful.
Oh, wonderful.
Cool. Well, I love you guys. Thanks a lot. I'll talk to you guys later.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out.
Bye.
Cool.
What did he say? What? Let me catch up on TTS.
Listen up, all you pasty motherfuckers. We're in the GTAB arc. What's that mean? That means you say too much drama, get that ass banned. Too mean to other libs, get that ass banned. Women are preferable to femboys, get that ass banned. Shrimple is...
Okay.
You have a link.
Whoa.
It's not gay to fuck a femboy. What makes something gay? Having sex with another man. That's just an action. You need an intrinsic homosexual attraction to men as a class. Never gay unless you can demonstrate the requisite animus against pussy.
Okay. Good arguments.
Hell fucking yeah. Bebeewing Meedle stocks up bigly fuck. Jessa G. GSN. 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 GSN.
Steven, you said PISSCO could switch you if he called out the tankies on the Tom Tiffany ad. A lot of the libs did, but it felt super forced given the current discourse. It was so egregious that Pondering and others felt compelled. Feels bad, man.
Feels bad, man.
Vote blue, no matter who was a Republican slur. We took it as our own, used it exclusively, and embraced it during the Kamala Harris campaign.
Okay. Thank you, Biden. Thank you, Joe.
These guys are so wrong on Hong.
McCarthyism came from a Wisconsin senator to try and push any communist, socialist rhetoric, and Welv is asking for a Republican to win.
Hey chat, Doobie here. Just wanted to join to ask Rinlux if he knew any miners that he could send over to the Discord. Love ya, gang.
Jesus. Fake news.
Hey, Moot, you should call legal company and go like, Lego! You should call Lego company and go like, Lego! LOL. You should call Lego company and go like, Lego! LOL. You should call Lego company and go like, Lego! LOL. Hey, Moot!
Okay. That's it. I'm going to do it.
Oh, God. Oh, fuck. You voted me out, Steven.
You've killed me!
Wait, we were voting.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Will you ever collaborate with Ethan asking for a friend, please? I'm begging you, please, 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 please.
Yeah, I'll get right on that, okay?
Yahya Sinwar Ripozo, Ismail Haniye Ripozo, Saleh Alaruri Ripozo, Mohammed Daif Ripozo, Marwan Isa Ripozo, Mohammed Sinwar Ripozo, Iz Al-Din Al-Haddad Ripozo, Mohammed Ode Ripozo.
Okay.
I'm endorsing Marxist-Leninist Boubacar Sanderson for president in 2028. All hail Lord Boubacar.
Do you love black people? Do you remember me, Destiny? It's Zuby. We debated a little. Amazing.
Okay, maybe is that Zuby? All right. Oh my God. We're energy stable? Are we? Outside of a kilo? Almost. Once he's finished, I might be. There's no...
Hey.
What?
Shut up, nerd.
Fuck. Whoa.
Fuck you.
Wow. Mantle, sauce, crust, sleep, gunk, hand, core, cut, cheese. Okay, cheese, sauce, and crust have to be like part of a fucking pizza or something, no? Crust is the anchor word, I think. Because crust, mantle, and core are parts of the earth. Oh, this is an easy one. Pizza things, I think. Oh, close enough. Like hand-tossed or stuffed crust or square cut. I don't know, but it was upper hand, upper crust, and uppercut. All right. I love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow, I think. I should be, maybe, hopefully. Be careful. GSN. Okay, always remember. GSN. Be careful. That means get sleep, newbies.